A quick intro. Hello and welcome in, everybody. This is the 411th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us, I appreciate you so very much for being here. We have so much to go through today. What a day it is in the United States of America. Now, if you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you who I am. My name is Dean, and I debate Trump supporters. I try to change their minds, prove them wrong, get them to hop onto the right side of history, because Trump is the worst president of your life. Regardless if you're 18 or 80, he stinks, okay? And it really does seem like America's waking up to that fact. He has the lowest approval rating out of any president in American history at this point in their term, which is really impressively terrible for him. So, you know, we're thankful that America is finally starting to wake up. Now, today's breaking news is crazy. Did Trump scam MAGA for $59 million? Because it seems like it. Over a year ago, the Trump family released the pre-sale for the Trump phone. The Trump phone operates on an Android platform, and it's essentially the knockoff version of the iPhone. Okay, just another one of those phones. And now, when they launched this pre-sale, they were taking $100 deposits from the loyalist MAGA followers for one of these Trump phones that would end up costing around $500 at the time of launch. And see, the thing is a year ago, when we saw millions of Americans placing these $100 deposits down on these phones, the Trump administration, the Trump family was saying, hey, you know, these phones are going to release really, really soon. We're right around the corner. They're going to come out. They're going to be here. Now, over a year later, the Trump phone is nowhere to be seen. There's not one model, okay, that exists, that's tangible, that we could see. Quite frankly, as far as any of us know, the Trump phone doesn't exist. But see, the Trump loyalists, MAGA, a year ago, they, like I said, spent $59 million on these deposits for the Trump phones, and they're still nowhere to be seen. Is this just another grift from the grifter in chief? Is this just another scam from the guy that defrauded his own university and now can't open up a charity in the state of New York? Is this another lie from the guy that claimed 2020 was rigged? Seems like it, folks. And, you know, quite frankly, I don't think anybody should be scammed, but I also think that you reap what you sow, okay? And we can agree here that the Trump loyalists, I mean those who really love him, enough to, you know, put $100 down on a phone they know they won't have for a while, have definitely sown this into the fabric of our great nation. So maybe it's time they reap it as well. Folks, we're going to go ahead and hop into those debates. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected into the live stream. Appreciate you for being here. One bad situation. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you still support him. I say that every day, but God damn it, I mean it every day. It's almost like we're just living in two different realities, right? Fact versus fiction. But here I am nonetheless willing to hear you out. So tell us, why do you support Trump as president?
Yes. So we definitely are living in two different realities. The reality is I don't have knee-jerk reactions to gas prices. I don't have the same reactions that everyone does. I don't like to jump on top of things right away. I didn't do it under Biden either. I look at things as a whole. So the policies that have been put in motion take time to turn into fruition. Much longer than, I mean, he's been in office for just shy of a year and a half. He still has over 2 years left on his term. So, you know, the things that he ran on are the things that he did when he got in office. Did he accomplish all of them? No. We have higher gas prices. We have higher inflation. The housing market's gone up by about 2 to 3%. Sure. I know you're going to hit me on those things, Dean. But I'm somebody that voted for him. And overall, aside from the price of the pump, because I have an SUV. Aside from the pump cost, yeah, I'm not overly disappointed.
Okay, so I asked you why you support Trump, and frankly, dude, okay, in your reason why you support Trump, you didn't address anything positive he's done. You've just kind of listed off the bad things he's done, and then said you're gonna, like, hold out and you have faith. So just to clarify, there's no good reasons why Trump is a good president.
Sometimes doing the tough thing results in unfortunate, unforeseen things, such as higher gas prices when you're sitting in the Strait of Hormuz with a blockade.
So back to the question, where are the good things Trump has done?
Well, okay.
Where are the accomplishments?
Yes. So one of the things that directly impacted me that have benefited me is the big beautiful bill.
Okay,
We've had
okay. So the big beautiful bill is it. That's Donald Trump's accomplishment. Let's go through it. That shit sucks. Okay, first and foremost, if you're fiscally conservative, you should hate it. It's the most expensive bill in American history. Second of all, if you're the average American, you should hate it. According to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, it reduces the purchasing power of the average American. Third of all, if you're on Medicaid, you should hate it. It gutted Medicaid by about $1 trillion and kicked 10 million low-income Americans off of it. Fourth of all, if you're on food stamps, you should hate it. It gutted the USDA by 156 bill, okay, and took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. Fourth of all, if you're a working-class American on Medicaid through the Affordable Care Act, you should hate it, because it gutted the ACA and increased ACA premiums by 300%. And fifth of all, maybe you want to look at the small amount of pros. No tax on tips, no tax on overtimes. Well, Harris ran on those too, right? The Democratic Party. And Donald Trump's provisions for no tax on tips and overtimes actually expires next year. So in 2028, you're going to be royally fucked, because then all of a sudden there's no benefit that you will be receiving from the big beautiful bill in the slightest. Only cons.
Okay. Well, the big beautiful bill is one of the things that I did see money. I have children, 4 children, and I fell underneath the 150,000 tax bracket. So I know he extended some of the previously existing cuts. That's good that he did that. I think we can mutually agree on that. As far as overall situations for individuals that receive food stamps, I don't receive food stamps. So I do have family that does. I have an aunt that's on Medicare. I know that she lost, I want to say $100 a month in some, it's not her food stamps, but it is healthy benefits card. But she was never able to use them every month anyways. It was like $380 a month she got, and there was always like 100 or 200 left over.
Okay, so you agree that not only does the big beautiful bill hurt the nation as a whole from the macro level, but you can also share with me personal anecdotal stories about how it's hurt people in your life. Wow. Okay, so this wouldn't be a good reason to support Trump. What about this? What if we went over the bad reasons why you shouldn't support Trump? He's a lunatic. He's lost his mind. He's legitimately insane. Like calling for the genocide of 90 million people. Yeah. I guess more so threatening the genocide of 90 million people. Okay. Insane. Attacking the Pope on Easter, claiming to be a Christian, praising Allah, then threatening war crimes on Easter too. Fucking sane. Yes, insane. Infringing 100%. On the Constitution to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to be deported. Insane. Spending the first year of his administration attacking our allies, imposing tariffs on them all unconstitutionally, while also illegally taxing Americans $92 billion. Insane.
Well, we should have had I think there was 186 billion, if I'm not mistaken, that were collected total from the tariffs.
Tina, thank you so much for the wolf. I appreciate you so very much for that love and support. Huge shout out to Tina down below. Thank you. No, it was 160 bill.
Okay, 160 billion that were collected that should have been given back to us, but unfortunately the Supreme Court ruled that the IEPA laws are unconstitutional, and then they decided to give them back to the corporations.
Who decided?
That would be the Supreme Court that forced.
Can you show me that in the SCOTUS ruling?
Well, in the SCOTUS ruling, it essentially didn't outline or didn't underline where those collected tariffs would go. So
I know, and then the Trump administration decided to refund them all to corporations.
That wasn't the Trump administration that decided that.
It was then who decided that?
It was due to the ruling because the Supreme Court did not specify.
I know, exactly. The Supreme Court didn't specify that they had to go back to the corporations.
Okay. Donald Trump just made a post about this on his Truth Social today, matter of fact, I believe.
Really? What did he say?
I'll pull it up right now for you.
Yeah, let's go to the idiot's Truth Social. Isn't that where he depicted the Obamas as literal apes? Isn't that where he called for the woman he raped to be thrown in jail? Isn't that where he called for the execution of 6 different and random Democrats in Congress because they told the military if he gives them a legal order they don't have to follow it? Just like, is that the Truth Social that we're talking about? Oh, the one where he threatened to kill an entire civilization of 90 million men, women, and children? Oh, the one where he called Republicans who want the Epstein files released losers and idiots. The one where he said like we should just move on from the files as a whole because they're a Democratic hoax that doesn't matter. The same files that credibly accused him of child rape from a minor who was able to win millions of dollars in a settlement with the Epstein estate because she was proven to be a victim of his. That also accused Trump. right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to respond
Yeah.
to that, but hold on. I'm going to read you the Truth Social post that he made last night. Any quote unquote, any money paid to the United States of America does not have to be paid back. And I quote, that sentence, if added by the Supreme Court to its highly disputed tariff decision, would have saved America $159 billion. President Donald J. Trump. So what he is saying there is essentially that because they declared that the tariffs that were enacted were unconstitutional, therefore the monies that were taken were unconstitutional and unlawful, they had to go back to the people that paid them, essentially. So
from what you read, it seems like Donald Trump is saying that they shouldn't have to be paid back at all.
Well, no, the corporations are going to be getting them back. He did make promises to pay individuals a $2,000 sum, if I'm not mistaken, based off the tariffs. So that's
what happened to that?
Well, the money's being returned to the corporations.
Now, what happened to the Doge checks?
The Doge checks. That's a good question. I actually was talking to somebody about that earlier today. For all the waste, fraud, and abuse that they were taunting, I would say that the majority of it was from future contracts that they cut off. A lot of those numbers, those tallies, are from future contracts that they ceased.
So what happened to the checks?
I don't know.
No, you don't know where the checks went. What happened to the phones?
Yeah. You're talking to me about something I never got involved with, but based off of just a brief summary of what I've been told, they ran into supply chain issues. He was trying to have it manufactured here. He changed the wording from "Made in the USA" to some type of other slogan because he was trying to outsource it. But expected release date wasn't it last year? Now it's been pushed. Who knows?
Right. And what happened to no new wars?
We're not in a war.
Oh, okay. According to Trump, we are.
War.
He's called it a war.
I'm gonna tell you why it's not a war, and I myself for
Trump has called it a war. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of the Department of War, has called it a war.
Yeah. Well, for algorithmic purposes, search engine optimization, and so forth, I myself have also referred to it as a war, but in every sense of the manner, it's not a war.
Because Congress hasn't declared it a war?
No. Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, those were wars. We had boots on the ground. We had unsurmounting
without Congress declaring
loss
a war,
of
right?
life. Yeah, those were wars. I mean, those are definitely
wars.
They
isn't a war.
wars.
Okay, so just to clarify, he's upholding his promise of no new wars, right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, come on.
Not even he will tell you that. Not even he will tell you that. The department, the secretary of the newly renamed Department of War will tell you that America is at war. Donald Trump himself will tell you that America is at war. Okay, so we upheld. Okay, what about ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one?
Hold on, one thing at a time, Dean. So
we're just going one at a time. I know what happened to ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. Because I'm just asking you about all the different things that he's promised that never happened.
Yeah. Well, I want to say this: no new wars, right? 2017, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. We dropped bombs on ISIS, 60,000 bombs. Here we are in Iran, 13,000 bombs. During the withdrawal of Afghanistan, we lost 13 service members. So far, since this quote-unquote war, we've lost 15 service members. I'm not making light of us losing service members whatsoever here, but in every sense of the manner, this is not a war.
Can you define war?
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is more of an armed conflict.
But I didn't ask you what you thought this was. I asked you what you think a war is.
A war for me constitutes boots on the ground and severe loss of life for the Americans.
Okay, so if there's not a severe loss of life for Americans, then it's not a war.
Boots on the ground, severe loss of life, correct. Not in my terms, yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, if we nuked Russia and then Russia sent a nuke back at us, but we shot it down before it got here, at that point, would we be in war? Because there's no boots on the ground and there hasn't been a severe loss of life for Americans.
It's a whole new level of war.
There's no boots on the ground and there's no severe loss of life for Americans.
Okay. I'll expand upon my definition. We have been now engaged with the conflict in Iran since February 28th, right? Yeah. Since that time frame, they've had ample opportunity to strike us back and to do something to the effect of perhaps some sort of casualties beyond what they've done. They haven't. Now, if we were to launch a nuke at Russia, I think me and you both know that that's war. That's war. And if they're nuking one back at us, that's war.
Even though there's no boots on the ground, right?
With Russia, yeah. I mean, that's war.
So it seems like you're just special playing your definition.
I mean, it could be for me
because I would just define war as a large scale military operation. A large scale military operation is a war. That's what I
Well, if
think
that's the case,
of war. A
we've been at war forever.
direct military involvement at a large scale.
We're indefinitely at war then from that perspective. It just never ends. No matter who the president is, it's just nonstop. I mean, if that's the case.
But I don't
drop
think
bombs
we.
every
I
day.
don't think we saw Biden threatening to take out a whole civilization. I don't think we saw Biden, like killing countries' leaders, dropping, missiles on their kids, killing them all, then sending our servicemen and women over there to then get killed at military bases in allied countries, to then threaten to send the civilization back to the Stone Ages. I think that you're running frontline defense for a war. Because you just can't handle the fact that Donald Trump put us into a war. You could deny reality all you want, but when even Trump is calling it a war, it's a war. I'd say that's a pretty good litmus test. When the president of the United States of America says we are at war, then we are probably at war.
So would you say then that during his first term, 2017, when he dropped 60,000 bombs across 3 countries, we were at war?
Yes, we were at war under his first administration. Yes, we were in the Afghanistan war. Yes.
And so when we were dropping bombs on ISIS, the 60,000 bombs, you constituted that as war as well?
He constituted that as war. He said that we were at war with ISIS. Yeah, he did.
Right. So
He,
that's where you
he,
get
he
him.
said that. I could show you clips where he said we are at war with ISIS. Yeah, that's what he said.
See, Trump says a lot of things. I mean, people can say things, words are words, but reality is different. I mean, to me,
Don't you think that this is another reason to
to
not support him as president if everything that you're saying here is true? When we just have this lunatic running around saying whatever he wants, saying we're at war, killing kids, threatening to execute Democrats, clearly we need to kick him out of office. Like, there's just no redeeming qualities to his administration. Our
So that
economy's
is
in the
the future for the
shitter. Our
Democratic
allyships are in the shitter. Okay, foreign affairs are in the shitter. Gas prices are spiking to the highest points they have in a single month since the Vietnam War in 1967. He is ignoring the courts. Okay, he is attempting to rig the midterms. He is infringing on the Constitution. It's a mess. There's just no redeeming qualities here, and it's like I kind of feel like you agree with me. Like this whole time, you have pointed out one thing that you thought was a redeeming quality, the big beautiful bill. But then I gave you the explanation on why the big beautiful bill is shit, and you just said kind of, okay, let's move on to the next thing. Right? If even you fail to name redeeming qualities of the Trump administration, yet you succeed to name non-redeeming qualities of the Trump administration with ease, like you brought up the pricing of housing, the pricing of gas, inflation, so on and so forth, then you shouldn't support this lunatic, bro.
It's
And I mean, this
short-term
is just
pain,
the top of the
short-term pain,
iceberg.
long-term gain. Short-term pain, long-term gain. You have to wait for things to turn.
So what's causing short-term pain that will cause long-term gain? What specifically?
What is causing short-term pain right now?
That will cause long-term gain. Yes.
Well, right now, long-term gain, short-term pain, long-term gain, tariffs, occupying the Strait of Hormuz. Those are all short-term pain.
Okay, perfect. So the first thing that you said are tariffs. So tariffs are not going to cause long-term gain because the tariffs in of themselves aren't long-term. That one's really easy.
Why won't they be long-term?
Sure, perfect. Because, his first round of tariffs were unconstitutional, so those got shot down, and those were very short term. But, I mean, even when he was imposing these unconstitutional tariffs, every day he would place them on a country, then revoke them from that country. Every month we had new universal tariffs, then he'd get rid of the universal tariffs. One day we're imposing 50% tariffs on Argentina. The next day he's revoking them, then giving them $400 billion to stimulate their economy. Okay, and the fact of the matter is, from everything that we've seen under the Trump administration, regardless of if it's him repealing his own tariffs that he implemented, or courts ruling that the tariffs were unconstitutional, we're just not going to see them implemented for the long term.
Yeah, but he's just going to keep doing what he's been doing and just switching it to a different title. So, for example, after IEPA was deemed unconstitutional, he went to Section 122 of the Trade Act in 1974.
Well, if he just continues to do what he's been doing, then the tariffs won't be long-term because none of his tariffs have been long-term. Even before SCOTUS ruled them as unconstitutional, one day he'd impose a tariff, the next day he'd revoke the tariff.
Well, not all the tariffs have been deemed unconstitutional because in the first term he levied tariffs, and some of those carried over to the Biden era, and Biden even expanded upon them.
Limited tariffs on one country. Yeah, we're talking about Donald Trump's broad tariffs imposed on all other countries. And if you want to argue that, it's some of his limited tariffs, okay. So what limited tariffs are you talking about? Specifically, what tariffs has Donald Trump implemented that will remain in existence for the long term, that will benefit us in the long term?
I think the aluminum tariffs on Canada, they're up to 50% right now. The new factory being built in Indiana as a result.
Okay, so the aluminum tariffs on Canada. So those are gonna stick for the long term. I could prove you wrong.
I think so. Yeah, I believe
Donald
so.
Trump himself said that he wants to renegotiate the USMCA. He even put an initiative into doing so. He's actively working on getting a new trade agreement with both Canada and Mexico. Therefore, we know those tariffs aren't going to be in existence for the long term.
All right. Just like he's trying to negotiate for a ceasefire and to the end of the quote unquote war in Iran, right?
I don't know why we're going back to the war in Iran.
Well, because like here's the thing. So like when Trump says things, you take him at his word with each and every instance of what he utters. The thing is, he spews so many words out there for a reason. Some of it there is no reason. Some of it doesn't make sense. For example, ending an entire civilization.
Okay, so you don't think that he's going to renegotiate the USMCA?
I think that if you think he's going to renegotiate it and he's going to drop the levels of, for example, aluminum tariffs below 50%, no, he's not going to do that, especially with factories that are.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Because we actually have factories that are being built here as a result of those tariffs specifically.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because they're being built in Indiana as we speak.
I know, but how do you know the reason why the factories is being built is because of the tariffs on Canada?
Well, I mean, it's common sense, isn't it? I mean, we make the majority.
You
of
can't
our
just
bulk
common
purchases.
sense complex economic conclusions. Also, we know that like broadly, Donald Trump's tariffs have not been better. Have made the conditions better. Sorry, eesh, what a blunder for American manufacturers. There's no long-term gain there. If it was true that Donald Trump's tariffs today were causing massive manufacturers to start investing into building American manufacturing plants here on American soil. Okay, well then what would we expect? We'd expect to see an increase in the level of manufacturing investment. But that's not we see it at all. We actually see a very steady decline in the level of private manufacturing investment in this country. And we have seen that same decline for every single financial quarter so far under Donald Trump's administration. When Biden was president, it was booming. Now that Trump is president, it's gone down, 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 down. So even your argument right here, trying to say, well, that Donald Trump's tariffs are causing short-term pain, i.e. inflation, layoffs, GDP recession, so on and so forth, they're going to cause the long-term gain of, well, manufacturing more here. We know that's not going to happen.
The majority of layoffs are actually coming from the result of artificial intelligence. We're losing about 16,000 jobs a month.
We could debate that next. I disagree with that too, but we could debate that next. Please respond to the point that I made about how Donald Trump's tariffs are not incentivizing more long-term investment into building American manufacturing plants.
How they are not, or how they are?
They're not. My claim is that they're not.
I think that the tariffs are primarily the sole purpose is to directly and indirectly harm China more than anything.
Okay, so we're just completely moving away from the whole manufacturing argument?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. You got to let me hear me out. So the majority of things are manufactured agreeably that we purchase and buy in China. And so when you directly and indirectly harm China, which is the major manufacturing hub on the planet, 130 million workers, right? And you petroleum byproducts of plastics, and you have all these other issues that are going on there, making it hard for them to be able to run their business as usual. What you're doing is you're putting a strain on the world's largest exporter and costing consumers more, which obviously we can agree on that. It costs the consumer more. We're the number one consumer on the planet, the number one buyer. And this ties into the AI, which we're going to get into next, where you're having a average.
Just gallop, bro. You can't even just respond to the point that manufacturers in America are fucking dying because of Trump.
Well,
like what's your resolution to that? Like last year in 2025, we saw the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010 at the tail end of the Great Recession because of Trump. Okay, we saw the most layoffs since the pandemic and the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic as well. We saw the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions. Okay, in 2024, Biden added 2.2 million jobs to the American economy. In 2025, Trump added 170,000 jobs to the American economy. Total job growth in 2025 under Trump was less than the average monthly job growth under Biden in 2024. Okay, and this is represented very well with an investment into American manufacturing as well. On screen, I'm showing you a graph from FRED, that is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And this is tracking all private investment into American manufacturing. What do we see under Biden? Boom! Quarterly investment into American manufacturing was soaring. Trump walks into office, goes down, 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 goes every financial quarter yet in this country under Donald Trump's second administration, investment into American manufacturing has collapsed.
It's going down. It's definitely happening due to inflation and due to a myriad of things. I mean,
That's a
uh,
real
Biden
private
was
fixed
riding the
investment.
post-COVID boom. I mean, the return of individuals back to their original workforce
Nah, bro,
occupations. That,
look at where it was at before the pandemic. $73 billion invested into manufacturing quarterly. By the end of the Biden-Harris administration, it was at 51 $151 billion invested into manufacturing quarterly. You can't say this massive boom right here, okay, was just simply like this minor recess right here balancing out. You can't say that.
okay. Well, I mean, there's been we've had some wage increases. We've gone up 4%.
No, actually, real median wages, the growth rate has slowed compared to the growth rate that we saw under Biden.
Huh.
Everything's worse, bruh. Everything is worse, dude. And like your short-term pain for long-term gain argument, that doesn't work because like declining levels of investment isn't short-term pain. Declining levels of investment is long-term pain because it takes years for those investments to pay off.
Sure. Yeah, it does. It takes time for things to turn into fruition. But like, for example, some of the investments that are on pause or on standby, for example, 500 billion from Apple, those are going to be realized investments. There's a lot of others out there too.
Every
But
4 years, every 4 years, Apple vows anywhere from $500 to $1 trillion worth of new investment to appease the new president. They did the same thing for Biden when he was inaugurated, and the same thing for Trump when he was inaugurated in his first term. Fun fact:
yeah.
companies grow by investing money back into their companies. Fun fact: Apple is a $1 trillion company. Fun fact: because Apple is a $1 trillion company, they invest a shit ton back into their business. So, fun fact: they use that to their advantage to attempt to kind of swoon over every new president by announcing, all of their investments for the next 4 to 8 years when a new president is inaugurated. That's just simply what they do. And honestly, it's a pretty decent business tactic because it keeps them in the good graces of whoever's in power, regardless of who's in power.
All right. Well, they're building. I mean, just for Apple though, they are building a 250,000 square foot facility in Houston, and that's going to be for the Mac Mini and obviously AI servers.
Okay. Yeah. So companies are expanding. Apple's expanding. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes companies do that, but because that's not represented within macro level data, it doesn't matter, right? Because on average, companies are contracting.
Yeah, and that's going to continue with the further usage of AI as it takes
No,
over more
because
of the
technological
software.
advancements increase productivity, which causes companies
That's
to
true.
expand. That's why they're
Yes.
investing into AI. So that claim that you
Yes.
just said, that investment into AI will cause companies to contract, well, if that was the case, then they wouldn't be investing into AI. So that's
And that's
false.
the whole purpose behind the tariffs and what we're doing to choke out China.
So now we just all goes back around to China. Okay. Well, who's
It
struggling more?
does.
Because I would argue America. I'd argue that we've seen worse economic trends in America in the last year than we've seen in China, relative to where America was at a year ago and to where China was at a year ago. Right? Our trends have tanked disproportionately more to theirs.
I mean, I'm not in this to hurt China, so I want to just start off by saying that. But
You're in this
their
to hurt
GDP.
America? Because when is America going to benefit? When is America finally going to benefit? Like, can you okay, you've
Yeah.
acknowledged that every single macroeconomic variable in this country is worse off today. When is it going to start getting better?
Um, Before the end of Trump's term, I would say actually things are going to get significantly better before midterms. I think that's pretty obvious.
Okay, says who?
Can't go into midterms with $5 a gallon gas, so whatever will happen there to make that go down, maybe it'll be a temporary ceasefire that we, once we get midterms out the way, we go back.
It's not
to
even just
occupying.
gas prices that we're talking about here. We're talking about manufacturing bankruptcies, terrible jobs report. We're talking about layoffs and inflation, unemployment. We're talking about manufacturing investment. Right, like, do you realize that the economy is shit because of Trump? Like, can we agree that the reason why the economy is in a down spiral today is because of the Trump administration?
Yes, but you got to understand. So, like, the reason why I say
Damn.
short-term pain. Well, hold on.
How do you know it's
this.
just short-term pain? How do you know that?
Because based off of every single thing that we are doing, all of the motions that we have set in place is based off of the World Economic Forum and all of the big analysts and the economists
WEF,
stating that by 2030,
analysts,
92 million jobs are
economists.
going to be lost. due to
What,
AI and
wait,
automation.
wait. What does AI and automation have to do with why Donald Trump's policy is only killing our country in the short term? What?
Because it's to slow down China because they're 5 years behind our most advanced chip, even though
Doesn't that
that
just
right
slow
now,
down us?
not when you're in the AI robotics race, Dean.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify that you do not think that a recession in investment into American manufacturing, collapsing GDP growth, collapsing real median wage growth, and terrible jobs report is slowing us down? You don't think that?
It's temporary. Right now, look around you. I mean,
Well,
like
how do
for
you know it's
example,
temporary? Listen, how do you
everybody's
know it's
pissed. Everybody's
temporary? How do you know it's
everybody's
temporary? How do you know
everybody's
it's
pissed
temporary? Like, you can't listen. This is just a word
because
salad. Listen, I'm getting ready to remove you from the live stream because
okay.
this is all cope. It's just simply a word salad. I'm asking you
Oh my goodness.
specifically, how do you know the pains in which we are feeling right now will lead to long-term gain? And you can't do it. You just say AI in China. AI in China has nothing to do with a cohesive economic analysis of the Trump policy that has caused these stressors and pains on America and how you think they're going to benefit us in the long term. You're just coping, buddy.
No, we are shifting. America's shifting to a more AI focused investment. That's why you see data centers populating all over the country. Those people
That
living in
includes
Utah
investment. That includes
furious.
investment into these
Yes,
manufacturing facilities for data centers. It's going down. Investments on a downtrend. It's on. I thought I already showed you that graph.
you did. Right
Okay,
now,
so it doesn't include that. It's going down, 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 down.
I don't think that anything Trump could have done when he got in office would have prevented the statistics from going down, down, down.
How do you know
I mean,
that?
you
What's
have,
the argument there?
well, I mean, I'm shocked that we haven't had a recession, and I'm not saying that because he's in
Wait,
office. I'm
what's the
shocked that we
argument
haven't had a
there?
recession.
What's the argument there?
We should have had one.
No. What's
It's
the
been a
argument?
long time.
Sure. What's the argument for that?
The argument is we've had extreme inflation, we've had overstimuluses, we have our workforce that's been saturated, we've had all these undocumented immigrants that came across the border that we've been carrying. There's a huge proportion, and I mean, pretty much everybody. It doesn't matter who you talk to.
You're
could
just
look at-
spamming. You're just
Maybe
legit word spamming, bro. You're
No,
saying that the
no.
reason why the economy is so bad right now is because of undocumented immigrants, and the Trump administration couldn't have prevented that. Okay, give me one single study in which would indicate that undocumented immigrants hurt the economy. Because as far as I'm concerned, according to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants pay in $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year. According to the IRS, they pay over $100 billion in taxes per year. And according to the Khalil Institute, immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, have generated a $14.3 trillion surplus over the course of the last 30 years, preventing 2 to 4 recessions. So you can't just like spam words, okay? Give us the buzzwords. Oh, undocumented immigrants. Oh, the illegals. They're causing all this mayhem right now. And it's something that Trump couldn't have prevented. When in all reality, every single economic institute, even those on the right, like the Khalil Institute, by the way, they're libertarian, have indicated that no, they actually are good for the economy.
Okay, I'll respond to this. So it's reported that there's 30 million illegal immigrants that reside in the United States, and some
According
of
to
the
who?
impacts, according to the Center for Migration Studies, and some of
Center
the
for
economic
Migration Studies?
yes,
Okay, go
and
ahead.
according to the economic impacts on inflation, there's upward pressure on prices, meaning they cause inflation. For example, housing demand. A surge in the foreign-born population has been linked to increased rental demand, particularly in major cities. You could cite that with the Department of Housing and Urban Development (HUD). And consumer demand, as immigrants consume goods, obviously, and services, they increase the overall demand, which is why we see far higher prices than we would. And then you have a labor supply. You have undocumented workers, which are essentially modern day slaves. They expand the labor pool.
Bro,
Got
why
the
did you
lower
just lie?
on?
You said that according to the Center for Migration Studies, there's 30 million undocumented immigrants that live in America. No.
Illegal immigrants, yes.
No,
That's
according
between
to the Center of
2020
Migration
and
Studies,
2024.
they say that there's around 11 million undocumented immigrants that reside in the United States.
11.7 and 14 million. Sorry, I misread that. You are correct. I
No,
stand
not
corrected.
even 11.7, 10.9.
It's that, well,
Like I'm
reading it
looking
right
at
here.
I'm
It
looking
says 11.7.
I'm looking at the Center for Migration Studies right now. Okay, if you go on Google, you type in "correcting for the record false or misleading statements on immigration." Center for Migration Studies published July 2024. They say that there's a 10.9 million undocumented immigrants that reside in the United States based on Census Bureau and American Community Service data.
All right, I must have old data. Then it says 11.7 to 14, but Trump has deported some, so maybe it's going down.
Okay, so you're already wrong. And then your next claim was that they increase the price of houses, right?
Yeah, when you have a surge in housing costs because the population has been linked to an increased rental demand, and that you can find cited at Department of Housing and Urban Development (HUD).
Uh-huh. Yeah. So actually, I'm actually reading off once again from the Center for Migration Studies. They say that claim is false. You're on source. And I actually agree with them, and I'll tell you why. Undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on housing prices. Do you want to know why they do?
Sure.
Because they're significantly less likely to actively contribute to the demand side of the housing market. A vast majority of banks won't give undocumented immigrants loans to buy houses. A vast majority of renters will not rent to undocumented immigrants because they don't have social security numbers. Yet, they're disproportionately more likely to actively contribute in the supply side of the housing market because roughly 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant.
Yeah. You're all right with that? I mean, to be honest with you, we have people that come here and they work for an illegal wage.
So can we agree that there's just like understanding the basics of macroeconomics, i.e. the price of a good is controlled by the supply and demand of that good, that undocumented immigrants don't increase the pricing of houses?
Well, when you have a huge demand issue for individuals to obtain housing, yes, of course they're going to increase. There's going to be an influx in the cost of housing. I mean, it should be no shocker.
But you're only evaluating the data from the demand side of the market. You also have to evaluate the data from the supply side of the market.
Yes, but it shouldn't be a shocker that it coincided not just with COVID stimulus packages that Trump and Biden both passed, but as well as an influx of illegals. I mean, it was all by design. So you have to take
you're once again, you're going back to the word spamming thing. Now you're bringing up COVID. Can you just either agree with my view that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the housing market, or disagree with my view that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the housing market, and give me an explanation insofar as why?
No, they cause upward pressure on prices, especially in the housing market.
Then what are your critiques of the argument I gave you?
The recent influxes have accounted for significant growth in rental prices. That's based off of HUD. And I'm going to go to the HUD website.
So then critique the argument I gave you.
Hold on a second. I was trying to find something that I could cite for you here, but they don't have anything on this webpage. I mean, for me, it's just based off of, if you want to go off citing, Department of Housing and Urban Development. I mean, it's common sense, though. If you have 10 million people come to rent a house and you don't have enough houses, it's going to drive up the demand, which is going to drive up the cost.
But you understand that you're also increasing the supply of people who are building homes, or the amount of people who are building homes. So if you're increasing the amount of people who are building homes, you are now increasing the productive capacity of an economy, which would then account for any increase in demand. So really what we're asking here is an empirical question. We're going to ask whether or not the impact on demand is more than the impact on supply, or whether or not the impact on supply is more than the impact on demand. And typically what we see based upon the data is that immigrants coming to our country, they increase wages for natural-born U.S. citizens slightly, they increase employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens, they increase GDP, they reduce the deficit, which gives us more money not only in our economy as a whole, but also to benefit people in need. So if we're talking about circumstances of housing prices, even if they did increase housing prices slightly in the short term, all of the other economic benefits from immigration heavily outweigh any cost like that would exist. Yeah, but you still don't have sufficient data or proof to even prove that they increase housing prices or that they're the major contributor to that. I think that is going to be caused due to other issues, right, in terms of the market. I don't think it really has much to do with immigrants.
Hey, Parker.
Also, the only presidential candidate that ran on housing affordability policy was the woman you voted against. Just saying.
Okay, Parker. Real quick though, I disagree with you that the competitiveness in the work field with illegal immigrants increases the wage. I feel like they drive it down because they get paid 35 to 45% less than we do, American citizens. So then, by somebody willingly taking a job that gets paid 40% less, you're not going to increase the wage gap, you're going to decrease it. It's going to have downward pressure because you have somebody else is lining up to do it for less. That doesn't make sense what you said there.
Wait. Your hypothesis would definitely mean that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on the pricing of houses because now all of a sudden they're less expensive to build because the labor costs less.
But you can't build them as fast as you need to. So, for example, you have all this massive influx. You have this massive influx of people that came in.
Wait.
They also have less money to demand houses because they're not getting paid as much. That's what he's also acknowledging, and meaning that they would also be going after housing that we wouldn't be getting as well. Again, you're not also addressing the fact that I was talking about immigration as a whole, not just undocumented immigration. Okay, if you want to then cause people to be a part of that immigration, you're saying undocumented immigrants have negative economic impact legal immigrants have positive economic impact.
Yeah,
Well, then
yeah.
let's just give a pathway to citizenship to all the undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent or serious offense, and then it'll go from being a negative economic impact to a positive economic impact.
I would
Yeah.
say the people that have been here for 5 years that have not committed any crimes, that have been working, feeding their families, they should have a path to citizenship. I'd say
Good,
somebody
good,
that just
good.
came over.
Yeah.
I would say
the,
somebody
the
that
Trump
has just come over
administration
recently.
disagrees with you. Do you mind if I ask you a question, man? Because like still yet,
Yeah, go ahead.
like this whole time, you've just been very vague and elusive about why you think the Trump admin is good. Let me just ask you this question.
Hold on.
Is
Well,
there
Dean,
anything?
hold
Is
on
there
real quick. Dean,
anything?
I'm dealing with you. You're very quick-witted. And then now I got Parker here. So
Yeah, a little bit
excuse
of
me
a
if I'm a
duo.
little vague, but go ahead.
Is there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
Yes.
Okay, if Donald Trump pardoned domestic terrorists who tried to kill cops and called them patriots, would you still support him as president?
Well, you're trying to lead me somewhere, Dean. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to lead me there. So if Donald Trump were to pardon domestic terrorists that had gone to a peaceful protest and a rally that were then subsequently tear gassed, maced, and bombed, and then you had 4 individuals that were unalived that were a part of that protest peacefully.
Can you just answer my question, please?
And then, somebody gets hit with a fire extinguisher over the head, if I'm not mistaken.
Can you just tell me, would you still support Trump as president if he pardoned
the key word
domestic
here is
terrorists?
domestic terrorists,
Yeah,
right?
who tried to
Domestic
kill
terrorists.
cops and called them
Hold on.
patriots? Would you
So
would
the
you
domestic
still
terrorist is
support him?
somebody that. So hold on. Are you stating? So my question is that the person that he gave a pardon to is classified as a domestic terrorist by law.
By law? No, just by common sense.
Okay. Just by your opinion is that they're domestic terrorists. So being as it may, we're talking about
Yeah,
J6
like if Donald Trump pardoned people who were, in your opinion, domestic terrorists who try to kill cops, okay, would you still support him as president?
If they were domestic terrorists that tried to unalive cops, I would not support him as president.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, you should stop supporting him as president then, because that's exactly what he
knew it.
did. So yeah, he did pardon domestic terrorists who try to kill cops. A good example would be DJ Rodriguez, who was a domestic terrorist J6 rider who tried to end the American democracy and overturn a free and fair American election. And in the process, he tried to kill Officer Fanone. He took Officer Fanone's stun gun, his taser, and then drove it into his neck, and he gave Officer Fanone a heart attack. He almost died. Because of this assault, he then went to jail for 10 years, 4 years into his term. January 22nd, 2025, Trump issued him a full and complete presidential pardon and let him out of jail. Keep in mind, DJ Rodriguez actually pled guilty to this crime.
Hey, how many people have you known that go out to kill people with stun guns?
Well, one,
many people?
DJ Rodriguez.
I mean, how many terrorists do we know that openly or actively utilizing stun guns and tasers to harm America?
Well, that's all DJ Rodriguez could get. So to get a little bit more in depth here, Officer Fanone was beat to the ground with metal rods by a group of J6 riders, including DJ Rodriguez. And while he was on the ground being beat over the back with a metal rod, the group of riders started screaming, "Grab his gun, grab his gun, grab his gun." And then one of the riders actually went up to a service belt and tried to grab his service pistol. But Officer Fanone was able to kind of fight against the rider that was trying to grab his service pistol that just required all of Officer Fanone's attention. So then on the other side of his service belt existed his stun gun. Okay? And because Officer Fanone's attention was diverted to his service pistol that somebody was trying to steal, DJ Rodriguez sneakily walked up to Fanone, grabbed his stun gun, and drove it into his neck, gave him a heart attack.
So did Rodriguez try to grab his sidearm?
Someone else was trying to do that.
Someone else. Okay.
Grabbed the stun gun, drove it into his neck, gave him a heart attack. He almost died. Then he went to jail for 10 years because of it.
How many Americans have been convicted of assault on police, assault in general, or felonious assault? Just curious.
I mean, there was 174 from J6. Trump pardoned them all.
Right. I'm saying you're trying to liken them to domestic terrorism, though.
Yes,
I mean,
because they were doing so in the furtherance of an attempted insurrection.
It wasn't an attempted insurrection. People didn't come there for the sole purposes of an insurrection. They went there for a peaceful rally.
For the sole purpose. So for the sole purpose. So the insurrection, they were maybe, they're maybe trying to insurrect the government, but you know what? They were also doing a little peaceful protest while they were smearing their shit on the walls inside, flying the Confederate flag,
they were walking around
with people
pretty
like
bad.
Ashley Babbitt trying to kill members of Congress. Oh, and then they all started chanting "Hang Mike Pence" when he wouldn't, allow the fake votes for Trump to be furthered in the vote. Yeah, for sure. So, how do you feel about Donald Trump giving a full and complete presidential pardon to DJ Rodriguez? Do you think that DJ Rodriguez deserved that pardon?
Well, I'll say this. He's not a domestic terrorist. He hasn't been classed as a domestic terrorist. And your question was, if Trump pardoned domestic terrorists, would I still support him? My answer was no.
So the reason why I think DJ Rodriguez is a domestic terrorist is because he tried to kill a cop in the furtherance of an insurrection.
It wasn't an insurrection. It wasn't an attempted insurrection.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was an attempted coup of the American democracy.
No, it wasn't. In that case, then
they tried to stop the vote, dude.
You can try to say that a rally and a protest that turns a little bit violent, right, is an attempted insurrection.
Where did that violent protest occur?
It happened at the Capitol building.
And what was going on inside of the Capitol?
I think that they were what were they doing? They were clarifying the votes.
Yeah, ratifying the outcome of the election. And where was DJ Rodriguez trying to go?
Well, I think they all wound up walking
into the Capitol.
They all went through the Capitol.
Yeah, into the Capitol.
I mean, we've seen the video footage.
So what do you think DJ Rodriguez wanted to do inside of that Capitol? If we know he's willing to try to kill a cop to try to get into that Capitol, what do you think he wanted to go into that Capitol to do?
I don't think that he was trying to unalive a cop.
Then why would he drive a stun gun into his neck?
I mean, you're in the heat of the moment, you're fighting, and you're doing something you shouldn't be doing.
No, not fighting. No. Remember, the cop that he drove the stun gun into the neck of was on the ground being beat over the back with metal rods by a group of 10 people.
Yeah.
No, that's not a fight. That is a beat. They were beating him. They were beating.
I'm not going to say that I agree with the officer being beat because I certainly don't. I'm not.
So then answer my question. If it wasn't to try to kill him, then why did he drive the stun gun into his neck?
How much time was he sentenced to?
10 years.
That's why he got the pardon. Because a standard assault on a police officer in the United States of America is constituted as a felony 4, which carries up to 18 months. Okay? So when you're talking about giving somebody 10 years in prison when they get a stun gun or a taser, granted, they shouldn't have taken it. He shouldn't have done what he did. He was wrong. But to take 10 years of their life for an incident that doesn't...
I think he should have gone to jail for life.
Oh, boy.
Also, this was a federal crime, right? And also, where did this crime occur? The Capitol. In furtherance of what? An attempted insurrection. It
wasn't an attempted insurrection.
Yes, it absolutely was. They tried to end the American democracy. Answer me this question. Answer me this question. Yes. Why were they chanting "Hang Mike Pence"?
I mean, because they didn't like the guy.
And why didn't they like the guy?
Because he was refusing to
do what?
To not certify.
Tina, thank you so much for the fucking hammer. So that's why it was an attempted insurrection. They were advocating for killing the guy who refused to not certify the election.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to clarify, if they wanted to kill a guy because he refused to throw out the results of the election, that means they wanted the results of the election to be thrown out, right?
They believe that the election was rigged.
Can you answer the question? Can we agree that they wanted the results of that election to be thrown out? Can we agree there?
Yes.
Okay, so they wanted the results of this election to get thrown out.
They wanted it, yeah.
So they're on the Capitol grounds trying to get into the Capitol. Officer Fanone is standing on the stairway at an entry trying to prevent people from entering. And we just got banned. We can't even talk about J6 anymore, man. Hey, Parker, you want to call me on misinformation? You want to call me on Discord?
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'm sorry, that's just crazy, bro. What the fuck?
It's fucked, dude. We're gonna go to give Parker a call on Discord. TikTok dropped. Yeah, I know. I know. We got banned for misinformation. Why do they do that to me, bro? Why? Why?
So, bro, what is going on?
It's fucked up, man. Like, I can't even talk about J6 anymore.
Like, what the fuck, dude? TikTok always just has these fucking issues, dude. It's so crazy. Are you contacting your contact at TikTok already?
Yeah, I'm just gonna first try to submit like an auto appeal.
Alrighty, hopefully that works, because that hasn't been working for me for a while. Oh, dude, that's so frustrating. I was getting flags all day. I was getting misinformation flags. I was getting hate speech, hateful behavior, harassment, and bullying. For like 60% of my stream, I was dealing with a limitation. I felt
Oh
like.
my god. Yeah, bro, I know. And now, inevitably, when that appeal gets approved or I get the account back, the push out is going to be fucked because we're going to be rolling off of a ban. Folks, so for everybody watching on YouTube, for the 6,000 people hanging out with us in here right now, that's how it goes, is when TikTok takes your account down, like they just took mine down, if you are able to get it reinstituted, like you get the appeal approved, TikTok essentially shadow bans you for like another 24 hours. It really sucks. And this is now like the second time this week that we've gotten a false flag for misinformation. So it looks like we will be spending a considerable amount of this week shadow banned.
That's so annoying.
I just don't think that we could talk about J6 at all. And I hate it. I hate that we can't talk about J6. I think that TikTok considers me saying that the J6 writers thought the election was stolen as me saying I believe that the election was stolen, right? Or me positing that it's a fact the election was stolen. When in all reality, none of those things are true. I'm just simply relaying what the J6ers thought. And by the way, like, I'm actively arguing against it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that it's taking you down for that. The thing is, I don't get banned for this. It like attacks you way more than it does anyone else, I feel like.
I know.
Like,
I
basic
just
stuff like that.
I see you talking about this in your stream all of the time. All of the time
That's
I
what
see
I'm
you talking
saying.
about this. But then for whatever reason, the moment I do, I get banned for it. This is my second time this week talking about January 6th, and therefore my second time this week getting a ban. So, I mean, I think, folks, just going forward, J6 is going to be like a restricted topic that we just simply can't discuss. And, I think that's really crazy because J6 marks one of the craziest things a president has ever done. Like, I should be able to talk about how President Trump tried to steal an election. I should absolutely
Yeah,
be
you
able to talk
definitely
about
should be
that.
able to talk about that.
Yeah, 110%. 110%. Well, while we're waiting on this appeal to come back in, I guess we'll go ahead and hop back into the debates on our second account on TikTok, DNC Dean. Man, fuck, guys. I don't have the energy for this today. I'm going to be honest. I don't have the energy for this today. Oh, wait, never mind. We just got the appeal approved on main. We're already back on.
He's like, we're back, everybody. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't have the fucking energy to do this today, bro. Now the rest of the stream is going to be killed. Legitimately, the rest of the stream.
Bro, watch this. Watch this. The algorithm's going to be crazy like you've never seen before.
No, bro. It's going to be cooked. That's just how it is, bro.
No, you know that it's going to be the best.
Oh my God.
We're going to manifest it, bro.
So true. We're just going to manifest it into existence. Quite frankly, we're going to manifest
We
it.
can just do that.
We're going to manifest it into existence. Hello, what's going on, everybody? Welcome in Devin, Lex, Fruit Fan, Lonnie. Welcome in Michaela, Izzy. Hello. We are back, guys. We just got a ban. We just got a week ban for misinformation. because we were talking about J6 and we got our stream false flagged. But guess what? We're back now because the appeal was automatically approved. They banned me for talking about J6 all the time. Frankly, I should probably just learn that it's something we can't talk about, which sucks. I mean, talk about restricting free speech, folks. But unfortunately now, like, our stream is going to have a permanent limitation on it for the next day or two. So, I mean, expect us to have a fraction of the viewership that we've had in the past, or at least like before we got banned. It makes no sense, dude. Makes no sense at all. Welcome back in, Parker. Hello, Parker. Hello, Parker.
What's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing? Back again on the TikTok stream. Hopefully you don't get banned. It's been a while since I've seen the stream go down like that. You know how it's like it gives you the flags and it will like prevent you from getting guests. It's been a while since I've seen the stream like shut off like that.
Yeah, that happened to me like a couple days ago. It's always when I'm talking about J6 as well. It's crazy. Hey, listen, for everybody who's tuning back in from that, we'll call it a restart, but I guess it was a ban. Guys, please, please, please help me out here by spamming the likes on that phone screen. Please help me out here by sharing out this live with a couple friends, reposting as well, saying hey in that chat. I would really appreciate it if as many of you guys could just engage with the live stream as possible so we could hopefully just try to get it to shoot back out through that For You page. I mean, the situation is fucked, okay? Getting banned for something we never did, and now we're gonna have to suffer the consequences of that, which will be like a temporary shadow ban on our account for the rest of today. The situation is fucked. The situation is fucked. And for everybody that's just tuning back in asking what happened, well, what happened is we got a week ban for misinformation. Now, we did get that appeal approved and the ban was lifted because there's nothing I said that was false. It just happens to be the case that whenever I talk about J6 in the 2020 election, TikTok takes me down because they think I'm making a claim that I'm not. They think like I'm saying that it was, you know, fill in the blank because I don't want to get another ban, when in all reality, that's not the case in the slightest. Hey, welcome in, Meg. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I sent you a message on Venmo.
Okay, Meg, I will check it out. I was actually going to get around to those right here in a moment. I was planning to do that, but then we got banned, so I'm just going to do that here in one moment, Meg. I appreciate you so much for the support. For everybody inside of the queue, please make sure that you only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks.
Yo, Dean, what's up, bro?
Howdy, howdy. Do you support Trump?
No, but I'll give you a...
Okay, I appreciate you, John. We are just looking for Trump supporters, so I hope you have a good rest of your day. Hey, over on Venmo, I appreciate you so much, Jaden, for the $5, who says, hey, Dean, loyal listener here. I got a glitch where it said I was blocked from your live, and I've been listening since you started. Oh, no, Jaden, yeah, no. We got taken down for misinformation, but we got the appeal approved, so we're back on now.
Yes, I support.
Okay, is there anywhere that you could go that's a little bit more quiet? It kind of sounds like you're in like a warehouse or something.
Okay, wait, disconnect me.
What's that?
Disconnect me.
Okay, yeah, well, feel free to re-request when you're in a place that's a little bit more quiet. Once again, for the first 6,000 people who were tuning back into that TikTok live stream, it's certainly good to see you all again. We got banned, but we are back now. But because of that ban, we're probably going to have a shadow ban on that live stream for the rest of the day. So I would really appreciate y'all's help in attempting to help us break out of that shadow ban so we could get the Trump supporters back in here to debate. What does that mean? You could really help us out here by double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live, spamming that comment section. It'll all really help us. Finn, do you support Trump? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to go to get that next guest up in here. Eden, thank you so much for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I made you and Parker and Tomodachi Life. You both hang out all the time. Thank you for everything that you do, man. I've heard about that game. Personally, I've never played it. I've heard about that. That's pretty funny. Appreciate you for the $10, Eden. Max, same thing to you. I appreciate you for the $10 as well. Thank you. And I just read your message. Know that I really appreciate you, Max. Let's get 100 Max W's down below. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah.
An audio?
20.
What year were you born in?
2004.
Well,
January.
okay. Yeah, you can't be. If you were born in January of 04, you'd be 22. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you're following our rules. Want to know what the rules are? Take a look at the middle of that phone screen. Couple people to thank here real quick. Serena, this was the very first donation of the day over on Venmo. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Serena. Let's get to it. Serena W's in that comment section. Serena with a 20 says for Momo and manifesting the stream goes well. Love ya. Serena sent that in an hour ago. She was the very first donor of the day. Serena, unfortunately, if you're still watching, things have not gone to plan. But thank Thank you. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you, Andrew. Thank you for the $10 who says, please consider this a down payment for the Dean phone. Yes, you will get the Dean phone right away. It's right around the corner. Right around the corner. Abby, thank you so much for the $10 dono on Venmo. And Jack, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jack. Shout out to Abby and her boyfriend, Jack. It is Jack's 24th birthday today. I wish you a very happy birthday. Hope you guys have fun. Fassi, thank you for the $11 who says, afternoon, Dean. Afternoon, Fassi. Appreciate you so much for that love and support. I appreciate you. And Megan, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, hey, Dean, I have a quick story about some Canadian gentlemen that I waited on during Masters Week. It involves the tariff war. Yeah, if you want to quickly share that, like in the comment section under that dono, feel free, Megan. I appreciate you for the $20. You were awesome. Quickly, we do have a couple people to thank over on PayPal. Riley, thank you for the $5. Huge shout out to you. Mara, thank you for the $24. Who says, don't be down about the restrictions. TikTok sucks. I'm not down. I'm just a little annoyed. Thank you for the $24, Amara. That is very, very kind of you. Huge shout out to Amara. I appreciate you for supporting me in the stream. R, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. R attached no message, just sent that love right on through. Know that I appreciate you, R. And Mike, thank you so much for the $20 as well, my friend, who says, a young guy joined Parker's live last Friday and spammed the N-word. I'm now talking to his chief at the fire department he works at. They think they're anonymous. Based! Yes! Let's go, Mike. Yes, I love that so much. Real world consequences. Okay, for real world actions. Okay, wow. Wow, Mike, you're an icon. Show some love to Mike in that chat. I wish I would have read that one off earlier. That is insane. That is huge. Katie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, hey, do you have any advice for voting on the midterms? Thank you for all that you do. My general advice would be to vote blue, but if you want to know specifically who to vote for, look for people who are willing to hold the Trump administration accountable. That is what we need. Look for people who are willing to uphold the rule of law, the Constitution, and are willing to fight for like what Americans actually need, like livable wages, lower prices for rent, groceries, gas, and houses. Okay, all of those things are very important. Harvey, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars on Super Chat who says TikTok sucks, man. True. Key, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat who says that last guest had the same conversation with Parker earlier. I think I've had the same conversation with him before. Well, we got him out of here. Well, because we got banned. Thank you for the $20 Key. Let's get 200 Key W's. And Bunny, thank you for the $10 who says your arguments finally helped me convince my mom that Trump is a rapist. Thank you, Dean. Well, thank you so much for getting out there and trying to change the minds of the Trump supporters in your own life. And I'm really happy to hear that what we talk about on this live stream was helpful to you in changing your mother's mind. I think that's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. That is huge, like genuinely huge. We are all caught up. I appreciate you guys so much for all that love and support. We're going to go and hop back into those debates. So only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Suzanne, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Suzanne, going once, going twice, banned and sold to the next guest. Moving on to Owen. Hey, Riley, thank you for the $10 on PayPal who says, Dean, have you ever considered going live on X? It's something that I've considered, but I honestly, I don't think I'd be able to stream it to TikTok.
You believe in Jesus Christ?
I appreciate you for the $10, Riley. Please do show some love to Riley down below in that comment section. Sorry, fetus. We're looking for adults. Okay, we got Noah loaded back up in. This guy was just in here saying that he was a Trump supporter, but then he left. Looks like maybe he's back now. Okay, it doesn't look like he's joining, so we'll also get somebody else up here. Folks, like I said, the push of today's live stream is going to be significantly limited because we just got a ban. The only thing that we could do about it would be to spam those likes, spam those shares, spam those comments. Okay, engage with the live in any way in which is possible. That'll help us fight against the shadow ban. Aaron, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I don't believe you. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Bunch of kids in the queue, guys. Bunch of kids in the queue. Olivia, thank you for the $4 on PayPal. Who says thank you for all that you do. You've helped educate me so much. That's awesome, Olivia. Appreciate you for the $4. You're awesome. Hey, Ken, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
22.
22? And what time is it, Ken?
56.
5:56? No, are you MAGA? Noah, your mic is muted.
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm like I said, I'm 20, but I was born in 2006.
Yeah, go ahead and take it away, you guys. Give us an argument while y'all support Trump. Oh, Ken's gone. Now it's just you, Noah. So, Noah, yeah, why do you support the most heinous president of your life?
So, can you...
Ooh. We can't hear you when you're in pause, Noah.
I'm sorry about that.
You're good.
Can you tell me why you support him?
I don't think that this is a 20-year-old. Sorry, Noah.
Wait,
I
no,
think
hear me out. Hear me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you are lying about your age. You are lying about your age.
What
Snow.
can I say? They're a fetus, okay?
Why do we have all these kids in the queue, dude? Every single guest has been a child. Sean, are you a child?
Everyone follow my account.
You learned after TPA.
Yes, TPA fanboy, TPA fanboy. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. Do follow the rules. Do follow the rules. Make sure you know them. Make sure you know them by heart, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Hi, Parker.
That guy's a troll. Moving on to the next guest. We got Dave loaded up in the box. Still looking for that first Trump supporter of the night, everybody. It doesn't look like there's too many of them left, folks. We are fighting thick and thin, trying to find one singular Trump supporter to come up here and give us an argument. If that's you, hop in the queue. Dave, are you MAGA?
Yo, Parker Dean, hit a blinker with me.
Alex, are you MAGA?
No!
Alex, are you MAGA?
No, fuck MAGA.
Oh, geez, guys. Yeah, we got a bunch of rule breakers today. Stop doing that. Only hop inside of the queue if you're following the rules, please. Still looking for the next guest, everybody. Hello. Is it? We got 2 people loaded up in here. I'm gonna call you K. K, do you support Trump?
Niggers.
Yeah, so they are definitely a Trump supporter, but we're gonna ban them very quickly for dropping the N word. A lot of Trump supporters are very racist. Glup Shitto, are you a Trump supporter? Glup Shitto's just simply not here. We're still looking for that first Trump supporter, everybody. I mean, I guess we did just find one, but instead of giving an argument, they just wanted to come up here and literally spam the N-word. That's MAGA for you, folks. They're a bunch of racist pigs. That's MAGA for you, folks. And, I mean, they'll tell you themselves. Okay, we got Zach loaded up in the box. Zach, welcome in.
Yo,
Do you
what's
support
up,
Trump?
dude? I do support Trump, dude.
And how old are you, Zach?
I'm 20 years old. Birthday May 27th, 2005.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump?
Support Trump because I hope you have a great day.
Are you
Wait,
leaving?
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
You said that you support Trump because you hope I have a great day. That doesn't make any sense, Zach.
Yeah, no, that was stupid. I don't want to troll. Sorry. All right, I heard you. I've been watching you for a minute, and you said that Trump went on was on an episode thing, and said that he liked watching naked girls in rooms.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
basically,
Yeah.
that thing. So
Yeah.
I grew up in a Fox home, and kind of not the best with everything, but I just feel like there's 2 evils: Biden, Kamala, and you have Trump. I just feel like it's not fair to say that either all 3 of them are necessarily good. From just if you were to watch Fox News, CNN, all that.
Okay, so what's the argument here? You support Trump because you thought that Harris was worse, even though Trump is bad?
Yeah.
Okay, so what has Harris done that's worse than rape or sexual exploitation?
I mean, did she not sleep her way to the top?
Well, even if she did, that wouldn't be worse than rape or sexual exploitation. In fact, we'd contain the system, and which ensures that women can only get promotions if they sleep with the men who could give them the promotions. But no, she didn't. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, Zach, what evidence do you have that actually occurred?
No, just CNN and Fox News said it.
Oh, Fox News said it, therefore it's true.
You just randomly are just saying something that you heard?
I'm not I'm just going off and basing off.
You're randomly saying something that you heard. You're not saying anything that you have any evidence for.
I mean, you could say that, but is that not every basic 20-year-old in 2026? How many
Does
people
that justify you doing it? So other people do things that are not justified or aren't actually looking for resources for. Therefore, I'm justified in doing that.
Also, when did Fox
Wait, Zach, if
News
everyone believed
say
the Earth
that?
is flat, would you?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
If everyone believed the Earth is flat, would you?
No, I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Perfect.
Okay,
I gotta
so
ask
then
you a
don't just
question.
believe what others do.
So you said that you heard this from CNN and Fox News. Okay, clearly CNN never said this. I don't think that Fox News said this either. Can you show me where Fox News said that Harris slept her way to the top? Because as far as I'm concerned, this is so severely mentally brain rotted that this isn't even something on Fox News. This is a Facebook meme that 60-year-olds would share around because they're misogynistic as shit. This is even below the bar for Fox, and that must mean it's pretty bad. Okay, because Fox has a really low bar.
That's literally in hell. At
Yeah.
that point, the bar is in
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah, I look. I
Yeah,
think he's.
Trump looked at a naked woman from an episode that's like on TV. Like, I'm just confused on like how that makes any sense. Like, you got it from an episode.
What do you want clarification on? I'm just confused on what you're asking.
Like, my big what do you
open... like? Wait, are you saying that like you doubt the validity of the claim that Donald Trump barged into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants because he said it on an episode of a radio show? Why does it matter where he said it? At the end of the day, he still said it.
No, I just don't think. I mean, like, I just don't think you hold the like same like truthability, if that's even a fucking word. My bad. But,
you need to say standard of evidence. I hold a different standard of evidence for Harris than I do Trump. No. If Harris admitted to sexual exploitation, I believe that Harris is guilty of sexual exploitation. Like, what?
Like, you don't believe... Sorry, hold on. Main thing is, like, you don't believe, though, that, like, the two sides are two evils, though? Like, you really don't believe that...
I think that one side is significantly better than the worst. I don't know why you're bringing this up, though. You seem to be pivoting. So, the first thing I'd like you to answer to is the fact that you said that you believe Kamala Harris has slept her way to the top, and when I asked you for evidence, you said it was on Fox News. Can you show me where even Fox News reported this? I think that you're lying. I don't think that Fox News reported this at all. Truthability is a funny word, by the way. Dude, these guests that we're getting today are really fucking intelligent. They are so fucking smart. Parker.
Dude, you always talk about it. Mondays are crazy, bro.
So true.
Wait,
hey,
Dean.
hi, Jazz. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I wrote a really good poem on feminism I want to read to you. Would that be okay?
Jazz, today we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. I bet that your poem is great. I bet that your poem is fantastic. 10 out of 10. I love that. Love that, Jazz. 10 out of 10. But we are just looking to debate Trump supporters today, and hope that you have a good rest of your day.
I was wrong.
Zach, were you able to find that article?
No, it was not. You got me.
Okay. So now you agree that you just straight up lied when you said that she slept her way to the top.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
But I mean,
yeah.
like, still.
Still what? Still what, Zach?
Still hear it though. Like, I just hear it everywhere.
Yeah,
like,
because
TikTok,
dumb people say dumb shit all the time.
Yeah, but like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's my like. The whole thing is like, you can have somebody come up here and say that, but like, that's basically how everybody gets their information.
No, that's how dumb people get their information, buddy. Listen,
but I know, but you like to say.
I want people to critically think. That's like that's the point of this platform, is to advocate for people to critically think in a way in which they're not already. Okay? I think it is a bad thing for you to randomly believe things because somebody on your fucking phone screen said them. It is a good thing to only believe in things when there's evidence for it to be true. Hey, Jazz, thank you so much for that, Galaxy.
Right,
very,
but
very
like, where does
Jazz.
most information come from, like, on the internet?
Most information on the internet? That's a very vague, elusive question that I don't understand, nor do I think it bears any relevance towards what I said, because what I'm saying here is that you should only believe things when there's sufficient evidence for them to be true. If somebody can communicate communicate information to you, and that communication of information also would include the communication of sufficient evidence to prove said claim to be true, then feel free to believe it. Okay, but like as it stands, like I don't know what the hell you're doing on this slide. Like I don't even know what you're arguing, dude. Like we're trying to determine why you support Trump as president, and now we're talking about how like you're vindicated and rightful in believing things with no evidence whatsoever.
No, like I wanna
like okay, how about this? What is one policy of Trump's that he's passed that you'd like?
Yeah, I guess I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. I couldn't tell you, but like on the first election,
bruh. Not doing it. Not doing it, bruh. Not doing it. I'm sorry. We have intelligence minimums here. But maybe that's a little bit weird. I don't think it's necessarily a lack of intelligence to that last guess. It could also just be a lack of information. We have an educational minimum here, especially for the debates. What I'd recommend to you, to that last guess, tune into the live stream, hear me out for what I have to say. Maybe I could inform you on some things you didn't know prior. Welcome in, Wyatt. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
It's another fetus. All the fetuses are, I guess, out to debate today. Why do all the fetuses want to debate? Bro, send your parents up.
Fetuses are more likely to send a guest request than a Trump supporter because Trump supporters are too scared to send guest requests.
So true. Hey, Tiffany, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, thank you for being my entertainment during chemo. Keep up the good work. Well, I'm happy that I could entertain you during chemo, but sorry to hear that you have to undergo chemo. I'd assume that's for cancer, Tiffany. I hope that you beat it, and I hope all is well. And thank you so much for the $10. What's up, Chris? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, Chris, that's terrible. Okay, let me thank 3 people. Then the mic and the floor are yours. Hey, thank you so much, Caroline, for the $10 on PayPal. I've not had a chance to look at that yet, Caroline, but thank you so much for the $10. You are awesome. If you are watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link to the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place. And right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Great way to ask a question or to get a message across. Sir, take it away. How the hell do you still support this terrible president?
Well, first of all, I support the leader of our country regardless of who it is, simply because at that point in time, they are representing us and our future. So I hope that they succeed regardless of who is in power.
Okay, so I just want to clarify
does that
here
make
that no, it doesn't. Are you saying that the founding fathers should have supported the King of Britain, of the UK or whatever?
Dude, what?
Should the founding fathers have supported the king from the UK because that was the current leader of the country?
No.
Oh, okay. So we shouldn't just support our leader because they're our leader.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is are you trying to start a new country? Are you trying to break away from the United States and form a new nation?
No, but what I am trying to show you is that it doesn't get any more American than not supporting your leader when they're doing something bad. Very similarly, if you really care about this country and what this country stands for,
let me clarify.
its constitution.
Just because I support someone doesn't mean I agree or back every single thing they do.
Well, when you support somebody, what does it mean? You think that they're either A, in consideration of all facts, making this country better, or B, in consideration of all facts, making this country better in respect to the other option, which would have been Kamala Harris.
So when I say I support Trump, what I mean is I will back some of the decisions that he's making, and I want to see him succeed.
Yeah, so what are some of the decisions that he's making that you back?
So I definitely back the decisions with the border. I back the decisions with abortion rights at the state level, not trying to enforce federal regulations at the state level.
Oh, why? I think that abortion should be federally protected. I don't think that women deserve less rights in Alabama compared to California. That's pretty fucked up.
It's not about rights. We're not.
Then what's it about?
So it's about less government restrictions.
Well, I mean, actually, yes. So a federal protection of access to abortion would lead to less government restrictions on abortion, since they can't restrict it due to the fact that it's federally protected.
It would lead to federal restrictions telling individual states what procedure or laws they have to follow, regardless of what their populace decides. That is what
they can't restrict. No, let me give you an argument to show you how this is paradoxical. So, if you want less government restrictions, you actually should support federal protections for abortion, because then that prevents state governments from restricting access to abortion. And if ultimately what you believe in is, well, you think that it should be legislated on the most local level as possible, i.e. you think it should be legislated on the state level compared to the federal level, well then why couldn't I just say that the county level is more local than the state level, therefore we should give it to the county, and the city level is more local than the county level, therefore we should give it to the city, and the neighborhood level is more local than the city level, therefore we should give it to the neighborhood, and the household level is more local than the neighborhood level, therefore we should give it to the households, and the individual level is more local than the household level, therefore we should give it to the individual. Okay, so it seems like if we want to localize abortion legislation as much as possible, the natural conclusion here would be to leave it to the individual. Now, what kind of policy and protections would be required in order to protect that virtue of leaving that decision to the individual? Well, that legislation would be federal policy to ensure that states can't take that decision away from them, increasing the size and reach of our government.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying in your perspective, but you're laying a foundation, and you're talking so fast that you want to run past all the assumptions and the accusations that you made. So I understand what you're saying, localized, and you keep digging down, trying to paint this picture that it's not realistic and it shouldn't hold as much weight. But the point is you're your household, your neighborhood are not organizations. They're not governments. They're not government regulated. I think, obviously, that if a local municipality, a city, if they wanted to pass a law that says in our area it is legal or illegal to do whatever, if they want to pass their own law, if it doesn't impose on someone else's rights, they should be able to do that.
So you just want government to be as local as possible, then give individuals self-governing autonomy.
What I'm saying is if a local government comes together and passes a law, that it should be respected because it's applying to them, and they're the ones that decide it.
Then why wouldn't you want it federally protected so that everyone can get it, and it's up to the person? And if you don't want one, don't get one. If you want one, get one.
Well, it's a little difficult for me in this topic because
you think abortion is a bad thing.
Yeah, because I see abortion as murder, like it's ending life.
But why do you think it's murder?
What do you mean?
Yeah, like why do you think it's murder?
Because it's a human that is getting terminated by someone else's free will.
So you just think that murder is ending human life?
I think murder is absolutely ending human life.
So doctors that pull the plugs on brain dead patients in the hospital, like they're basically
no, I
like
didn't
Nazis.
say all ending
because they're
human life
systemically
murder.
ending the human life of brain dead patients. Okay, well then why is it murder to end the human life of a
You can't do that with
fetus?
every statement. You can't do that. That is not what I said, and you know that's not what I meant.
Well,
not
if,
every
if your
ending
moral
human
principle
life is murder.
Well, if your moral
No,
principle is not that ending every human life would be an example of murder, then you can't say that it's murder to kill the fetus because it's ending a human life.
But fair. It's ending human life because of someone's personal perspective or desire. There's no risk. In most cases, it's not because of a risk to someone else's life. It's not because of anything else but what someone wants, the ideal future that they want to have.
Okay.
Like,
so if my mother becomes brain dead, permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function, but she's biologically kept alive by artificial life support. All right, and it is my personal desire to cut her off of that life support and have her life terminated. And of course, I'd have the legal right to do this, so then a doctor does do this. Okay, am I and that doctor culpable for murder?
it's totally different scenario.
But you told me specifically what would make it murder to end the life of a fetus.
No, when I
is
say
that
a
it
statement,
is
Dean,
that
it's not
ultimately
all-inclusive.
the reasons why we're ending the life of that fetus would be a personal desire. So essentially, you're telling us that it is murder to end a human life when there's no greater reason to do so outside of personal desire. Well, in this scenario of a brain dead patient, my mom being taken off of life support, then dying, okay, her life is being ended for no greater reason than my own personal desire, yet you don't think it's murder. So you seem to be failing to come up with a cogent position to reasonably argue why abortion is murder. And I think
That's because
the reason why you're coming
pick-
up with a cogent position in order to do so is because there's not a cogent position in order to do so. There's no reason why we should consider abortion to be murder, because I don't think that our values is innately intrinsically rooted
good
within
understanding,
our
or you just wanna get
DNA
up
or
here
our
and
species.
ramble on
And ultimately, I think that our moral
you're so
value, which
deep.
would make it murder to end one of
Just
our
talk and
lives,
talk and
would be
talk.
rooted within something such as sentience, which are subjective experiences
Yes.
that allow
All
us to
hail
subjectively
Dean,
experience
the
the
big
world
word
around us.
master.
And see, the thing is that fetuses don't gain the ability to deploy those first-person subjective experiences until around 20 through 24 weeks. So before that point in utero, I just don't think that fetus's life is morally valuable, and I'm going to give much more credence to the desire of a woman or girl to terminate that pregnancy than I would give to any value rooted within the life of the unborn.
Chris, do his big words scare you?
No, not at all. But what it is it's a bully tactic that you guys do to everyone on here. Every time somebody's trying to be authentic and have a conversation, you're not so bad, Parker. I'll watch you a little bit more because you're a little bit more respectful. But Dean, you're vicious and it's not helpful. All you're doing is getting up here and trying to showboat and like
I've
make
actually
yourself
been
feel
incredibly
good.
respectful. I've been incredibly respectful this conversation.
I'm talking about in general, the way you conduct yourself on a daily basis.
So you're
the way
talking
you
about the
talk-
way that I talk to other people outside of you?
the way you talk to people in general. Yeah, like you ask me a question, and then when I'm in the middle of trying to formulate my thoughts, you pick off a little piece of it to try to discredit it instead of honestly understanding my perspective or what I'm trying to say.
I think that you're just mad at me for proving you wrong.
No,
If I had to take a gamble.
You absolutely didn't prove me wrong, and I'm not mad.
Okay. I'd say that I did prove you wrong because I effectively demonstrated there to be no good reason to
You
believe that it's murder to
effectively
kill a
didn't even
fetus
let
from
me
your
finish my perspective.
And then I
You
gave my
proved
own
a
position
sentence.
in which like described why we can't identify any good reason to consider abortion
Dean,
to be
you
murder
took
by
me
bringing in
trying
the
to explain
concept that maybe
something
what we value is
as
not
a
the
conclusive perspective,
species
and then proved it
of
wrong.
a fetus, but rather the traits in which a fetus would have, like the ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences.
You hear what I'm saying, or no?
No, because I was speaking and you spoke over me, and I just simply tuned you out.
You asked me if I was mad because you proved me wrong, right? Right?
Yes.
Or wrong? Okay. So let me explain. You asked me a question, right? And in the middle of me trying to formulate my thoughts, because I'm not as sharp as you, I don't have this all, rehearsed and practiced so that I can respond. This is not what I do for a living, okay? You take part of what I'm trying to say as if it's a conclusive argument, and then you discredit it because it's not conclusive. And you take it as if it's a black and white, like, set in stone perspective that's supposed to encompass my whole perspective and argument. That's not how it works. I'm not saying because...
So what should I do then? Because it just seems like you think I'm doing something
me-
wrong by giving
you
counter
should let me
arguments to
finish.
positions. So what do you have to say that you're begging me to allow you to finish saying? What is it?
See what I'm saying? I'm begging you.
Yeah, you just completely morph the conversation into one about your critiques of me and my character compared to an abortion about debate. So yeah, begging me.
No,
so
we
go
were,
ahead,
we were
say what
talking
you need to
about
say.
how
Let's hear it.
Abortion was murder, and we were trying to lay out the facts that why it's murder. And whenever I say one of the descriptors, you go off on a tangent disproving it, right? You don't let me paint the full perspective at
So
why
paint
how
the
it's
full
different
perspective.
than a brain dead person.
So
or
just
how
paint the
it
full
is-
perspective, please.
Okay. So the full perspective is whenever you have an abortion, you are terminating someone's life by your own free will, just regardless of the circumstances, right? Now, if a mother is at risk of dying, there's extenuating circumstances. There's reason to justify ending someone else's life. But it's not the same as someone that's in their deathbed, that's brain dead, that's never going to have a quality of life. It's totally different because you can almost certainly expect that person would have a fully productive, normal quality of life. The only justification you have for it is by trying to dehumanize the fetus, if you want to call it that, so that it no longer becomes a moral issue. It's not a person. But the truth is if it's not, then I don't know what it is. But it is, and it's expected to have a normal life, and people terminate it. Why?
Chris, can I ask you a question? Do you think that like medical death happens at the point of sentient death or brain death?
I don't think he even knows what that means.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then you would think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead, right?
I mean, to be fair to what Chris just said, he
No.
seems to be like giving the view that the reason why it's murder to kill a fetus has something to do with like the fetus's future.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if
Chris,
someone,
do you
if
care about
someone's
just a
brain
future
dead-
alone, or do you care about something having to be established before?
Definitely not something having to be established before. It's the potential there. But if someone's brain dead, right, and their brain doesn't function, there is no quality of life. There is no, like you said, sentient, and there's no potential for it. It's not the
Okay,
same as
so
something
can I
that's
ask you
in
a
the
question?
process of developing.
Okay, so if someone's using an IUD not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, and in some instances, it would kill a fertilized egg. In those instances, would the person using the IUD be a murderer under your own definition?
I mean, basically, yeah.
Okay, so do you think that they should go to prison?
No. See, that's the extreme circumstances. So I think it is wrong because of that. So I wouldn't use the IUD in my family or teach my children to. But
Do you think it should be illegal to use an IUD?
I don't think it should be promoted. That's for sure. But what I'm saying is it's different when you intentionally, on purpose, go out and end human life the people are
I
that
disagree.
use that. You think? Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, I don't think there's a difference at all between the culpability that under your view there would be for a woman with an IUD that's sexually active killing a zygote and like me like literally shooting somebody in the back of the head, or under your view like a woman getting an abortion. The reason why I'd argue that the same level of culpability exists in both circumstances is because the woman knows that the IUD can possibly lead to this outcome, yet still chooses to engage in the action of consensual sex. So, if engaged in that action of consensual sex, it yields that outcome of the IUD killing the zygote, she's totally culpable for the murder. Now, you might say in response, well, Dean, the difference is that there's not certainty that IUD will kill a zygote every time you engage in sex. And I say, sure, maybe there's just a low level of possibility. But given that possibility occurs, she's just as culpable for murder as anybody else under your view. Like, imagine if I had a gun in my hand and it was loaded with a bullet and I shot it at the wall beside me. Now, keep in mind, this wall beside me points to the outside of my house. There's a road in a neighborhood. Now, there's probably just a low-level possibility that if I were to shoot that gun through that wall, it'd hit and kill somebody on the other side. Because most of the outside space is, you know, the air, trees, a pond, roads, so on and so forth. But given that I do shoot this gun through this wall next to me, and it does kill my neighbor, I would what? Be culpable for murder, even though the possibility of that outcome occurring was incredibly low.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that perspective, and I get what you're saying, right? That if the logic holds, then yeah, you're saying if they used IUD, they would be culpable for murder, right? Just like you said, if you accidentally shoot and kill someone, you're responsible for it. So
not accidentally, I intentionally pulled that trigger, just like women with IUDs that know that they could kill zygotes intentionally have sex.
In most cases, right, there's always the weird, the oddities, right? Like I accidentally fired my weapon because I wasn't handling it.
The analogy is that you'd be intentionally
no, I got
firing
you.
there. Got it.
So you think that it's because it's what not born, that it's not human? Help me understand here.
I'll share you my position with you in a minute, but we're not done investigating your view yet. So just to like clarify, you do think women who are sexually active on some forms of birth control are murderers, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, do you understand that that's fucking nuts?
Yeah. Yep, I understand.
Okay, so if you understand that an outcome of your view is fucking insane, then your view is fucking insane.
My view is insane, but it's still my view, and it's the view of a lot of people that if you intentionally end human life, then that's murder.
Yeah,
like
even when that human life is a unicellular organism. That's
All
nuts.
right, Dean. I'm gonna get off for today. Thank you, man. I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, Parker. It's
Peace out, everyone.
great. Thank you so much for
So
being
Have
here.
a good stream.
Because that's
let's
nuts.
hear-
Like, okay, listen.
let's hear when
I
it's
think
okay to kill-
I think that we should endorse a view, okay, that explains why it's not murder to kill unicellular organisms, right? Could we like agree
You keep
that if
saying
there's
unicellular organisms, but most abortions are not unicellular organisms.
we're not talking about what most abortions are. We're talking about what your view implies, is that it would be
Well, my
murder
view-
to kill a
my
unicellular organism,
original
that
statement
unicellular
was-
organism being a zygote.
My original statement was I support Trump leaving abortion rights to the states because it allows certain states to restrict them. I don't believe in abortion. I believe abortion is murder.
The reason why I don't think that abortion should be left up to the state is because I think that human rights should be protected by the federal government. I think it is a human rights violation to infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy when you don't have good enough reason to do so. An example of infringing upon somebody's bodily autonomy without good enough reason to do so would be kidnapping, would be enslavement, would be torture. Okay? Right? Very similarly, if there's no good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy and prevent them from accessing abortion because abortion's not wrong, then that itself would also be a human rights violation. And because that's a human rights violation and human rights should be protected by the state, by the federal government, then a woman's access to abortion should be protected by the federal government.
So what about the child's right to life? When does that right kick in under your perspective?
I think that you get the moral right to life at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks, which is pretty late in the third trimester.
So how do you determine that?
Because that's when neuroscientists thinks that fetuses gain the ability to deploy like sentience. Which sentience is just first-person subjective experiences. Think consciousness.
So you think that that a child doesn't have the right to life until a certain gestational period because they
Yes.
should have consciousness by that point, right?
No, they gain the right to life
Hypothetically.
when they do deploy low levels of consciousness. Okay, and that happens at
So how
around
do
the
you
20 to
determine-
24 week point.
If it's,
Oh, buddy.
if a woman is pregnant, if you want to-
My friend, you were lagging out really, really badly. Do you want to
I
repeat
said,
that, Chris?
If a woman, yeah, if a mother is wanting to have an abortion, how do you determine if in her specific situation her child has developed sentience?
Well, according
How do
to
you
the
determine
doctors, the thymocortical connections to the prefrontal cortex.
You're gonna check that before you do the abortion? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Oh, so now you're asking about my pragmatic view, which would be, well, what do I think should be enforced in law? No, I don't even think that we should check for that because I think that abortion should be legal all 9 months.
So you think that I thought you just said that the baby should have human rights and their
Yes.
life should be protected.
Yeah, there's a difference between my moral view and my legal view.
So you think it should be legal for a mother to terminate a baby that has human rights that are protected under the law?
Yeah,
Now, how does that make sense?
because there are not really elective, lethal abortions in the 3rd trimester. I've been debating abortion for 4 or 5 years now. I haven't been able to find one case. But what we do see when we do ban abortion, especially in the 2nd and the 3rd trimester, is that because the elective abortion is illegal, ultimately the doctors will wait until a woman is on the edge of death to perform a life-saving abortion, or they won't perform it at all and the woman will die. So yeah, I morally agree with you that elective lethal abortions in the 3rd trimester are murder. But because we don't see elective lethal abortions, we only see women dying because of abortion bans, I think it should be legal. Because ultimately, well, what's the point of legislation? To make outcomes for society better. And I think that legislation barring access to abortion in that 3rd trimester makes outcomes for society worse. Maybe if there was more women getting elective lethal abortions in that 3rd trimester, a ban would make sense. But because there's not, it makes society worse because it just ends up killing women.
Wait, so you're saying that there's not elective lethal abortions in the last trimester?
I've never been able to find one. Doctors just won't even perform them, dude. And that's kind of what I want. In that 3rd trimester, super late term, even when elective abortions are legal, doctors won't perform them because they're immoral. And I think that's something that a vast majority of people agree to, right? Including the consensus of doctors, right? And that's kind of what I want. I would prefer that doctors, aren't fucking killing fetuses at 37 gestational weeks, yet it stays legal. So then if you have a woman come in that needs a life-saving abortion at 37 weeks and she's going to die if she doesn't get it, the doctors don't hesitate to perform the operation.
Wait, so just to clarify, when you say life-saving abortion, in no shape or form do I have the perspective, or would I ever advocate for that being illegal? A life-saving abortion should be legal and performed in any situation because
I understand that. But just typically the legislation in these red states that will ban abortion in all circumstances except for those that are life-saving don't leave that discretion to the doctors. They leave that discretion to the legislators. So then doctors feel as if maybe in accordance with the legislator's discretion, what the doctors considered to be a life-saving abortion would not be legally considered to be one, and then they get fucked. They lose their job and they go to jail.
Yeah, well, that is what should be legislated or should be decided upon on the federal level, right?
Is where we ultimately leave it to the doctor's discretion?
No, what constitutes and what classifies as a life-saving abortion? That shouldn't be that hard to determine.
I think that we should just and I think that question should be left up to the doctors. So let's just leave it to the doctor's discretion. I'm fine with that.
The doctors should be able to put that in writing and everyone agree that that makes sense. That those are life-saving abortions, and then that would just solve all.
So you agree with leaving it to the doctor's discretion?
I agree to not preventing life-saving abortions, right?
Okay, so yeah, and that's why I hold onto my pragmatic view
But-
that abortion should be legal in the third term, because
But why-
abortion bans
why
in the
would
third term prevent life-saving abortions, and that's like,
Why-
and that's
why
not
would it
like,
need to be?
and that's not like a debate claim. Okay, that's like an empirical fact. Like since
What I'm
Roe v.
saying-
Wade was overturned, and we've watched red states implement abortion restrictions, we have seen women die because the doctors were too scared to perform life-saving
That's
abortions on them.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous, Dean. I agree on that.
Well, that's just the
It
nature of
should- it should
abortion
be-
bans. That's just what
it should be-
happens.
So what needs to happen is the doctors, the professionals, they need to get together and describe what constitutes life-saving abortion, and that needs to be protected federally. And then it's solved. It's done. It's protected. Anybody can have a life-saving abortion, no matter where you're at, what's going on, because that's justified and it's in the law. That doesn't mean you have to permit abortion for any and every nuance that someone just decides that their life's going to be better because of it. It's totally different.
Well,
scenario.
this all started from you asking me about my view and why I think that abortion should be legal
I
in
can't
9
hear
months.
you. Hold on.
Oh my god. This all started from you asking me about my pragmatic view, why I think that abortion should be legal all 9 months.
Say that again, Dean.
This all started from you asking me about my pragmatic view and why I think that abortion should be legal all 9 months, and that's to save
Yeah.
the lives of women.
Yeah, and that makes sense. But it's still, if you go back to the fallacy, because you said that the children's lives should be protected when they become sentient, how can you have a legal protection?
Oh
for
no,
the
I
child?
said the right to life. That's a moral protection. I guess it's a moral right more so.
So you're saying that they shouldn't have the human rights that you're
No,
advocating
that would be a
for?
human right. I'm just saying that like the state shouldn't protect that human right.
You're saying the state shouldn't protect it?
Yeah, because women don't get those abortions in the third term. Like if they
I'm-
do get an abortion, it's by the way, it's birth, because you could just like
Well-
induce labor after the point of viability.
But what I'm saying is we keep flipping between like moral perspectives and then law and legal views.
Yeah,
If
because you asked me about my moral perspective.
Yeah,
I told
I
you
know.
that my moral perspective dictates that the life of a fetus doesn't have the right to life until around 20 through 24 weeks. And then you asked me about my legal perspective, and my legal perspective is, although it gains the moral right to life at that point, still yet abortion should be legal all 9 months, because in that third trimester, women simply do not get elective lethal abortions. If they get abortions at all, in elective circumstances, they're non-lethal, i.e. the induction of labor or C-section. And when we implement abortion bans in that third trimester, well, it ends up just killing women. It doesn't like protect the lives of more fetuses.
But you're explaining like an emotional perspective based on like
What's emotional about my pragmatic? There's nothing emotional about it at all. It's just simply what view will save more lives. Okay? Yeah, in the view that we will allow access to abortion in the third trimester ends up saving more lives, even in consideration to the fetus. It does.
Right.
Because women
So-
don't get elective lethal abortions in the third trimester. Prove me
I
wrong
hear
by
you.
giving me like more than one circumstance of it ever happening.
Yeah, I haven't studied it. I can't do that. So I can't argue with your pragmatic perspective, but I still can't understand how your legal perspective holds.
That
You're
my
saying
pragmatic perspective is my legal perspective. So you seem to be arguing with my legal perspective, with my pragmatic perspective.
how can you
Oh my God.
argue for protecting human rights and then say that human rights shouldn't be protected even when the baby
because ultimately leaving abortion legal all 9 months protects more human rights than restricting abortion access all 9 months, or even just restricting abortion access in the third trimester.
But now you're saying that the majority should be protected over the minority, right? Like
I'm saying if we have two options in front of us, and option number 1 violates more human rights than option number 2, then we should go with option number 2, even if option number 2 still violates some human rights.
So why wouldn't we go with option number 3, like I said, and protect all life-saving abortions and all children that aren't threatening the mother's life? What's so complicated with that?
Okay. So, I mean, because I disagree with you saying that banning elective abortions protects human rights, because I don't think that does in any sense, because I think that elective abortions are permissible prior to 20 through 24 weeks. And then B, okay, well, it's because I think the only way to truly leave it up to the discretion of the doctor, okay, to perform a life-saving abortion in the third trimester is if we impose zero legal restrictions whatsoever.
That doesn't hold up, Dean. I understand what you're saying. It doesn't happen a lot. There's not a lot of statistics for it, but if
Show
it
me,
does,
give me a case of an elective lethal abortion happening in the third trimester. Show me.
I don't have the documents, but you can't
All right, bro,
begin
yeah.
to say and think that no one has done that, and no one does that.
I've literally never seen a single case. And if you want to know like why we haven't seen a single case, it's because like no doctor will perform it. Right? Because that's essentially newborn. Like doctors don't want to just kill newborns. That's fucked.
Have you seen the abortion videos online where they're doing one? Like
Yeah, I have.
I forget what it's called. I don't know what gestational period they are, but they look just like the little baby I put in my arms 3 months ago when she was born.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that they're not, because they don't have sentience. It's just a clump of cells. I don't care about it. I don't
But
give it
you're
the right to
saying
life.
even once they have sentience, they shouldn't be protected because.
Oh my God, bro, you were,
Makes more sense.
dude. Because when we do give legal protections, okay, to the fetus after sentience, then women die.
No,
When we do not give legal protections to fetuses after sentience, fetuses
babies
do not die, but women live.
I hear what you're saying.
Like that, dude. I'm not going to go through this again with you. Like we're just going in a circle because you are just failing to understand reality. It's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. We ban abortion in the third trimester. Women die because doctors too scared to perform life-saving abortions because it's not up to their discretions. We
Show me
don't
those
ban
cases.
abortions, one moment, in the third trimester. Fetuses don't die because women don't want elective lethal abortions in the third trimester. And even if they do, their doctor will not fucking perform it because then that doctor would basically be killing a newborn.
So, but that sounds like, trust me, bro. Like when I was talking about late term abortions, you're saying show me. So show me all these multitude of cases of women dying and because they can't have an abortion.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify. I find it really interesting that you're the one asking me for a source for the claim that I've made when I've been attempting to ask you for a source for the claim that you've upheld that women are getting elective lethal abortions
No, I
in the
didn't
third
claim
trimester
they
for the
are.
last 20 minutes, and you've not been able to demonstrate a single claim for that to be
Absolutely
true.
not. And you know that's not the perspective that I gave you. I didn't say that I have sources. What I'm saying is if you believe in protecting the human rights, then the children should have rights protected. You came with the claim that they don't happen.
Yeah, perfect.
You should be
So
the one that-
I'll give you a source right here.
You should be
If you
the
go
one
to
that
Google,
has
you
to
type in
support the claim,
pro
but it doesn't
publica.
happen.
That is PROPUBLICA. You type in under Georgia's abortion ban. She died after delayed care. It'll actually go over how 2 women in Georgia died after they couldn't access their abortions in a timely manner because of the state's legislation. You could also find, let's see here, JOSSELA, Joss Ellie Barnica, who died in Texas. She died after waiting 40 hours for medical intervention using a miscarriage, as doctors waited until the fetus no longer had a heartbeat. Basically, the fetus was dying, and the dying fetus was killing the mother. But because the fetus had legal protections, okay, ultimately, they had to wait until the fetus to die to save the mother. But that didn't happen in time, so then the mother died. You had Nevaeh Crane, who died in Texas in 2024, who was an 18-year-old who died after visiting an emergency room 3 times, with doctors failing to treat her worsening condition, ultimately being caused by her pregnancy due to the fact that the fetus had legal protections. You had Portia Inn, who also died in Texas in that same year, who died after not getting a D&C, which is just, a form of an abortion procedure, because a hospital refused to approve it due to the fact that that fetus had legal protections. You had Terria Walker, who also died in Texas in 2024, who died after being denied an abortion for high-risk preeclampsia because the doctors were too scared to perform it due to the fact that under Texas state law, that fetus had legal protections. You have Amber Nicole Thurman and Candy Miller in Georgia from 2022, and they were actually 2 of the first deaths officially deemed as preventable by a state committee after reviewing pregnancy-related deaths following Roe v. Wade getting overturned. In Texas, there's been a 50% increase in sepsis rates during second trimester hospitalizations following the state's 6-week abortion ban. The mortality rate for pregnant women has increased in Texas since Roe v. Wade was overturned, and then they implemented abortion bans because doctors are now too scared to perform life-saving abortions. And these are just some of the stories. These pop up all over the country because doctors are simply too scared.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and that is tragic. That should not happen. Those doctors should be held responsible for malpractice. I do find it hard to just take it at its word on a lot of those sources, because the articles and the documents, they're literally created and published by the same people that advocate for the abortion rights. They search and find every, just like the Republicans do. They find every little thing that they can and try to misrepresent it to the extreme.
Anybody who would report this information would advocate for abortion rights because they are reporting that information. Yeah, like if you're like going to be like garnering statistics about how women die when they don't have access to abortion, then like you will probably think that women should have access to abortion then. Like, oh my God, all these institutions that report about all these women dying think these women shouldn't die? Okay. Yeah. But ultimately, they're just statistics. Like, you could just deny them with no good reason all you want because you're an idiot. But, I mean, you're just that, an idiot. You were just willfully writing off, okay, legitimate circumstances of women and girls dying, okay, because you're a dumbass.
See, that's why I said you, sir, you have a horrible personality. Like,
oh, I'm sorry for being honest to you.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to you the same way you're treating women. Honestly, I should talk to you a little bit more mean.
Did you
if
not
that
hear
was
what
the
I
case.
said? I said that is absolutely abhorrent, and those doctors should be held responsible.
Oh, but then you
don't
say
get to
I don't
sit
really
here
know how
and
factual
say-
they are. Oh, I don't really know how
No,
factual
I don't know
they
how
are.
factual the articles that you're pulling up are. Not.
I know,
the statistics.
because you just automatically dispute them because they contradict your worldview. I feel like people do that all the time. That's going to be an
I
example of
dispute
cognitive
everything.
bias.
I dispute everything.
Okay, so now I've given you data. What now?
You give me data, right, that says that women died more because abortions are restricted.
Significantly more,
Right?
yeah. I gave you like specific examples of specific women too. Yeah.
You did. But the doctors had every right.
Hello? Hello? Where'd he go? Is he gone? Where'd he go? Do you guys hear him? No.
Hello?
There you go. You're back, Chris.
So, the doctors in those areas had every legal right to perform the life-saving abortions.
Well,
Right?
they didn't recognize that until after the fact.
What-
Right,
it's-
because
that
because
makes-
you'll
that makes
because see that
them
this is the
responsible.
this is the paradox that causes these issues to occur in the first place. Okay, once the woman dies from the pregnancy, okay, well then in retrospect the doctor had every legal right to perform the abortion because she did inevitably die from the pregnancy. Therefore, it's an irrefutable fact that her pregnancy
Yeah, I
was
don't know what's
life-threatening.
going on, but you're
before
froze.
the woman dies from the pregnancy, okay, it's not as cut and dry. It's not as black and white, and it's not as obvious. Hello? Are you gagged, Chris? I guess Chris is just gagged.
The doc.
Okay, yeah, you sit on that. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, folks. Here we go. Yeah, that conversation was just getting a bit repetitive. Like, we were going in circles for, like, what? Like 30 minutes? 30 minutes before, like, I just gave up? that was fucking annoying, bro. So that's why I hate it. That's why I hate it when, like, Trump supporters ask me about my legal view on abortion. It's because, like, it takes a little bit of critical thought. And you definitely have to put logic above emotions. Like, that's definitely a necessity. You ought put logic above emotions in that conversation. And I think that's something that's really difficult for Trump supporters to do. What's up, fucker? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you?
Man, that's gross, dude. You gotta stop supporting the rapists, please. The rapists shouldn't be in positions of power, man.
Where's the proof of that?
Somebody in the chat said, "What's your problem?" I guess I did kind of come off a little strong there. Yeah, sure. Ruling of a court. A court determined in 2023 that I raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll.
So how much money was she looking for there?
I think that she is going to get $4 million for the rape, and then $82 million for the defamation.
Well, good for her. I mean,
yeah, I know, right? I agree.
Why wasn't it criminally charged then?
Because she couldn't pursue criminal charges due to the statute of limitations.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't criminally charged.
Right.
So that's the end of the story, right?
Why is that the end of the story? What a dumb
She was
statement.
just looking for money. Why didn't she do it before?
Why didn't she do it before? Well, I mean, according to RAIN.org, only around 2% of rapists are ever held fully accountable in the eyes of the law, and only around, and on top of that, 60% of women who are raped never reported to the authorities in their lifetime. So I don't understand why we'd sit here and victim blame a woman who waited 23 years. But predominantly the reason why she waited so long has to do with the negative outcomes of rape culture. Rape culture blames victims for being publicly outspoken about the fact that they were raped. Rape culture punishes victims for being publicly outspoken about the fact that they were raped. I mean, E. Jean Carroll is actually a great example of this. Okay, she publicly accused Donald Trump of raping her and then was able to prove it in a court of law. And then she got fired from her job, and now she's a demonized monolith of the left that's hated on by every man with half a brain. I mean, it's disgusting, and unfortunately, this is just the real-world outcome of such culture. Maybe if this culture and its outcome was exclusive to E. Jean Carroll, i.e. E. Jean Carroll's the only woman that has ever waited 23 years to come out about rape, I'd understand what you're getting at here. But she's not, the one going against the grain. In fact, women who report rape right after getting raped are the ones going against the grain. Most never report or wait years.
It's like, so do you admit that women do make it up for money?
Do I admit that women make it up for money? I admit that maybe what? 1% of rape accusations are made up for money. 1%. I mean, I think that the official statistics are around 6 to 8% of rape accusations on their face value are false. And then that number would slim even more so when they take it to court. Because what you're forgetting here is in order to get money from a civil court, you have to prove that the rape occurred. And see, that's something that false accusers really struggle with. If you're falsely accusing somebody of rape, it's pretty hard to prove that they raped you.
Yeah. Well, who was that baseball pitcher that pitched in the Dodgers? He got accused, and it ruined his whole career. He's still trying to come back. I forget his name now.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, I forget his name. I have to look it up. I don't have all these devices.
Okay, so your claim is that it never happened and she did it for money. So what is one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Trevor Bauer.
So what is one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
I don't know.
Dude,
I've never studied
you're a part of the problem. You're legitimately a part of the problem. Like, you're positing here that she's a liar, she's crazy, she did it for money, it never happened, yet you don't even know the evidence that she gave the court to prove that it occurred. You're part of the problem. You automatically discount, a victim claiming of getting raped. Okay, even when they have evidence for it, you don't even look at the evidence. Without even looking at her evidence for the claim, you just automatically discount her and call her a liar. You're part of the problem.
Well, it was just a he said, she said thing, wasn't it?
Well, how do you know that? You just told us you haven't looked at the evidence.
Because that's all it was.
Well, how do you know that's all it was? Once again, you just told us that you have never looked at the evidence.
I saw he said, she said, basically.
Well, just 3 seconds ago, you told us that you've seen nothing.
All exactly. How many years ago was this?
You just told us that you've seen nothing because you've never looked into the evidence.
And I looked at it back then. How many years ago was it?
That court case concluded in 2023.
I wanted to talk about the IUDs.
Ryan, thank you so much for the gym gun. You wanted to talk about IUDs.
Yeah.
Okay, what does IUD stand for?
Actually, I don't know that. I know what it is, though.
Okay.
I know what they are.
Okay. Yeah.
I know it's a spermicide.
Yeah. See, this is the issue. This is the issue. Men don't even know what IUD stands for. Wants to talk about IUDs.
Yeah, I have no idea what it stands for, but I know what they do. I've known about them forever.
So what do you want to talk about to do with IUDs? Keep in mind the topic of the live is why you support Trump.
It prevents the whole pregnancy, like before it even begins. So
in some cases, yes. In other cases, no.
In what case? How would you know the difference?
Well, because it says it on like the label of the IUD. There's two main functions. The first main function is to prevent conception as a whole. The second function is if it can't prevent conception as a whole and conception occurs, to then prevent the implantation of the now conceived zygote into the uterine lining.
Yeah.
It says
There's
it
nothing
like
wrong with
on the
using that.
package of the IUD, by the way.
Well, there's nothing wrong with using that.
Okay, all right. Let's go back to
There's-
Trump. This is a really weird detour.
Well, you were talking heavily on this. I mean,
Right.
That's-
So I'm going to go back to my question. Do you think that if somebody engages in sexual violence once, that they're more likely to do so again in the future?
probably, yeah.
Okay, so because Donald Trump engaged in sexual violence a hell of a lot in the 90s and early 2000s by barging into the dressing rooms of the naked women and girls that would compete at his shows, it would make him more likely to have like genuinely raped E. Jean Carroll, right?
He owned those. What were they? Contests or whatever. What were those? Is that where he says he just walks in and they're naked and stuff?
Yeah, super
Is that
gross.
what
I
you're
mean, it's
talking about?
sexually violating. Yeah, you can't just like barge into a private woman's dressing room and look at them in the nude.
Did he say that on Howard Stern?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. See, that's kind of. We don't even know if he actually did that because he's just talking like a man on there.
Talking like a man. Can you point me towards any other man who
Stern
went on
tries to
Howard
get
Stern?
you to say-
Can you point me towards any other man who ever
Like he
went on a
said,
Howard
locker
Stern
room
radio
talk.
show? One moment. I'm asking you a question. Listen to what the real man here is saying. Point me towards any other man who went on the Howard Stern radio show and claimed to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality we know they're innocent.
I don't know what situation, but
Right, it never
there's been a
fucking
lot of-
happens because that's just something that people don't do. People don't claim to have engaged in sexual violence unless they actually did it. Right? And
Well,
I mean,
Stern-
even Howard
Stern
Stern,
probably
even Howard Stern was like caught off guard when Trump said this, because Howard
Stern
Stern was
said
just
some terrible
asking him.
things.
Listen, Howard Stern was just asking Trump about the sexual things that he'd do with his beauty pageant contestants. He was like asking Trump if he'd like consensually have sex with the women. But then Donald Trump said, "No, I'll tell you what I do is I will fucking sexually violate them. I'll sexually exploit them." And then even Howard Stern was like, "Wait, so Trump, have you actually done this?" And then Trump was like, yeah, here's what I actually do.
I had to hear the clip again. So he just says but I thought he just says he walks in and they're naked. And some of them might be naked. I don't
Yeah.
even know if he said naked.
He said no
Did he?
clothes. That's naked, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you remember what Stern said on 9/11? How we should bomb the entire Middle East right on his show?
Yeah, that's crazy. What does it have to do with Donald
did
Trump
say-
admitting
I'm
to
just saying-
sexual
I'm just saying,
violence
but
on his
that's-
radio show?
But Stern says terrible things. He tries to get
And
people to say terrible things.
what's the relevance? And
Well, it's just because he's on the show with that. He was just trying to
And?
show off. I don't think Trump actually did that.
he was just trying to show off. Okay, all right. You don't think that
It's
he
just-
actually did it? See, I think that this is a part of like the
It was
MAGA
like
mind
off-the-cuff
virus.
comment.
This is a part of the MAGA mind virus. Is that like Donald Trump could just straight up shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and his fans would still support him. He could straight up admit to sexual violence and his fans will just say it never happened. So then what do you have to say about all of the multiple women and girls that corroborated what he said? Right? And not just like a couple women from 1 year. We're talking about a shit ton of women and girls spread out across different years at different pageants, all telling the same story that Trump would barge in.
So these are just beauty pageants, like
Yeah.
I don't know which.
Yeah,
ones
like
is
how do you
that.
feel about that? Like for instance, Mariah Bellotto, Miss Teen USA 1997, he barged into my dressing rooms. Okay, Tasha Dixon, Miss USA, totally different beauty pageant at totally different years, 2001. Donald Trump would just barge in and look at us naked. Okay, Miss Vermont and Miss Arizona, totally different women at totally different years. I think this was 2000. Yeah, just barge in and look at us while we're naked. I mean, you have three other teens from
Was he
1997
doing
too.
this
I mean, you have
to
like all these
individual
women
women?
and all these girls. Okay,
Were they
from different
individually
pageants and
happening, or was
different
it a whole
years.
bunch at the same time?
Okay, and why do you think they just all lied?
Well, I had to see the clips again.
Okay. Okay. I'll play you a clip. We could do that. It's fine.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Iris, thank you
I
so
just
much
think it was
for
like
the
he
well
says
document.
locker room talk. I didn't think he was just making it up.
Okay, so then you'd think like the women who said it happened were liars, right?
Well, we don't know that for sure. I mean,
Okay. Well, let's just
none of it was
let's just
proven,
listen.
like,
Let's just listen to Tasha Dixon.
I'm strolling around. He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling.
So just to like clarify, like she just made that up. Complete fucking liar.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. Well, I mean, what if like he admitted to it though? I mean, well, he did admit to it. Well, you don't think that he admitted to it. You think it was locker room talk. He was just making it up. Wait, but shitty men that like to brag about getting with women. See, the brag is that they got with these women consensually because that's what makes them look like a higher value male. Is the fact that some really attractive woman wanted to sleep with them. Yeah. So when men brag about having sex or doing sexual things with women, it's consensual. Okay, but this is not what Trump said. Donald Trump bragged about engaging in sexual conduct unconsensually by just forcing it on them, by barging into their dressing rooms. You could not point me towards a singular case, okay, of a braggy man falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they're innocent. You'll be able to point me towards men bragging about raping people when they actually did it. You'll be able to point me towards cases about men bragging about having sex with women consensually when they didn't do it, but you will not be able to point me towards a singular case of a man bragging about raping a woman when they didn't do it.
But why weren't they locking their dressing room? Like if I'm in the dressing room.
Have you ever gone outside? Have you ever been to a gym?
Okay, so these weren't individual.
One moment.
Public.
Yeah. Have you ever been to a gym?
Oh, so this is like a women's locker room we're just walking into.
Yeah, a women's dressing room, which would be very similar to a women's locker room. Yeah.
But if it was like an individual room, you'd be able to lock it.
It's not an individual room. It's like a collective where they all get dressed. Like once again, have you ever been to a gym? One moment. Have you ever been to a gym? Okay. Yeah. When you go to the gym, does the men's locker room have a lock on it?
Yeah, you could just walk in. I know.
Yeah, just walk in. Yeah. And now, like, if you were at your local gym and you just walked into the women's locker room and you saw these naked women and you lauded all over their naked bodies, would that be wrong?
Well, I wouldn't do that. I mean,
well, if you did do it, would that be like fucked up? Would that be sexual violence?
You'd probably get arrested and charged.
So that would be sexual violence, right? Even though there's no lock at the door. So what the hell are you asking me about?
I don't know what the crime would be, but it's definitely a crime. But,
Okay. So it would be bad to do, even though there's no lock.
Well, you
on the
could
door.
say. Oops.
So why the hell are you asking me why wasn't there a lock on the door at Miss Teen USA? Well, it's because at public places, specifically for ease of access and fire code, you don't put locks on doors to get in and out of these communal changing places for one specific gender.
At swimming pools, you do like there's family change rooms you can lock.
We're not talking about a fucking Kohl's, dude. We're talking about a beauty pageant production. The most similar example I'd have of a comparable space for you would legitimately be locker rooms at a gym.
Yeah, I don't. This situation's weird.
So that's how Donald Trump got in.
How many women complained about this? How many women complained about it?
I think like what? Over 10?
10. And they were totally naked every time?
Yeah, they said that they were naked. Sometimes they were half naked. Yeah, that's what Tasha Dixon said in the clip that we just listened to.
Yeah, I don't know. What years was this? Like 90s?
90. The teens come from Miss Teen USA 1997. The women come from Miss USA 1995 through 2003.
I mean, the culture was a little different there.
Oh, God. Wow,
right?
You are gross. You are super gross.
This is before the Me Too.
You are super gross.
Well, I don't know. It's a long time ago. Who knows? Trump was bragging. Why would he brag about something like that?
Because he finds nothing wrong with it. Okay, which once again it explains why we know he did it. Okay, right? Like your hypothesis is that he was just bragging about this. He didn't actually do it. Okay, but then then you ask the question that you just did. Well, why would Trump brag about this? The only answer to that question is because what he was bragging about is something that he didn't think was wrong. Okay, So if we know now, in accordance with your hypothesis and mine, that Donald Trump does not think it's wrong to sexually exploit naked women and girls, and he had years of opportunity to sexually exploit naked women and girls, under his view, why wouldn't he? So all of a sudden, we just go straight back to the conclusion that when he told us he did sexually exploit women and girls, he was telling the truth.
Yeah, maybe both sides are exaggerating it. Who stated this first? Was it him on Stern first or the women first?
It was Trump.
So Trump started.
What reason do we have to believe that he exaggerated it?
Well, just if he did start that conversation and the women brought it up after, I mean, that's a little suspect, right?
What's that suspect? That makes the most sense. That makes the most sense
they didn't
ever.
know about it. They
Listen,
didn't even know he was doing
oh my goodness. If like I'm raped and then my rapist says that they raped me, yeah, I'll probably say, hey, yeah, they did rape me, by the way. What is suspect about that? Bro, if we depersonalize this away from Trump and just simply made it about anybody else, this would not be suspect at all, you unsafe person. Okay? Right? Like, day-to-day life, if a man comes out, says that engaged in sexual violence directed towards a woman, then that woman comes out and says, yeah, he engaged in sexual violence directed towards me. Anybody in their right mind is going to believe them. Why? Because there's no higher standard of evidence to prove sexual violence than a direct admission of guilt from the perpetrator of it and a cooperation of that admission of guilt from the victim. There's no greater standard of evidence. There's none. Name it. What would be a greater level of evidence than a direct admission of guilt from the perpetrator of violence and the cooperation of the admission of guilt from the victim? Name a higher level of evidence. You got to mute your mic, buddy. Click on your profile picture. Click the icon of the mic. People in the comment section are trying to answer it. Video? No, frankly, a video in 2026 is at a higher likelihood of being faked because of like AI and shit than an admission of guilt from 2005. Right? I'm not saying this to convince you that like a video is not enough evidence. It certainly is. I'm just simply saying this to convince you that an admission of guilt from years ago is even more evidence. And he left. We got a runner. Okay. Yeah. What a little fuckhead. Yeah. Fuck you, dude. Thank you so much for running. That just tells me that everything I've said here is, on the dot, dude. Tells me everything I'm saying here is on the dot, man. Oh, he's back. Mitzi, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Oh, the fucker's back. Oh, the fucker's back. I thought you ran away.
It wasn't letting me unmute for some reason. I couldn't.
Okay, can you please respond to the question that I asked?
I forget now.
Name a higher level of evidence than a direct admission of guilt from the perpetrator of sexual violence and a cooperation of said admission from the victim?
Yeah, it does sound like you admitted it, but I mean, it sounds like he was accidentally walking in, honestly.
Accidentally? Let's go ahead and take a listen. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the clip together. Let's see if this sounds accidental. In fact, tell me when he points that out, because for my hazy memory, okay, from the last time I listened to the clip, it kind of sounds like Donald Trump was describing exactly what he would intentionally do. And he was describing how he'd even take advantage of the fact that he was the owner under the guise of doing a fake inspection to get in here. And then at the end, he said that he'd get away with doing this like multiple times. He says it verbatim. Let's see if this sounds accidental.
Imagine it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show, and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm sorry. We've already ruled out the accidental, explanation. Because if he did so accidentally, then he wouldn't think he's allowed to do it. Because the framing that it was an accident is that he unintentionally did something he wasn't allowed to do. But when he explicitly says that he's allowed to do it, it implies direct intention to do it.
I want to make sure that
like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
Oh, and then once he's inside this space, he just starts looking at them while they're naked and talking to them. Well, if I accidentally walked into a woman's dressing room with naked women, I certainly wouldn't stand there so long to be able to get a good look at them and ask them questions about how they're doing. No, I'd fucking turn around and bolt.
Is everybody
I'd feel mortified.
okay? And you see these incredible looking women.
Oh, meanwhile, this guy's focused on how incredible they look. Oh, my God.
And so I sort of get away with things like
And then he says he gets away with it? Okay, so there's no way that was accidental.
He's brag. That's just locker room talk.
Once again, bragging. I've
Why
already
did those
gone.
women bring it up before?
I've already gone through this one, and I'll go through it again. I agree that sometimes we'll brag about sleeping with women to other men that they, in all reality, didn't sleep with. But what are they really bragging about? What they're bragging about is being desired in a sexual manner by an attractive woman, which they think make them look better themselves. But in order to be desired by a woman in a sexual manner, that means that that woman is consenting to engaging in the sexual conduct with you. So when men brag about having sex with women they didn't sleep with, well, they're saying that they had consensual sex with this woman when in all reality it never happened. You will never see an egotistical, pompous man bragging about engaging in sexual violence directed towards women when in all reality they're innocent. Because that doesn't make you look better.
Like when he walked in, were they screaming or they're like, "Hey, Donald," and they're laughing and joking with him? Like it's
They don't need to scream because they already did via the implicit understanding that men aren't allowed inside of the women's space altogether. Yeah. Okay? You don't need to say no because you already have by going inside of the space in the beginning. And I bet they didn't scream because they're fucking mortified. They didn't know what to do. Next thing they know, they have their billionaire boss barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. Fuck. What would this guy do to them if they turned around and said, "Get the hell out"? He might kill him.
so he owned all these pageants, right?
Yeah. Like, what are you saying screamed? I'm sorry. If somebody were to follow your 12-year-old girl into the bathroom, okay, and then peek over her stall door and look at her private parts, would she have to scream in order to make that sexual exploitation? Yeah. No.
No. Well, I mean, these are grown women at a pageant, though, right?
I'm sorry. Do you think the age a woman turns 18, all of a sudden her body is owned by the men around her? No.
No, I know.
What?
I know, but...
And this wasn't just women. This was also girls. We went over Mariah Bellotto from Miss Teen USA in 1997. No, she was 17. And some of the girls had also told BuzzFeed that he'd barge into their dressing rooms were 15.
Well, I didn't see that. I thought it was like Miss America and like these.
It was both. There's Miss USA and Miss Teen USA.
Oh, yeah.
Some were women, some were minors. Also, by the way, like, you understand that when you go inside of a woman's private space, you are infringing on the consent of everybody in there, even the adults.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But we don't know the situation. Like when he's walking in there, like maybe he did it all the time and they all loved it.
Oh my God! Then why do they all come out and say the opposite? No, we do know. We fucking do know, well, dude. Listen to how stupid you sound. You fucking villain. You absolute fucking villain. You piece of despicable shit. You absolute human muck. You fucking waste of clean oxygen. Oh my God. How do we know that they didn't love it? How do we know that you have a brain? Well, I guess that would be a bad analogy because they didn't love it and you don't have a brain. How do we know that they didn't love it? Well, it's because they were getting dressed in a space designed for only women. Listen,
what was he
if I wanted everybody in the gym to see my fucking my shirtless body, then I probably wouldn't go into the man's dressing room to get changed into my gym clothes. I'd just take the shirt off in the middle of in the middle of the gym, right? You know, the reason why we know that they didn't love it is because they put themselves in a space that, according to their best assumption and belief, men couldn't enter. Plus,
it's a little
plus,
unusual.
like minors can't consent to anything sexual. Like a minor can't consent to a 60-year-old man looking at their naked body.
Well, it's a little unusual. He was walking in. I mean, yeah.
It's not unusual. It's sexual violence.
Yeah, it's like 30 years ago. Like, how twisted can these stories get after that long, too?
What do you mean twisted? We just listened to an audio clip from 2005, and I don't think that we're gonna. And I don't think that we're going to get. I don't think that we're going to get a better description of what happened from the man himself.
It just doesn't make sense that you brag about something like that.
Why doesn't it make sense? He doesn't think it's wrong. The fact that he bragged about it proves my point. The only explanation for why he bragged about it is because he doesn't think it's wrong.
Yeah, it's stupid to brag about that.
Like, listen, can you agree that the only explanation for why he bragged about it is because he doesn't think it's wrong?
I don't know. He might have just been bragging. He may have been making it up.
Well, why would he make it up?
Just for... Exactly. Well, he's just saying something stupid.
Okay, the only explanation is that he didn't think it's wrong.
Yeah, he said a dumb thing. I mean, I say dumb things.
Okay. Can we agree that the only explanation for the reason why this is something he'd brag about is because he didn't think it was wrong?
Yeah, at the time, when he said it to Stern, he probably didn't think it was wrong.
Okay, so now that we've accepted Donald Trump didn't think it was wrong to sexually exploit naked women and minors, and Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and minors, and the naked women and minors said that he sexually exploited them, there's no way you could deny that he sexually exploited him. Like, hello?
What?
Oh my God!
He's bragging to Howard.
Bragging to Howard? Yes, he's bragging about something that he did. Yes, he was bragging to Howard about something that he did. Yeah.
Do you admit that people make stuff up when they brag too?
People will only make stuff up when they brag when it makes them look better.
Yeah, but
It didn't make him look better. Listen, prove your point. Prove your point. Give me one other circumstance, okay, of any other pompous, egotistical, braggadocious man claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. If you could give one other example of that happening, I'll concede.
Well, I mean, the degree in violence here, like he didn't actually touch them, right?
Yeah, you don't need to actually touch somebody to engage in sexual violence.
There's still different degrees of it.
So now this is where you concede that he did engage in sexual violence, but you don't think it was that bad because you didn't actually touch him.
Okay, well, what's the law did he break? There's some sort of a law. I don't know.
Yeah, by law it's voyeurism.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's not sexual violence, though, right?
Yes, it is sexual violence because sexual violence is defined as any unconsensual sexual conduct, and he engaged in unconsensual sexual conduct by going back into the dressing rooms, unconsensually looking at their naked bodies, lauding all over them, turning around and telling Howard Stern all about it.
Yeah. So it's not like a first-degree sexual assault. So there is different degrees.
Okay, so you are so now you are arguing. Now you are arguing that he did engage in sexual violence. You just don't think it was that bad.
Well, I'm just saying it was a different degree. Obviously, there's different crimes.
So that is what you're saying. It was just a really low degree of sexual violence, right?
But I think he was being stupid there and he was trying to brag with his buddy Howard.
Right. So that is what you're arguing. Yes, this guy's straight up arguing that Trump did do it because he can't argue he didn't. But, it's just a really low degree. It was like barely sexual violence, bro. Yeah, we do. He admitted to it. We agreed that he didn't think it was wrong, and it was corroborated by like over 10 women and girls that were completely unrelated to one another and competed at different beauty pageants in different years. Yes, we do know that it happened. There's no higher standard of evidence. Prove me wrong by either giving me one other example of a braggadocious, egotistical billionaire claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent, or give me any level of evidence that could prove that he did it. Make sure that level of evidence is higher than a direct admission of guilt corroborated by the victims. Those are the two outstanding questions that I've been asking you to answer for like 20 minutes now, and you haven't been able to, Mr. Small-brained idiot. So go ahead, give them your best shot. Answer the questions.
So did these women make money off?
Why won't you answer the questions?
Well, because I could research it. I could like turn my.
Can you answer the questions?
Well, I can't think of anything on top of my head. I mean,
no, okay. So you can't name one episode. So I just want to clarify that you think that this is like the only example that you could think of somebody claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they couldn't.
Yeah. So why isn't he charged for voyeurism now? Can't they just charge him now?
Only around 2% of rapists are ever held legally accountable. Okay, and particularly rich white men who engage in sexual violence don't get charged. Okay, like why aren't we asking this about the co-conspirators inside of the Epstein case? Lex Wexner is still walking a free man. Like for an example, by the way, we have Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, literally sending Epstein an email asking about the quote-unquote OBGYN that Epstein sends the victims to. Mark Epstein is still walking free. We have the woman who sent Epstein an email saying that she enjoyed his quote-unquote littlest girl that he had sent to her house the night before. She's still walking free. We have the man who sent Epstein an email saying that he enjoyed the torture video. He's still walking free. We have all of the co-conspirators that went to the island and raped kids. They're all still walking free.
Yeah, Epstein, obviously terrible.
Right, like, yes, people who... Andrew is walking free. People who engage in sexual violence walk free all of the time.
Okay, well, the Epstein thing is obviously a separate thing. Trump...
No, it's not. It is another example, okay, of people undeniably engaging in sexual violence that are walking free. And for that reason, you can't just say, because they are walking free, it never happened. Especially when we have a direct admission of guilt. Then it just becomes them playing in our faces. And we have scrubs like you saying, well, even though they admitted to it, because they're free, they didn't do it. You're an idiot. You're just letting him dance right in your face.
Charge him off him saying that, though. You don't actually have someone make a complaint if you admit to a crime.
Just like the police could charge Epstein's brother or Susan, who was talking about how Epstein had sent her his littlest girl, or the guy that said he loved the torture video, or all the other people in connections with Epstein. They didn't. It makes you wonder why, right? Maybe it's because there is a long history in this country, people getting away with this form of sexual violence.
Yeah, I haven't read all the e-files, but I didn't.
Okay, so do you agree
Obviously.
that you can't just say that because he's walking free, it never happened?
Well, obviously.
Okay, so then concede that it did.
Neither of us can say for sure either way.
Yes, we can, because he admitted to it, and it was corroborated by 10 victims.
Yeah, but like I said, the locker room talk thing.
What do you mean by the locker room talk thing? You said boasting. Dude, listen, you are going in fucking circles, you pill-brained idiot. How much of my mental labor and effort am I supposed to give fuckheads like you? I could only repeat myself so many times. You are just an idiot. You are an unsavable moron. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. You don't use your brain and rationally interact in the world around you. You are a pill-brained moron.
No one can prove it regardless.
You keep on saying that. It doesn't make it true, you idiot. You fucking moron. It doesn't make it true. No one can prove it. Yeah, we can prove it. He admitted to doing it. It was corroborated by 10 of the victims. These 10 victims weren't secretly working in cahoots with one another. A, they all competed at different pageants. B, they competed at different pageants in different years. And C, they told the different people that this happened to. Like Mariah Bellato from Miss Teen USA in 1997 told BuzzFeed in 2015. And then Tasha Dixon from Miss USA in 2001 told CBS in 2016, right? It's like, you can't make it up. When you have such corroboration for the claim from multiple independent sources with no connection to one another, on top of the first admission of guilt, if we don't believe it, then we will never believe any circumstance of sexual violence. I want you to give me a level of evidence that is more convincing than everything I just said. What evidence could exist to convince you that this happened?
I don't know.
I know. You have to say I don't know. All of a sudden, there's no level of evidence that could convince you because there's no level of evidence that is higher than the evidence I've went over. Quote unquote, I don't know is a direct admission of guilt that you are a fucking moron. That should never be the response. If your response is I don't know what level of evidence could convince me that sexual violence occurred, then you are a part of the problem. This is just erasing sexual violence as a whole. The reason why this is erasing sexual violence as a whole is because if there's no evidence to ever prove that it occurred, then it never occurred. I mean, simply, that's just simply the conclusion of your worldview. Isn't that crazy? Like, you can't even verbalize. You can't even verbalize a hypothetical level of evidence that would convince you it occurred, because you know there's no level of evidence that would convince you that it occurred.
Yeah, it was a good locker room talk from him on the Stern Show.
Tulip, thank you so much for the galaxy. Answer the question, you fucking moron. What level of evidence could exist to convince you that it happened? Tell me.
Well, I had to see some more evidence.
Like what?
It's just the women's they're making.
No. Slow down. Slow down. Like what? You pathetic moron. Like what?
Well, more evidence than just saying he walked in there.
Like what? Like what evidence? Tell me.
I don't know. You tell me what other evidence.
You don't get. No, you tell me. Footage? That's no. Like footage. Like footage.
Yeah,
okay.
Footage
okay.
of him walking in there. And
yeah. How do you know that it wouldn't be AI?
I have no idea.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. And if I did have footage of it, first and foremost, that would be disgusting because it would legitimately be sexual abuse material. Okay. But if there was footage that existed of it and it somehow leaked on the internet and you saw it, you would be saying it's AI.
No, you could prove stuff's AI at this point, can't you?
Just like we could prove that an admission of guilt is accurate in describing the truth by pointing out the multiple independent collaboration from 10 different women and girls from various compagents in various years, and the fact that there'd be no reason for Donald Trump to lie in the first place.
Okay, well, he said a dumb thing on the show. We admit that, right?
Now, listen. I think that you're a pervert. I think that you're a pervert. I think that you fit the stereotype for the type of man to do these things to women. And I think that it's possible the reason why you won't condemn what Donald Trump did is because you would like to do it yourself. And I pray for the women and girls in your life.
I wouldn't do
because
that.
I don't think that they're necessarily safe. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, what are we doing? Listen, I caught a bullying and hateful speech flag over the way I was talking to that guy, and I don't care. I don't care, bro. I'll take it. Kat, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says by definition, the pageant situation could also be classified as sexual harassment. Yeah, that'd be a secondary classification for it. Absolutely, Kat. Thank you for the $10. Lucas, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Lucas W's down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Lucas. Lucas with the $20 says, "Hey Dean, love your work. I'm curious, psychologically, why do most Trump supporters stay committed to certain beliefs even when presented with strong logical evidence against them, and usually it ends up quitting?" Well, yeah, Lucas, thank you first of all for the $20, and second of all, to answer your question, just the experience of cognitive dissonance. They can't compartmentalize and connect their rational faculties to their belief faculties, right? And ultimately, they then just dictate their beliefs not on the basis of rationality, but rather on a basis of pure emotion. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Who says men aren't lonely enough. Also, somebody check this guy's hard drive. Yup. Bridget, thank you for the $5. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10. Who says it's been a couple months since I've listened to the live. Hope you're doing well. No, I'm in a fucking shitty mood after that last guy, but I appreciate you for the love, Stephanie. Miranda, thank you for the $10. Who says thank you for being a voice for us women. Some men are so uneducated it's dangerous. No, yeah, that last guess was absolutely dangerous, 110%. And oh my goodness, Katie, thank you so very much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Katie, you are awesome. Thank you so much for that love. Please show some love to Katie down below in that chat for the $50 donation. I want to see 500 KDWs down below. Thank you so very much. Katie with the $50 says, everything that you said about the danger of abortion bans is correct. Another issue many forget is DV and homicide against pregnant women increases in abortion ban areas. The number one cause of death in pregnancy is homicide. Wow, thank you for sharing that information with me. Thank you for protecting us. Well, Katie, thank you for the $50. I appreciate you for supporting me, supporting the stream, and I appreciate you for the truth nuke in there as well. Thank you so much. Sydney, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you as well. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. And Tiffany, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you. Megan, thank you for the $20. Show some love to Megan. And then Jose, thank you so much for the $15, who says, for Dean, MAGA are beta sheep. They don't want to think critically and they just want to be told what to do. Fight on, Dean. Oh my God, I just hate people like that last guess. It's not that I disagree with him. It's not that we just uphold different beliefs. No, it is that I hate them. I think that they are vermin. I think that they are scum. Anna, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate you so very much for the love. And Jasmine, I appreciate you for the $2. On Super Chat, thank you so much, Silver, for the $20, who says, every time a worm like this comes up onto your live and starts laughing after every rebuttal you give with no response beyond talking in circles over and over and over again, I cringe and fear for our country. He finds it funny. Yeah, he's scum. He's absolute scum. Irredeemable scum. Loris, thank you for the $20, who says, Dean, I agree with you, that guy was scary. Yeah, makes you wonder what he's done in his personal life. Thank you so much for the $20, Loris. Let's get 200 Loris W's down below. Iris, thank you so much for the $30 donation, who says, you the best. No, you the best, Iris. Thank you so much for the $30. That is beyond kind of you. Please, for everybody tuning into the live stream, show some love to Iris down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Huge shout out to Iris down below. Thank you so very much. Let's go to try to get the next guess loaded up in the box, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Abby, thank you for the $10, who says, bet you won't tell TikTok to restrict these nuts. Yeah, we got a restriction on the stream.
Oh, hi.
So I was calling that dude some names. The restriction will be lifted in 7 minutes. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello. No, I just want to. I'm sorry. I just
Super
want to
base.
say.
I love that. I'm so happy that you're not a Trump supporter. Today we are looking for Trump supporters to debate. Do apologize for kicking you while you're in the middle of your sentence, but just know that I hope you take care. This just came in 13 seconds ago over on Venmo. Miss Caroline, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is crazy, Caroline. That is so much money. $50 goes a long way where I live. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Caroline with the $50 says, for blood pressure meds after dealing with that sketchy asshole. Oh, yeah, man. Dude, this is why I'm going to be bald by 25. Because the cortisol spikes onset by idiots like that last guess. Undeniable, man. Thank you so much for the $50. That is very, very kind of you. Show some love to the GOAT Caroline down below in that comment section. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the other place right there. Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Great way to ask a question or get a message across. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, sorry. I don't know how to exit.
No worries, Brad. Got you. You take care. Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. But I actually
love it, bruh. We are looking for Trump supporters. We guys, just to let you guys know in advance, we will be kicking people who are not Trump supporters. I always feel bad when I do that, but unfortunately, sometimes we got to. Okay, especially to try to find those debates. Everyone. Hey, thank you so much, Genevieve. Sorry, I don't know why the hell I couldn't say your name. What the fuck? I'm sorry, Genevieve. It's not Geneva, Genevieve. Genevieve, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Genevieve W's. Thank you. Genevieve with the 20 says, on the topic of uneducated men, I saw a comment from a man saying that periods are unnatural and a sign of poor health. No way. Aren't you really? Oh my God. Wow. That's really embarrassing for him. That is wow.
Materials that you don't like.
Welcome in, Dave. Do you support Trump?
I have a blue golf shirt upstairs that I hate.
I don't think Dave is talking to me. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of thank you if you're back, please. Thank you. Hannah, appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, hey, yo, what's going on, Hannah? Yeah. Hope you're having a good day. Shout out to Hannah. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you as always. Welcome to D-Sport Trump. Golds. Oh, they left. All right, moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. Sing if you support Trump.
We are Charlie Cook.
She's a fucking Trump supporter confirmed. Yo, she's MAGA. That's crazy. Oh my God, cancel her at once. Stop liking her videos and unfollow her. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
24.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, man.
Your conversation with that guy when you speak about it's not possible for someone to have locker room talk and kind of brag about SA, I think that's kind of a flawed logic.
Can you give me an example of a braggadocious, egotistical rich man with money to lose that is falsely claimed to have engaged in SA when in all reality they were innocent?
Yeah, do you know the rapper Rick Ross? In his song, You Ain't Even Know It, he said, put Ollie all in her champagne, she ain't even know it. In his song, he's pretty much bragging about essaying a woman, but he didn't actually do it. I think at the times, back then, the culture was centered around braggadocious essaying. It was just a different type of culture.
And how do we
So
know that
that-
he didn't actually do it?
Because no one pressed charges against him.
So you're saying if nobody speaks out, then it didn't happen? I would say that we don't know he didn't actually do it.
But you first said that no one's ever done that. No one's ever bragged about essaying.
And you
I
still
literally
ha-
just
and
gave
you,
an
and you
example.
still haven't proven that someone has.
He just did. He literally
No,
said,
you
I
didn't
put
prove
Molly
that he
all in
hasn't
her
done
shit.
it.
I literally did. He said it
No,
in his
you
song.
said the evidence that
Rappers
he
do that all the time.
You listen. You said that the evidence that he didn't do it is that nobody pressed charges against him. And you said Rick Ross, right?
Yeah, Rick Ross.
Okay, I think that's a bad
You-
example for you to give.
You said a rich guy that has money that bragged about doing essay.
I think that that's a bad example to give because I actually
Why?
do think that there is allegations against Rick Ross.
I don't think there is.
I think so. I don't know. I think that there are allegations against Rick Ross.
it
But
up.
hey, no, somebody has actually brought this up to me in the past.
Rick
Because
Ross?
I think that Rick Ross probably did do it. But I mean, there are like other examples as well.
That sounds pretty racist. Why do you think he did that?
Because he like in his song explicitly said that this is something that I like to do, and there's allegations against Rick Ross. So yeah, I'm going to
What
find those
allegations?
allegations to be credible. Just let me finish my sentence real quick. And he was like found guilty for like other things too, like other like really bad crimes.
Like what?
We'll get on to that in a moment after you let me finish making my point. But I will say on another note that there are other individuals that I think have like rapped about rape in songs that like could possibly not have done it, because I think that there's a lot of rappers who have included something about rape in their songs. It's possible that maybe one of them just rapped about it, and that's where I would say that maybe like lyrics are different than an interview. And like I would say that you wouldn't be able to point me
You're kinda
towards
moving the goalpost
another
now.
individual that has admitted to sexual violence that in all reality didn't do it. With like the medium of with the medium of communication being an interview, like non-lyrics, non-songs.
For one, you're moving the goalposts. Two, I don't think you realized that what that show was back then. Like they would have KKK members come on and debate small people, and they had all kinds of lunatics, like crazy, outlandish TV stuff was on that show. And that's kind of the culture that was built around America, around men. So I think to use that.
Can you point me towards
example,
another
and-
man who won in Howard Stern's radio show and falsely claimed to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't do that?
So you're moving the goalposts. First, you said a rich man that's ever bragged about essaying. I gave you an example. Now you're saying rappers don't count.
Yeah.
And now you're
No, no,
saying. Now
no,
you're saying.
what I
interview
said is
format has to
admitted
be-
to
you're
it and
moving the
didn't
goalposts.
do it. And the argument, like legally speaking, is that lyrics don't amount to an admission of guilt. That's why people could like rap about murder, but then they can't be charged for murder on the basis of their lyrics, because ultimately
YNW
courts have
Melly's being
determined
charged for his
that
lyrics.
they don't admit to an admission.
YNW Melly's being charged for his lyrics for rapping about offing a couple of his friends, and it's being used in Florida court. So that's incorrect.
So
Two,
the
and
evidence
again,
that's
you're
being
moving
used
the
inside of that
goalposts.
Florida court case, is it just his lyrics?
No, it's not just his lyrics, but you said it can't be used.
Right.
And you're moving the goalposts again. And now you're saying, first you said it can't be used in court. I just admitted it. I just proved it can. Now you're saying it has to have additional evidence for it to be used. The overall point is it's very
Can you
possible that
can
back
you
then-
show me that like the court ruled that like lyrics are admissible as evidence?
Sure. How do I present it? Look up the case. YNW Melly.
I mean, like, has the court ruled on that insofar? Because I'd assume that YW Melly's lawyers argued that lyrics can't be admissible.
No, they can be admissible in court. It's used
Okay.
against him.
Sure, yeah. If you'd like to show me that, give me a source. I'll change my mind if you're right.
I mean, I don't know. How do I send the source?
By giving me the title of an article and the publisher of the article.
Well, I have to send that over to you later. But
Also,
the point.
did he get
The
arrested
point of
for
the
the
matter
lyrics?
is. The point of the matter is back. When was that interview in the 90s? Right?
It was in 2005.
Oh, 2005. Ooh, okay, that's kind of late. You got me. I thought it was the 90s.
No,
But anyways, the point is,
2005.
rich people, rich men, that whole locker room talk. I think back then, I was thinking more of the 90s. 2005 is kind of late. But I think men were bragging about crazy things that would never be admissible or like used today. So I just came to say, I think you're kind of incorrect in the idea that men never bragged about doing essaying, because I think that's a thing that used to be done. And it's very possible that Trump might have been lying. Trump might have thought it was cool, and that show was crazy.
But more so like bragged about essay when in all reality they didn't do it. Listen, you may have a point with lyrics, even if it's not Rick Ross, but rather somebody else. I'm sure that we could point towards a scenario where somebody bragged about essay when in all reality they're innocent in lyrics. But I think to like further move the point here, what I would say is that I would say that lyrics are a different medium than like an interview, because there's like this reasonable expectation that the contents of lyrics aren't necessarily generating truthful claims, right? And that expectation would definitely exist to a significantly higher degree for interviews. So would you be able to point me towards one scenario of somebody sitting down in an interview claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality we know that they didn't do it outside of Trump?
So does the context of the interview matter? Do some interviews you take more serious than other interviews, depending on the medium of the interview? Yeah.
Sure.
So would you admit that, what was the show again? Howard Stern back then, his interviews were a little bit more outlandish and wildish than, let's say, like a CNN or a Fox News interview. Would you admit that?
Because yes, in the sense that they were going for shock value, but going for shock value doesn't mean going for satire. Right? And I mean, I think that, you know, maybe Howard Stern, okay, like wanted the conversation to be lewd, to go for that shock value. That's why Howard Stern started by asking Donald Trump about the sexual things that he would do with his beauty pageant contestants. Right? You know, like if this was on CNN, I don't think that the CNN anchor would be asking about if Trump has sex with his beauty pageant contestants. But I mean, even though Howard Stern asked him that question, I mean, I think that we got, you know, Trump's admission of guilt when he said, "What I'll tell you I do, okay, is the fact that he would barge into the dressing rooms of the naked beauty pageant contestants." Like Donald Trump didn't frame it as satire. He didn't frame it as an exaggeration. He framed it as a fact. He said that he would indeed do this. Those are Donald Trump's own words. And I think in response that even Howard Stern maybe felt a little bit freaked out by that, right? He was like, whoa, dude, like, you know, this is not what I was asking you. So then Howard Stern even clarified, is this something that you really did do? And Trump was like, yeah, here's what I do.
So it's not, so you're in the mind of Trump, and there's no way that he could have said that in a context for the shock value. You're saying, so if your argument is that
I think the shock value that he exaggerated was like when he said, and I quote, you know, I'll go in to do an inspection. Like that was his satirical shock value addition to the true account of reality. Okay? Because like in all reality in the real world, when he'd go in to sexually exploit these women, okay, he wasn't like claiming to do an inspection in his head. No, he'd just walk in there and look at them. Okay? But, you know, the shock value satirical nonsense that was added on top of what he did was he said, oh, well, I'd go in there to inspect their naked bodies, to do an inspection of the space. Is everybody okay? All right, but the story that underpins that shock value would be what? He was still yet going into the women's dressing rooms without the consent and the permission of the people inside and looking at their naked bodies. Yeah, we definitely know that this happened, not only because he admitted to it, said that he did indeed do this, but also because the women and girls cooperated with this. They all said he did it.
Yeah, that's a different conversation. But if your argument is that no man that's rich in high wealth would ever admit to something like that, then why do you think Trump admitted to doing something like that? You think he was just too slow and didn't realize what he was saying?
I think that he didn't think it was wrong, and he thought that it fit in perfectly to the shock value of the Howard Stern radio show, where he was just simply telling Howard Stern about the sexual things that he do with his beauty pageant contestants, and he didn't really consider it to be wrong that those sexual things were without consent.
Yeah, okay, I agree.
Okay, and this is like the same man who had a court find him guilty of raping a woman, completely unrelated to the beauty pageants. This is like the same man who was writing Epstein letters depicting the outline of a naked girl with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." The same man whose name is mentioned over 1 million times in the Epstein files. The same man who's credibly accused by a minor that was a proven victim of Epstein's in the Epstein files. You know, the same man that was named in a letter from Epstein to Larry Nassar and other child rapists as somebody who shares their affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. Yeah, he totally did it.
Yeah, I think he did it too. I'm not even a Trump supporter, but I just think your argument about them not following.
Don't waste my time. Only opposite side of that cue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
July 11th. What the fuck does it matter?
Just got to confirm your age. Calm down. Okay, let me thank a couple people. Then I'll pass the mic to you. Kelly, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Let's get 150 Kelly W's down below. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Kelly. Kelly with the $15 says, take the LSAT, you'd kill it, and you'd get into Harvard Law. I don't know. You know, if I ever stop doing what I do now, I might go to law school. That could be fun. Thank you for the $15, Kelly. Then Kamani, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kamani. That is Kymoni. Thank you so much, Kamani. You are awesome. Kamani with the $20 says, I wish that these men knew that bending over backwards to defend SA is not the flex they think it is. I know. They look insane. Hannah, thank you for the $4. And Isabella, thank you so much for the 2. Oh my God. Holy fuck. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Dude. Stefan. Thank you so much for the $500 donation on PayPal. Oh my God. What's that, Sarah?
I'm not a Trump supporter. I just wanted to say the way that you're...
You have a good one. Stefan, thank you so much for the love and support. That is like genuinely insane. I do not deserve that in the slightest. That is beyond kind of you, and I am so very grateful for the unreal level of support. I am just, dude, I mean, that is crazy. I don't deserve a penny of that. That is like, that's like food for 2 months, man. Show some love to Stefan down below in that comment section. I want to see 5,000 Stefan W's down below. That is STEFAN. Stefan with the $500 says, hey, Dean, thank you as always for what you do, defending those that can't always stand up, helping to educate the voters, and making the world a better place. You are the man. Also, keep up the good fight. Just spend some on Momo and the girlfriend. You fucking got it. You fucking got it with every bone in my body. Thank you so very much for the love and support. As I said moments ago, I will repeat it again. That is a level of love that I do not deserve, and I will never understand why kind people like you think I do. Please, pretty please, for everybody watching, show some massive love and support to Stefan down below in that comment section while we try to find that next person to debate. Because goddamn, that's nuts. I think that last guest was going to say, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I think that the way that you talk to people is like rude or whatever. Well, I definitely agree that I talked to, not the last guest, but the guest before the last guest, really, really rude. I mean, I was like calling him a bunch of mean names and things. And I'd agree that most of the time, like, that style of conversation is not warranted nor acceptable. But it definitely is for men like the guest before the last. Like, I think it's not only like a good thing to bully men like the guest before the last, just in virtue of how terrible they are, but also because that's how we will ultimately reduce the amount of people that think like him. Because you got to think about it from their perspective. That man that was up here arguing that there's just no way Trump did it. If he did it, it's fine. Okay. They don't think logically. That's why he was never able to see my arguments, because my argument was logical. He doesn't think logically. They think emotionally, right? So for emotional thinkers that use their emotions to cause a lot of harm in the world, well, if you can't change their minds using logic, then you change their minds using what? Emotion. I think that we as a society should bully and scrutinize people like that, because that might be the only device to make them stop thinking like that. Somebody in the chat says named Kylie says, so bullying? Yes. Yes. They should be bullied. They should be ridiculed. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
I would like to debate on abortion.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 18.
Are you sure you're not just a fetus arguing for your own rights?
No.
Kidding. What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
June 14th.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not, no.
Okay, I do appreciate you so much for coming up, but we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. Somebody in the comment section said that's a little rude. Yeah, it's supposed to be rude. Like that's like the mechanism that we're using to like urge people to stop holding on to such like bigoted, harmful beliefs, is to be rude to them, is to bully them. Now, I think that's like only permissible in like some limited scenarios where it's like the harm that's being caused by their beliefs is so high, right? And like the only thing that could change their mind is to bully them out of their beliefs. But like, you know, like the belief that we can never prove sexual violence and we should accept and adopt those that have admitted to sexual violence. That's definitely going to be one of those. I mean, see a couple people in the comment section saying that I'm wrong. You know, feel free to come up here and give me the argument. I'm happy to change my mind if you could present a defeater. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Okay, she left. Somebody in the comment section, Grace says, Dean, do you read YT comments too? I do. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
No, I want to argue your what you just said, the defeater for the guy.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay.
So I think that, like, fuck that guy. Who cares about his opinion? But I think being nice to him incentivizes other people to listen to you more.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I'm having a conversation with that guy, I'm not really trying to get anybody else to listen to me outside of him and then the people that would think just like him. Right?
But, like,
and we already know that those people aren't willing to listen to me if I just give them the facts. My evidence would be him.
Like, are they willing to listen to you if you ridicule them also? Like, are they willing to listen for anything?
Oh, are they willing to listen to me if I ridicule them? Well, no, they're still not willing to listen to the substance of my arguments. I think it's more so the psychosocial impact of like the negative state that one exists in when they feel ridiculed. So if people like that feel ridiculed by society, they might change their minds because they don't like feeling ridiculed by society.
All right, a damn good point. You take care. Also, no, I don't support Trump. I just gotta put that out there, clear my name.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I mean, I get where you're coming from. You know, you'd be nice to people.
You're just another white man who got rich off the suffering of minorities. You're not woke, and you just scam all the people who fucking watch you. You're not a good person either. You just say
you're
what
gonna
people
leave
wanna
after
hear.
this, right? You're not here for a conversation. Oh, how did I read her mind? You know what? You guys would look a lot better if you could ever actually have a conversation about it. Like all the Dean haters on the left, like you guys just can never like coherently explore the reason why you believe what you do. Like you just make yourself look like an idiot, which was like totally preventable. The way that you would have prevented yourself from looking like an idiot was to stick around and have a conversation about it, but never do that. By the way, no, I didn't kick her. She left just like I said she would, because that's what they all do. That's what they all do. It's fine. Whatever. We're always going to have, you know, like a very loud minority of people who just fucking scream and would shout, whatever they think, even though there's no reason to think it, because they're unwilling to hear, you know, responses. You know, by the way, that last guest, you could still prove me wrong by hopping back inside of the guest requests. Prove to me that you are a rational person by rejoining the guest requests. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
I'm sorry. I don't believe you. I'm actually going to send her an invite back. Check this out. Let's see if she wants to talk about it. I'll be nice to you. I'll be nice to you. I understand you won't be nice to me. I'll be nice to you, though. I sent her an invite.
It's because my anxiety's so bad. Like, I don't want to debate about it. That's just how I feel.
Can I tell you why you shouldn't feel that way?
Yeah, sure.
So your first claim was that I get rich or I make money off of the suffering minorities. What I would say is that I actually make money off of trying to help end the suffering of minorities. And that's not like a bad thing, is it? That's like one of the more ethical ways to make money.
I just think you're not like, you don't actually believe what you say.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because you've always been trying to get rich. You're just performative and you found a way that actually worked.
Okay, I found a way that actually works. So the argument is that...
Just like you defended Charlie Kirk. Like, you're not liberal.
Okay, so for your first claim that I've always been trying to make money. So yeah, people do tend to try to make money when we live in a society which
scamming.
requires
It's different because
money
you're
to make
scamming.
money.
You had this little
I've
duffel
always
bag
been
and shit. You know
scamming.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've never scammed in my life. Even what you're referring to, that was me trying to sell web development services that I did sell. Yeah, when I was young, I marketed them pretty immaturely, influenced by the popular ideologues of the times. But I still sold a legitimate product, so by definition, it wasn't a scam. That was also like 4 years before I started streaming. No, not 4 years. Like 3 years before I started streaming. I think that you're misled. What about your last claim that I defended Charlie Kirk? No. No, I've never defended Charlie Kirk. I think that what you confuse would be the natural human reaction of crying when I see somebody that I knew, regardless of the fact that I did not like them, getting their jugular split open in front of an audience of 500 people that contained my best friend, who then FaceTimed me thinking he was a part of a mass shooting for like a defense of him. No.
I'm not a hater of you because you like open my eyes to a lot of stuff. I just think you don't believe what you say.
Then
Like,
why
I
would
think you just say it to make money.
Think about it this way.
Because someone told me your Discord said you make $700,000 a year from this shit.
Damn.
And that was
Damn,
your mom
700 grand a year? Lou, let's
your mom
go,
told me that you
dude.
make $700,000 a year from this
Holy
shit. So
shit.
I'm like,
I'm ballin'. Listen, hey, here's what I'll say. I would say that like my medium of content creation is unique in the sense that it's nearly like impossible for it to be a grift. And here's why. You know, if there's somebody like espousing left-leaning talking points by like making videos about them or like responding to and debunking people on the right, like I'd say, okay, there's a possibility, although it be low, that they could just be lying to make money. But see, in this medium of content creation, it is active debate where I don't just have to say that Trump is a bad president. I have to put the work in and the research in to prove that Donald Trump is a bad president. And if every argument that I give for my various claims and ultimately defeats and triumphs the counter arguments from those in which uphold the claims, then why wouldn't I believe what I'm saying? Like you're essentially accusing me of knowing that Trump is a bad president because I prove it every single day, but then still yet choosing not to believe that Trump is a bad president because of some ulterior motive?
I don't know. I just feel like you have a MAGA past and like you're just not like, I think you're just performative, but that's just my opinion. I don't want to argue about this.
Well, because you can argue about it because your opinion is without substance. It makes no sense. You said I have a MAGA past? Yeah, okay. I grew up in a conservative family, a Christian area.
You used to be racist. Like, I don't know. I don't want to debate about this. I told you I don't like to.
Listen. Yeah, I mean, but plenty people went from being on the right to then being on the left. But I mean, even
But that's
like,
not my
but
point.
even like
That's
my
not
scenario, it was like I was on the right until I was like 16. like oh my God, if we're gonna hold people accountable for being on the mainstream right at like 15 years old because their parents are on the right, they live in a Republican area and they go to a
But that's
Republican
not
school.
what I'm saying, though.
then
I'm
we're
not holding you
fucked.
accountable for that. I'm
No,
just
no,
saying I
then
feel
we're
like you haven't
fucked, dude.
changed.
And that's also like why I'm good at what I do. You know, like if you're curious why I'm able to so easily dispute the arguments from interlocutors and people on the right, well, it's because I used to like uphold some of those arguments myself, so I know the best way to debunk them because I know what knowledge changed my mind. And that's kind of why I started doing this all, is just to share the same knowledge that changed my mind with everybody else.
Okay.
And you say I haven't changed. why wouldn't I change?
I don't know.
Exactly. If you can't answer that question, then you can't explain your view. Why wouldn't I choose to believe what is so obviously true? Like, can we agree
Well,
that I
why
make
did you
it
choose to
so?
believe it in the first place?
Oh yeah, why did a
Why
15-year-old
did you
choose
say
to have
the
the same
N-word in the
political
first
beliefs of
place?
his
Why did you
parents?
grift in
One
the
second.
first place?
Why
Why
did
did
a
you scam in the
15-year-old
first
choose to
place?
have the same political beliefs of his parents' friends in town in which he grew up in? I feel like that's a pretty dumb question. Can we agree that's a pretty dumb question?
No.
No, why not?
Because do you think that a 14-year-old should get away with saying the N-word too because they're 14?
No, I don't think that at
So
all.
then
And we're not talking about the
what?
use of the N-word. We're talking
So
about
if a
political
14-year-old
beliefs such
knows
as
not to say
supporting
the
Trump as
N-word,
president.
Why wouldn't a 15-year-old know that Trump is a horrible piece of shit?
Because that
If they- a
15-year-old doesn't have
14-year-old
access
knows-
to the information in which demonstrates Trump to be a horrible piece
Oh
of
my
shit.
God, you've been on the internet, Dean. You've been on the internet.
Okay, and when everybody goes on the internet, are they exposed to evidence in which demonstrates Trump to be a bad president, which is exactly why I run my live stream to expose more people to that evidence.
I just think you're a little performative, okay? I think you just do it for the money, okay?
I think that you're a little performative. The reason why I think that you're performative.
I am.
The reason why I think that you're performative is because you would rather ridicule me for being a Trump supporter when I was legitimately 15 years old.
But you're not listening to my point.
Then acknowledge that, you know, maybe these streams to prove to other people while Trump is bad president actually do something good.
They do. I believe that they do, and I do think you're
Also,
doing
when I was
something
15,
good.
I don't think I was looking up Trump on the
Oh my
internet.
God, I'm done. Bro, you don't even... Okay, goodbye.
I
Have
know.
a good
You're
day.
gonna leave. It's with everyone that believes what
Because
you
you
do
don't let me
believes.
talk.
Okay, you could talk.
Okay, goodbye. Have a good day.
I know, it's what you all do. It's fine. Have a good one. We're gonna move on to the next guest. It's a really hard view to prove. That's why they don't talk about it. And that's why they don't debate about it. They just kind of like stay in like TikTok comment sections. They just stay in TikTok comment sections. That's what they do. DB, thank you for the 2 galaxies. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to DB down below in that comment section. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't want to say that I support Trump, but I voted for him twice.
Would you vote for him again if the election was held tomorrow?
I'm not very happy with what's been going on in our economy and different things, but it's just, I think it's a big show, Dean. Left, right.
If the election was held between Trump and Harris tomorrow, who'd you vote for if you would vote at all?
Oh, I'd vote for Trump.
Why is that?
Because of Harris, I feel like her views and values and the ways that the Democrats look at things is too progressive. That's how I feel.
Really? I'd say it's not progressive enough.
Really? Like
Yeah.
with abortion and stuff, I don't agree with, right?
Okay. So no protections for women's access to abortion.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
So then what do you believe in?
I think that there are certain situations, but I don't want somebody who says that they can't or can. Do you understand? I don't want people
Wait, one
taking
second.
your liberties the same as I don't
One
want them
second.
taking my liberties.
One second. I'd actually like to invite somebody else up onto this stream. It seems like that last guest really started a larger conversation. Hey, Katie in the Discord, who agrees with that last guest that I'm a grifter, quote unquote. Katie, you should join up, have a dialogue. Let's see it. Let's see it.
I
Love
don't
it.
get an abortion.
You got my invite to join the stream, Katie. Let's hear another argument for why Dean is a grifter. Let's do it. Hell yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, Katie. Let's do it, Katie.
I'm not taking your rights away.
And now back to the Trump supporter on that live stream. So what were you saying?
You hillbilly. Yeah. I'm from Kentucky.
Stop focusing on the comment sections and start focusing on me. Just real quick.
Okay, what's up, Dean? You asked me if I support Trump. I support Republican. A Republican stance on smaller government. Right?
Okay, if you support smaller government, then there's absolutely no reason why you would ever support Trump a day in your life, because he's exploding the size of our government, regardless if it's fiscally passing the most expensive policy that we've ever seen, like the big beautiful bill that costs $5 trillion, or socially, like taking women's access from abortion away. That's, using the government to infringe upon, the autonomy of an individual. That's definitely increasing the size of the government. He just doesn't endorse a small government. I think if we want a smaller government, then we should ensure that individual liberties and rights are protected. We should ensure that we're not spending $5 trillion on shit policy to redistribute wealth from the middle class to the top 1%. And we should ensure that we don't have a president that wants to consolidate the power that's shared co-equally amongst the three branches of the federal government down to one man and of himself.
Yeah, and I agree with most of what you said right there.
Well, I mean, everything that I just said is a description of Trump.
No.
Okay, what did I say that was false?
No, it's not that what you said was false, but you started out with uterus. You said a whole lot in a short amount of time. I'm not real big with debating. I mean, I'm not a very educated man. I am middle class who's the government has had their boot on my neck.
Okay, one moment. I have an update again about Katie, the accuser of the grifter allegations. Because I want to know why people think this. So she says in the Discord, I'll come up when he lets Laser and Lovey up too. Yeah, all three of you guys could come up. Feel free to join. Let's do it. 1v3, why is Dean a grifter? Let's do it. Let's do it. Hell yeah. 1v3? I think that was them trying to maybe change the, shift away, maybe disengage from a conversation. So she says, I'll do it if we have two others. Let's do it. Sir, is there anything that Trump could do that make you stop supporting him as president?
It's not so much that I support him, man. I already said that.
Okay. All right. You know what, man? I appreciate you.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to leave with this. Who I wanted to win president, he dropped out. Who I would have voted for.
Okay.
RFK.
Okay,
I
Johnny,
would have
listen.
voted for him.
Johnny, listen. I appreciate you for coming up in here. It doesn't you would have voted for RFK. It doesn't really even sound like you're too big of a Trump supporter. Listen, man, what I recommend to you is just to tune into the live streams, hear me out for what I have to say, and hopefully we'll be able to change your mind. RFK would not have been a good president, though. Okay, let's just get the record clear. Let's just get the record clear. He would suck. He would suck bigly.
Hello.
Hi, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Oh, it's Isabella. Do you still support Trump?
I mean, I do, but I also heard what you were saying about Laser and Levy, and I agree with them all, actually.
Oh, that Dean's a grifter?
Oh, I don't know about grifter, because grifting is more of where you don't stand by what you say.
That's the claim, Isabella. That's the claim.
Yeah, but I'd say you're more performative, like she was saying.
So what does it mean to be performative?
Well, can you get, like she said, can you get Laser and Levy up then? So then she can talk about her claim? Because we always talk about that. Well, I'm just kidding. I don't know about always talk about it, but...
So you didn't, come up here to make an argument? You just came up here to beg to let other people make an argument that I've already invited on the stream? No, even if it just about, the performant element. I already invited, all three of them up to have a dialogue with me about it, because that's what I want.
Literally before, and then I got, glitched out. But... no, you are a D1 Isabella runner, if anything. What do you mean? You literally kicked me because you had no argument to me defending that lying should be illegal, and yeah, I still agree with that. And other people also agree that cheating should be illegal when I said that as well. So,
do you think that premarital sex should be illegal?
I think that one, well, how am I supposed to know if someone's having...
How are you supposed to know if somebody lies?
You can't...
So just answer the question. Do you think that premarital sex should be illegal?
Well, that one, it depends on, their life. On their whole life. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the defeater. For those that are curious, last time she was up here, she was arguing that all sins in the Christian Bible should be enforced through the American criminal justice system.
Okay, no, I
and we should ban them.
I said that, yeah, I agree that lying should be banned and that it should be illegal and you should get a fine every time you lie.
Because it's a sin. So then why wouldn't you say the same thing about premarital sex?
Well, you know what? Yeah. You know what? You just made me agree with that one too. So you know what? Yeah, that one too.
Do you understand
Alright.
that's like insane?
See, you keep saying these things are insane, but
Yeah, to say that
people
premarital
agree
sex should
with,
be illegal?
adultery and everything, that should be illegal.
You know what? That's like nuts.
You know what's nuts? You thinking that cheating should not be illegal. Like, that's kind of crazy.
Well, then men would just like accuse women of cheating on them. Then all of a sudden, that woman is going to get caught up in a court case for the next year and a half of her life. Like, okay, I'm not on board with that.
Wait, I had it. Everyone keeps saying squeaking. It's my dog. Oh my gosh. Anyways, what were you?
We're going to go to Kicker and try to find a Trump supporter to debate because that's what we're looking for. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live, and hopping inside of that queue of your MAGA. The squeaking was just a little bit too much for me. A little bit too much. All right, it doesn't look like Sora's loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. Please and thank you. Okay, they're gone. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. We have Eva connecting into the live stream. Someone in the chat says chaos stream. Yeah, it's a little chaotic today. Okay, Eva just left as well. We're still looking for that next guest, everyone. We're still looking for that next guest, everyone. Everyone, do just kind of give us a moment to try to find that the next guest to get them up here for a debate. Please make sure if you are inside of that queue, you are MAGA.
Show me your muscle scene!
Okay, Eva's a little bit of a weirdo. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, we got Rory Gilmore loading up in the box.
Hello,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2004.
Okay, and are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Oh, geez, that's pretty embarrassing. You should really stop that. He's terrible.
Okay, well, I don't really agree with that statement.
And why is that? Actually, before you tell us why you're MAGA, do you mind if I thank a couple people?
Sure.
Okay. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Darian, for the 35 euros on Super Chat. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Darian. That is Darrien. I want to see 350 Darian W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Darian with the 35 euros says, not a political point. Please use this to buy Momo some cooked chicken and catnip. Oh, thank you, Darian. Honestly, what's Momo's net worth? I should do the math on that. My girlfriend was asking me about that last night because every so often, you know, she'll hear me thanking somebody for a donation to the kitty. I need to calculate Momo's net worth. Thank you so much for the 35 euros. Lord T, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, what's happening to your Discord, Dean? Oh, nothing new. Nothing new. I appreciate you so much for that love, Lord T. You are awesome. Couple people to thank on Venmo and PayPal real quick. On Venmo, thank you, Z, for the $5. I appreciate you so much for that love. Lovey, appreciate you so much for the $5, who says, I'm down to talk, Lamau, but I have work in 10 minutes. Yeah, sure. I mean, Katie said that you three want to join up and give an argument for why I'm a grifter. Feel free, Lovey. I didn't know that you thought I was a grifter, honestly. I thought that you thought a bit higher of me, but I mean, whatever. So be it. Jared, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get 500. Jared W's down below in that comment section. That is Gared. Please do show some love to Jared down below. That is an incredibly kind donation. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Jared with a $50 says, I'm a little behind, but this is for the scathing diatribe aimed at the human who wouldn't even believe his own mother if Trump abused her. Oh my God. Yeah, that was about that lunatic earlier. He sucked. Thank you so very much for the $50, Jared. That is an incredibly kind donation. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Kelly, thank you for the $25, quote-unquote, donation for your great work. Thank you so much for the love, Kelly. You are so incredibly kind. Thank you so much. Abby with the $10 says, I'd like more info on how I could get an official Dean, quote-unquote, the Griffin Withers duffel bag. You know, I'll have to start selling some of that. You know, I'll make sure to charge like 5 times more than the going market rate just to really grift. T, thank you for the $15. She says, thank you for everything that you do, Dean. I'm an SA victim and haven't reported it because of people like that guest. Thank you for giving people a voice when they can't find theirs. I appreciate you so much for the $15, T. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. Thank you for being here. And Lucas, thank you for the $10 as well over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love and support, you guys. On PayPal, dude, thank you so much, Kimberly, for the $100 on the PayPal. Thank you, Kimberly. Oh my God. Who says, can't believe that guy who said that he won't believe Trump's direct admission of guilt. Yeah, man, Kimberly, he was fucking nuts. Thank you so much for the $100. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Kimberly down below for the $100. That is seriously such an incredibly kind donation from you. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Huge shout out to Kimberly. Marina, thank you for the $15. Saying I'm not a Trump supporter. I didn't hear you. That's the We Are Charlie Kirk girl. I know. I was fucking with you. I was fucking with you. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the $15. Kylene, thank you so much for the $10. Who says I'm almost 50. And Donald Trump definitely sexually exploited those beauty pageant contestants. Yeah, absolutely, Kylene. Casey, thank you for the $15, who says, I've been watching you for the longest and just love your vibe and how informed you are on this topic. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate you so much. Austin, thank you so much for the 5. Jamie, thank you for the 5. And then Christian, thank you so much for the $25, who says, hey man, I'm here 5 days a week and it's crazy how the last 2 to 4 weeks, have been so insane. Anybody who gets on here is far too stupid to understand what you're saying, let alone what they're saying. I know, bro. Like, these people are just simply not that smart. We have one more person to thank for now. Ruby, thank you for the $20. That is RUBI. Thank you so much for that love, Ruby. He says, hey, Dean, I've been watching your lives for a year now. So thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you so much for being here, Ruby. That's crazy. You've been watching for a year. Sometimes I forget how long I've been doing these streams, man. Holy cow. Thank you so very much for that love and support. You are awesome. With all that being said, we are caught up. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers without the Ian Withers at the top of the screen. Roy, I appreciate you for your patience. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you're MAGA.
Right. So I support Donald Trump because I honestly think he's doing great things right now for the world, for the economy especially. I found that it has improved ever since Trump has been in office. And honestly, I'm just like entertained by everything he's doing.
You're entertained by everything that he's doing? What an interesting way to word that statement. So what are some of the things that he's doing that you think are good?
Okay, well, I think, like, for example, like, the immigration is good, and, like, I don't really support the way that they're doing it and, like, the violence and everything like that, but I support the idea.
Okay, so you support the concept of mass deportation. So now, the concept of mass deportation is something that I disagree with. But even if we just look at the empirical outcomes, okay, answer me this. What is one quantifiable positive outcome of Trump's mass deportation in the last year and a half on this country?
Well, I think that the jobs for, like, the actual non-illegal American citizens, those are easier to get.
Really?
I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Then why is unemployment up?
I'm sure it is.
A lot.
Sure.
It's the highest since the pandemic. Last year, we also had 1.3 million layoffs. Highest since the pandemic.
And how can you connect that to Trump? I think that it would be even worse if Harris was in office right now.
Are you sure? Because in 2024, under Harris and Biden, we added 2.2 million jobs to the economy. 2025 under Trump, we only added 170,000 jobs to the economy. That's actually less than the rolling monthly average under Biden and Harris in 2024.
You see, but I still think, like, if they added all of those jobs, then what more is there for Trump to add?
Okay, you're trolling, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh my
get out of here.
God.
Get out of here. Get out of here. That was, dude, that was some dumb shit. Dude, that was some dumb shit. Oh my God. Honestly, wow. I gotta say that was one of the funnier things I think we've heard somebody say in a while. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and hop into the next debate. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, guys. Who do we got next? Here's North Pole 10 loading up into the box.
Ugly ass middle part, dickwad.
He said something about my middle part, then called me a dickwad. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, folks. On the opposite side of that queue, if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Ooh, and thank you. And thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Mike. Hot Single Mike joining. You know what? I'm not going to let Hot Single Mike join. I'm not going to let Hot Single Mike join. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Mater connecting to the live stream. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Age, please.
23.
What year were you born in?
2002.
Do you work a job?
Yes.
How many hours a week do you work?
40.
Is that full-time or half-time?
Part-time.
Okay, I got you. Bam! Bam! Get got. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got all the traps laid out to catch the kids lying about their ages. All the traps. Listen, this is not my first rodeo. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump. Hello.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to join.
No worries, you take care. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Z3 connecting to the stream. Hey, welcome into Sport Trump.
No, but I just want to say thank you for what you do.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. You take care. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded in, guys. Please do follow the rules. We're specifically only looking for Trump supporters to debate. Please and thank you. Okay, not loading up in here. Someone said that Katie was in here. Oh, yeah, there she is. We're gonna get an argument that I'm a grifter.
Hey Dean, why'd you cheat on Abby Hahn with Sabrina Grace while you were in New York?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's not Katie. I think that Katie's pronouns are she, her. I wasn't. I don't know what the hell he had to say. He accused me of cheating on a Hahn with a Grace. No clue what that guy was talking about. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'm gonna assume that wasn't Katie. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be MAGA, welcome into Sport Trump.
No, I have one question. What are your thoughts?
I appreciate you so much for coming up here. You have a good rest of your day. We are just looking for some Trump supporters to have debate with. I'm trying my best here to hold it together, folks, but I don't know if it's working. I'm gonna start banning people. I'm gonna go authoritarian Dean mode. Bro, what is going on? Dude, what is going on, man? On the opposite side of that queue, if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Jesus Christ, you guys. We're gonna go to get that next guest censored loaded up in the box right now.
Yo, Dean, I love you, bro. You're the GOAT.
I appreciate you, man. Listen, censored, you've been inside of the queue for like an hour and a half. You've definitely heard me repeat many, many times now that we're specifically looking for Trump supporters to debate. I'd really appreciate it if in the future you could just respect that as a rule of the live stream.
Hello?
Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do. I am a gay little faggoty, stinky.
Okay, we got the legends loading up in the box. Hopefully they will be our next Trump supporter. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Hello? Oh, okay, she's gone as well. Moving on to the next guess. We got Daniela loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I had a question because I have a bunch of Canadian friends that support him because he says that it's like good for immigrants, but I want to understand like how it's not.
Okay, then I'd recommend watching the live stream. We happen to talk about immigration a lot on this stream, but in order for us to have that conversation, it will first necessitate that we get a Trump supporter up here. And in order to get a Trump supporter up here, we'll have to ensure that non-Trump supporters are not requesting, such as yourself, for instance. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, guys. Please follow the rules. You got to be an American adult to support Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you.
Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm fine. My English is not so good, but I think I don't support
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Moving on to the next guest, Devin. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Ah! Do we have any Trump supporters left? Have we just defeated them all? I think maybe that's what's going on. We defeated every last one of them. We sat them all down. We shot every single one of them down. We destroyed them all. Quite frankly, we destroyed them all. We destroyed them all. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. The rules are in the middle of your phone screen. Take a good look at them. Please and thank you. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. Where are all of the Trump supporters? Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are you driving?
Huh?
Are you driving?
Oh, no, my mic's really bad. Let me fix it real quick.
It's because it's connected to your car.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Is somebody else driving?
No, I'm just sitting in my car.
Okay, can you disconnect your phone from Bluetooth, please?
Yeah, give me like 5 seconds.
All right, how's that, Dean?
Oh, shit. Can you turn on your camera and just show us out the window real quick?
My camera?
Yeah.
Hold up.
I sent you the invite to turn your camera on. Show us out the window real quick.
All right, hold on. Can you see me?
Yeah, I could see you. Can you show us out the window real quick?
Yeah.
Kid, bro, focus on the road. Focus on the road, bro. That's not I laughed, but that's not even funny. Okay, get off your damn phone while you're driving, dude. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only off inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Follow the rules of the live stream. Follow the rules of the live stream. We're still looking for the next guest. It's just quite difficult to find one right now. Oh, my God. Okay. For those that couldn't see what he did, he basically took his camera and then for like a second turned it towards the window, then pointed it back because his car was very clearly moving. We got the Masked Rider loaded up in the box. We got Mud Puddle. We also got Mud Puddle loaded in. Quentin, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, big fan, just wondering what the point of all of this is if Trump can't run again. Well, the first goal here would be to ensure that we don't have somebody like Trump again in the future. The second goal would be to ensure that come midterms, we could vote for politicians who actually want to hold his administration accountable, which first would necessitate that American voters recognize that there's something that needs to be held accountable, i.e. all the faults that we discuss. And then the third main reason would be to hopefully increase the chances of a more progressive candidate winning the next general in 2028, because more people are going to be more willing to vote for the left because they realize just how much and hard the right has failed them. Welcome in, Mud. Do you support Trump?
Yup.
Mud, how old are you?
50.
All right, Mud.
A couple weeks ago.
Okay, Mud. I'm going to thank a couple people.
Disconnected.
Okay, Mud. I'm going to thank a couple people, and the mic the floor is yours. Hey, thank you so much, Bethany, for the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Bethany. Thank you so much for supporting me in the stream. Let's get 200 Bethany W's down below. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you. And T, thank you for the $15 for Momo. Oh, thank you so much for the love, T. I will pass that one off the Momo. I will, quite frankly. Thank you for the $15 T. As well as over on Super Chat, thank you, Justin, for the $5. I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Myris and Jen. And then one last one here on Venmo for now. Then the mic will be the guests. Miss Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much, Patsy. You're very kind. Thank you. Patsy with the $30 says, Dean, please know that what you do does make a difference. You give us hope with your voice. Keep changing minds. Love what you do. Thank you, Patsy. You were awesome. Let's get 300 Patsy W's down below. I really appreciate you so very much. Show some love to Patsy. That is a huge donation, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Go ahead and take it away, Mud. How the hell can you still support this maniac as president?
So I know I'm going to lose. You end up winning every debate. So
maybe that should tell you that maybe I'm right.
Well, I don't know. Let's try a new angle at it, because I mean you've gone with every angle, same stuff over and over. So I'm going to go with I like his policy on getting rid of deregulations on mining and stuff like that.
Deregulations on mining. Yeah, what specific deregulations?
I don't know the exact but I know he was for getting rid of some of the regulations.
Yeah. Well, see,
environment.
Like we would need to know what specific regulations he's for getting rid of in order to make an evaluation on if getting rid of those regulations are good or bad, because not all regulations are bad. Many regulations are necessary.
So I don't know the exact regulations, but I know that he ran on getting rid of deregulations.
Yeah, not all.
You know,
There's many things that we shouldn't deregulate.
So
There's many things that are better off regulated. Like we want to ensure that there's like regulation on like labor standards. We want to ensure that there's regulations on like pollution standards.
Yeah, pollution. We're going pollution. Like DEF, for example, on diesel exhaust fluid for your semis and stuff like that. I think he got rid of.
So what did he get rid of specifically?
Now, the regulations on having to have the clean air vehicle passing.
Okay.
I don't know.
So what did that regulation enforce? Because I just like I'm unaware.
I don't know. Do you know anything about diesel trucks, big rigs that haul all our supplies and stuff like that?
Yeah. Are you talking about like the trucks that will just let off huge like fucking thick clouds of dark smoke?
Yeah. And now they've got this diesel exhaust fluid that you got to put in.
Yeah, fuck that. Get that dark smoke out of there. Yeah. We need to regulate that. It's not only a regulation that I think is required for pollutants in the environment, but also a regulation that's required for safety. Have you ever been on the highway behind one of those diesel trucks pumping the thick black clouds of smoke going 45? You can't see shit. Like this happened to me like a couple weeks ago. We were at the highway and I was at a stoplight, and one of those trucks with a thick black smoke that's piped out of the exhaust when you up your RPMs just went all over my car and all over my windshield, and for like 3 seconds I couldn't see anything. So yeah, we should absolutely regulate those terrible engines.
Well, that's just retards. Just like over fueling there.
All right. Well,
rigs,
I would really appreciate you if you wouldn't use the R word on my live. That word is incredibly derogatory, and not just not use it in general. I mean, I understand I understand that word is very popular. I understand that word is socially accepted in many scenarios. But I mean, I don't think it should be socially accepted. I think that word attacks one of the most vulnerable communities among us, that community being the disabled community. And I think that we're better off without using it.
Okay, not the very smartest people that are doing the blow-bys with the black exhaust. I don't think but that's not what I'm talking about, the black exhaust. I'm talking about the regulations they have on the diesels now that you have to have this diesel exhaust fluid going on.
Okay, I'm unfamiliar with the specific regulation that you're giving me. How about this? Maybe what I would say is more relevant than like one specific regulation about a diesel exhaust fluid that I don't really think is something that matters too much. Okay. How about we just like look at the fact that under Trump the economy has gone to shit? How about we look at the fact that under Trump,
Well,
there's
then I want to
Americans
keep on the
getting executed in
environment.
broad
I want to
daylight?
keep on the environment because you're going to change it back to all your normal talking points.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it seems like I don't know what you're talking about because it's so like unimportant to like federal regulations and politics.
I'm trying to explain why I'm supporting Trump because he's trying to get rid of all these stupid regulations.
I think you'll have to point me towards the specific regulation that he's either gotten rid of or is trying to get rid of. And then you'll have to point me towards a source to demonstrate that this regulation is ultimately unnecessary and removing it is like a beneficial thing. Now, if you could give me those that information, then I think that we could continue on with this conversation. But as it stands, you're not being too specific, and we're just kind of speaking vaguely and generally without any specific sources.
Okay. I mean, yeah. If you don't want to debate on it, that's fine.
No, I'm down to debate on it, but we're just I just
mean, I
will
don't
need the
have a
hyper
computer in
specifics
front
on
of me.
these points. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe if you want to, like, one of these nights when you have some time, hop on the computer and try to find the sources, then come back. But like, I will require very hyper specific sourcing for these more hyper specific claims, just because I may not know everything about them. So I wouldn't be able to tell you that you're wrong from face value because it's not something that I've personally researched. Therefore, I would need to see the sources during the conversation.
Well, let me ask you this. So I live in California. You live in California, right? You know the high-speed rail.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's taken how long? And it's all because of regulations, right?
Yeah, I'm
And
not
this is
familiar with like messing up the construction of the high-speed railway.
You're not. Say that again?
I'm not familiar with what's delaying that project so much. No.
Okay. Well, it's all regulations. That's why it's costing way over budget. And for a train that's going to go from Bakersfield to what, Fresno or whatever.
Yeah, and it's important to have regulations for building public infrastructure, such as trains. Okay, we need to ensure that that infrastructure is safe.
Yeah. Now, do you think it's more better for the environment with all these regulations, or do you think it's going to be worse off in the long run after taking it's on 20 years we're doing this now? I don't know the exact date, but
so high-speed railways are very much so better for the environment than combustion engine vehicles. But like once again we're talking about like a specific project in a specific state instead of talking about the federal government, sir. We're focusing on the Trump administration, not a construction project in California. So be specific. What specific regulations is the Trump administration trying to remove that you support?
I don't have specifics. I just know he's been advocating on getting rid of deregulation on a lot of stuff, mining, gas, coal.
Okay. So would you like to come back with these specific like regulations that he's advocating to get rid of?
Yeah, we'll do it another day.
Okay. Well, yeah, just come back whenever you find those. You take care. Once again, the reason why like knowing the specific regulations that he's getting rid of that you support him getting rid of is important is because not all regulations are bad. We should all be able to agree to that. We should all clearly be able to agree that not all regulations are bad. Some are necessary. So like, for instance, if the regulations that he wants to get rid of are actually a good thing, okay, then we probably shouldn't be getting rid of them. We're going to go to get the next guest, Charlotte, loaded up in the box. Folks, today we are just looking to debate some Trump supporters. Please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. And if you do want to support me, if you do want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers, and pin comment over on YouTube. We're going to go and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right, this person's name is Steven. Let's go to get Steven loaded up in the box. By the way, there's a bunch of people who are inside of the queue who are not supposed to be there. Okay? Bunch of people. I see, like, there's somebody inside of the comment sections whose bio is literally #liberal. Welcome to Do You Support Trump?
I am MAGA and I have a couple of questions. Insert waving emoji.
Insert waving emoji. Insert waving emoji. Very insightful. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. Moving on to the next guest, Debbie DeVore. Debbie DeVore is loading in. Okay, it doesn't look like Debbie DeVore is loading in, so we're going to move on to the next guest, Wyatt. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Not really.
Okay. You take care. We're going to get that next guest, Matt, loaded up into the box right now. Only opposite side of the queue if you were MAGA. All right, welcome into Sport Trump.
Oh, I did not mean to join. I'm sorry.
No worries. You take care. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Guys, we are trying our best to find some debates.
Finally.
Hi,
Okay,
welcome
so
into
Dean,
Sport Trump.
why did you lie? Yeah. Why did you lie about,
How old are you?
You're 19. Why did you lie about your prior relations with Gideon?
What year were you born in?
2005.
Thank you. Didn't lie about prior relations with Gideon. My God. Okay, why do you support Trump?
Are you gonna dodge?
Dodge what?
You lied about your prior relations with Gideon when we were.
What did I lie about?
I told you to press him. Okay, not press him. When I told you to talk to him about, his raging racist homeboy. And also, I want to clarify, I didn't call for the deplatforming of either Gideon or Alex Rosen. I think Alex Rosen is he's stunted. Okay, he's doing good things, but.
Well, just
with those good
we're not
things,
here to
he's
talk about
proudly-
Gideon. We're not here to just. What did I lie about? Come on.
We're not even talking about Gideon. We're
What did I
talking
lie
about
about?
his friend.
No, we're here to talk about Trump.
You,
What
okay,
did I lie
okay,
about?
yeah,
Come on.
You lied about having prior relations with him. You said you never talked to him before the live you had with him regarding Hulu. Hold on. Is my audio quality bad?
No, I didn't say that, and that'd be stupid for me to say because I've publicly spoken to him on my live stream before. Why would I lie about that?
You actually did speak to him in your live streams before.
Yeah, publicly in front of an audience of like 15,000 people.
So, and also, it seemed like you. Whoa, chill. I watched the entire thing. Okay. I watched it all.
Why did I lie about
You
that?
gotta stop chuckling, little bro.
Oh,
You gotta stop chuckling.
So everybody knows that Gideon's been on the stream before. Everyone knows
Yep,
that.
he's been. Actually, I don't think everyone knows that. A couple people were thinking I'm lying.
Okay.
But he seemingly, you wanted to, or I think he invited you. So even though I said I watched it all, it's been a day. I already forgot plenty. He seemingly invited you to, in the future, possibly catch a predator with him. So surely you guys have had some type of private conversations about anything, right? Anything?
No.
So you got ghosted by Gideon.
Yeah, that never happened.
You still want it to happen?
Well, I'm here to talk about Trump.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Like what are we doing? Like, we're here to talk about the president.
I'm trying to, bro.
So why do you
Alex
support
Rosen.
Trump? I didn't even know about his existence until you mentioned
Yes,
it to
you
me on a
did.
live
He
stream
caught Hulu.
a while ago.
Gideon and Alex Rosen. Can we not forget that Alex Rosen
Yeah,
was
I didn't even know who the dude was. I think it was
Duo
until
partner.
you brought it up on this stream like last week.
Really?
I think you or somebody like you quickly joined and then said, Alex Rosen is a racist. Didn't even know who Alex Rosen was, but now I understand it's that
Oh, wow.
bigger white guy.
Okay.
So are you
Yeah,
going to tell me why you support Trump?
I've told you a few reasons, but you've already defeated them all.
So then why do you still support Trump?
What do you call it?
What?
I think what you would call it is cognitive dissonance. But I don't.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you're just
agree with that.
actively experiencing cognitive dissonance. And you know that you're actively experiencing cognitive dissonance. So then stop supporting him, you maniac.
I trust the future.
What do you trust about the future? What's
gonna be
worse,
good.
supporting Alex
Gonna be
Rosen or Donald Trump?
I'd say that's opinionated because
I know, from
anyone
your
could say-
perspective. From your
anyone could
perspective,
say
what's
that
worse?
They love Alex Rosen, saying the N-word is fine. And same
Well,
way
I'd say that
like,
supporting both are wrong.
you
but you're
don't
saying
like
that supporting
Trump
Alex
because
is
of
wrong
these
and supporting
opinionated
Trump is good.
reasons because you don't like Trump.
Like,
because
can we
of X,
agree
Y,
that
and
from
Z.
your
So,
perspective?
yeah, it's an opinionated reason.
Can we agree that from my perspective, I'm saying it's wrong to support both Trump and Alex
Yes,
Rosen?
yes.
Yet from your perspective, you're
whoa,
saying
hold
it's
on.
wrong to support Alex Rosen, but it's good to support Trump.
From your perspective, I haven't seen you disavow Alex Rosen. And once again, I don't call for the deep. I don't think he
Oh, wait,
should
you
be
just heard me
deplatformed.
say that less than 3
I want
seconds
to
ago.
clarify real quick that Alex
You, wait,
Rosen...
wait, you just heard me say that less than 3 seconds ago.
Okay, but that was in a hypothetical. That being in the hypothetical and
No,
then
that wasn't
applying your hypothetical
in
to
the
your
real world. In the real world, it's wrong
Okay.
to support both Alex Rosen and Trump
Okay, but so
because they're both
once
racist,
again, I want to
right?
clarify. Alex Rosen, he is he inspired Gideon. Not only inspired, but the Gideon.
Okay, wait. No, talking about you. We're talking about you. No, we're not here to talk about the Gideon method. We're here to talk about you and your support for Trump. Okay, and I'm trying to like hopefully get you to stop supporting Trump by connecting it to something in which matters to you. You've already said that it's bad to support Alex Rosa because it's racist. So then why can't you say it's bad to support Trump because he's racist? He's very clearly racist. In the 70s, he was sued for refusing to rent to black people because of their race. In the 90s, he called all black people lazy. Okay, he called for the death penalty and the execution of the Central Park Five, then refused to retract those statements after they were proven to be innocent and exonerated. He depicted the two most successful black people in the history of this country as apes or monkeys on Truth Social. He has now authorized ICE and DHS as a whole to racially profile black and brown people and use their race as some evidence that they could be undocumented. So tell me, if it's wrong to support Alex because he's racist, why is it not wrong to support Trump even though he's racist?
So Alex Rosen isn't a politician, and I
So
wouldn't
if
even
Alex
say
Rosen
that-
was a politician, you would support him?
I mean, actually, he'd probably be a better politician than Trump if we're keeping it a stack. But, like, I also do agree that, I mean, with Trump shouldn't be doing the bad things he does.
I think that he's trolling. I don't think that he's actually a Trump supporter. I don't think he's actually MAGA. Speak, don't speak, mute, unmute, or leave. Or accuse me of running.
Why did you do the same thing to Charlie Kirk?
Good boy! Good boy. Good boy, Liam. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right, folks, here we go. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 32.
And why do you support Trump? My God.
I live in the Permian Basin. You should know where that is, correct?
The what basin?
The Permian Basin.
I do not.
Texas.
Do not know where that is.
That's
I live in Texas.
pretty much the biggest oil distributor in America.
Okay.
Our economy has flourished under Trump's term in office.
Oh, wow. The Texas economy has grown?
But this
flourished?
West Texas economy has.
Okay. Could you prove it? Because when we look at macro level data, it seems to be that the economy is performing terribly. Most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, worst jobs report since 03 ignoring recessions, lost 92,000 jobs in the month of February alone, 3.4% in inflation for manufacturers in March alone, declining levels of business investment into manufacturers every financial quarter since he assumed office, 1.3 million layoffs last year, and the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, on top of GDP growth being cut by a percentage. This country's economy is struggling, but apparently you're telling me West Texas is flourishing. Prove it.
Well, the oil field is basically our economy, and the oil field has, we're in a boom right now.
Then show me economic data to demonstrate that Texas is in a boom right now.
I don't know how to pull up economic data.
Well, you go on the internet. You either go to like a big source, right? Like FRED, BLS, US Bureau of Economic Analysis. There's a couple of really good ones. Or you could find like another source like Trading Economics, so on and so forth. And essentially what I'd recommend you do is, find one of those sources that just demonstrates that the Texan economy is experiencing a boom.
I didn't say all of Texas. I said West Texas.
Yeah. Then you could give me a source to demonstrate that West Texas and their economy is experiencing a boom. I'd love to see it.
Okay.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like we're starting to hear some really weird arguments. like we had like that last guest come up here and argue that this like there's like random and elusive regulation that was removed that makes him support Trump. Now this guy's arguing like this very specific subsection of one state is experiencing a boom. My God. All right, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. I think we're going to try to go ahead and get another guest up here while he's looking for a source. If you guys do want to support me, once again, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. That is DEANWITHRS. That is the very best possible way to ask a question or just to get a message across. Let's go to get the next guest, Shane or Garrett, loaded up into the box right now. I feel really tired. I don't know if you guys could tell. I probably have a little bit less energy than I usually do. I'm kind of tired.
Hello?
Age.
I think you need some MAGA dick. And honestly,
Dude, you're like 14. Do something better with your time, man. Go outside and play. Go outside and play. What are you doing? We're going to get that next guest, Steven, loading up with the box. Dude, what was that? Steven, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Where are that guy's parents, bruh? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, you're born in?
2008.
What time is it?
The time
Yeah.
is 1:46.
I appreciate you. There's not a single American time zone where it is currently 1:46. So because of that, we are going to move on to the next guest. Mad Scramble! Appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, FYI, Trump removed diesel exhaust fluid sensors requirements that make sure large diesel vehicles are following catalytic converter standards that remove NOx. Long-term exposure causes serious respiratory issues. God, what a mess. And that's probably what that last guest was supporting. Thank you for the $10. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, what's good, man?
Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Yeah. Trump
And
for
how old are
life,
you?
man. I'm 19, living in Alaska.
You live in Alaska?
Yeah. I
Can
have a
you
question.
say? Can you say literally?
No, but I have a question for you, man.
Get out of here. Get out of here. We're going to go and move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you're back. Guys, we continue to repeat the rules, but frankly, we're not having the easiest time doing so. We're going to go get that next guest, Jasmine, loaded up in the box. By the way, it's really hard to say literally in a British or Australian accent. Like, it's hard to say literally in American accent. Like, when somebody that is British or Australian, if they're faking an American accent, it is really, really hard for them to fake the word literally with an American accent. So that person was lying. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jasmine? Hello? Hello, Jasmine. Frankly, quite frankly, Jasmine's not here, and I'm losing my mind. By the way, this other guy is still looking, okay, for a fucking source. Oh my, I think he's just gone. Dude is probably just gone, in all reality. Folks, let me tell you, I just feel like I'm talking to myself. I'm just talking to myself. I'm going crazy up here, just talking to myself. Hi, welcome
I'm
in.
here.
You support Trump?
I'd say like 70%.
How old are you?
I am 18.
Where were you born in?
I was born 07.
Okay. If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, who'd you vote for?
Trump and Harris. At this point in time, I probably just have to go Harris because look,
yeah.
Trump. I feel like for the most.
I love that, man. Love that. Love it. Love it. Love it. You are definitely not 70% towards Trump then. Unfortunately, you are not the type of person that we're looking to talk to, or specifically looking to talk to individuals that do support Trump. But you know, I'm happy to hear that maybe you're not as MAGA as you say you are. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Elizabeth? It's not here. Bobby is still gone. And Dean. Oh, still losing his mind. Folks, I'm truly trying to do my best, everyone, to find, oh my goodness, that next Trump supporter to debate. I'm going crazy a little bit because we can't find anybody to talk to. But, you know, as I've said it many times in the past, and I'll repeat it again now, you know, it's maybe not a bad thing that we can't find somebody. Because what it shows is that the support for this this idiot is going down. And that's what we want to see, right? All right, welcome into Sport Trump. Rhea, hello.
Hello? Am I
Hi,
not-
are you
Hello?
MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How old are you, Rhea?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in, Rhea?
7-7.
What month, Rhea?
January.
January? When you be 19, Rhea?
Yeah. Low credentially. I was just here for my dad.
Take care. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Can't find anybody to talk to. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
22 years old. I was born February 2004.
That is not Chris in his profile picture. That is not Chris. That guy's a troll. Moving on to the next guest, Sasha. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Rather 4 cheeseburgers or rape Charlie Kirk?
We're going to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got 5.4 Mace loaded up into the box. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Bean, you're a bitch.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. How old are you?
Old enough.
Are you driving?
Yes.
It's not a
And
smart idea to be.
drinking alcohol.
It's not a smart idea to be crashing out when you're behind the wheel, buddy.
Too
Focus
fucking bad.
Focus on that road. Did he say that he was also drinking alcohol? Dude's a threat to society. Get the fuck off the road, man. What are we doing? We got Ben loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Somebody in the chat said that sums up Republicans. True. We might just hop off here soon. Honestly, if we can't find a Trump supporter in the next handful of guests, we're just going to end for the night. Because this is bad. You know what? What if I open up the topics? If you think that men are better at leading than women, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me. If you think that men are superior to women, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me. If you think that it's wrong to be gay, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me. If you think that feminism is a bad thing, go ahead and hop inside of that queue for me. Feel free. We'll get you pulled up here. That's what we've been having to do as of recently, just kind of opening up the topics a lot. But I'm fine with that. You know, it's you know, it could be a good thing to debate these other things as well. So let's do it. Noah, do you support Trump, or did you want to debate me on another topic? Guess Noah just left. That's it's fine. It's whatever. We're gonna move on to the next guest, folks. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Welcome and talk to me. Talk crazy to me. One, do you disagree with any of the topics proposed?
Yes, partially because I don't think you're educated in political science or your frontal lobe is fully developed. So you're just
Okay.
rage baiting people.
Okay.
You don't have any basis for anything. Tell me
All right,
why you
wow.
support or don't support Trump.
You're cocky as fuck. First I want to tell you that. Wow, really cocky.
It's not cocky. It's not
Okay.
cocky, but kids like you literally just spend hours on the internet without their frontal lobe fully developed,
Yeah.
educated off a TikTok university and ChatGPT, and have nothing logical to say to anyone. And when
Okay.
someone educated actually challenges them, they have nothing to backfire with.
Okay, let's see if I have something
Why-
to backfire with. Your question was, why do I not support Trump as president?
Yes.
Let's go through those reasons. So when I argue that Trump is a bad president, I typically break it down into three main categories. The first main category is going to be his character. The second category is going to be his domestic policy. Then the third category is going to be his foreign policy. Let's go and start off with the first category, his character. Well, I don't think that rapists should be in positions of power. I don't think that predators should have control and power over their prey. A civil court adjudicated Donald Trump to be guilty of raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll in 2023. If you want to look at the civil lawsuit yourself, go on the internet, type in
That's
Trump
like
v.
a
E. Jean Carroll.
memorized script. but give me one Democratic president that has a clean record that you
Okay.
can verify yourself.
Okay, so now you're changing the question. So you said that you'd be able to demonstrate my incompetence via the
Right,
lack
but
of
you're-
reason insofar
you
as why I would be able to
sound like an
justify that
AI
Trump is a bad president.
You
And
sound like
then
an
I
AI
gave you
with
three
equivocation.
characters, and then I
You
gave you
sound like
three
an
different
AI
categories.
hallucination.
And then I was going to start going
And
through the
I'm
first
totally-
category, and then you cut me off
You know
midway
what?
through, and you told me I sound like an AI script.
You are. I'm
Hmm.
a physician. I'm apolitical. I don't lean left or right. I look at both extremes as psychotic.
Yeah.
And the left has proven nothing but to be aggressive, uneducated, violent, illogical.
Yeah.
It has issues with science, nature, evolution. So, not saying Trump is the greatest, but if you think foreign policy is something that you have the solution to, open every single border, see how many women will be assaulted, and how many people of these people will you prosecute?
Yeah.
Because
Can I ask you a
this is-
question?
Sure, go ahead.
If you were truly right in your evaluation that I don't know anything about politics and I just have TikTok brain and I couldn't give you any reason why Trump is a bad president, then
Sure.
why did you cut me off midway through and change the question?
Because you're giving me a memorized script. I'm not seeing something authentic based off of your rhetoric.
Wait, so you're saying it's because I didn't
You-
communicate it authentically enough to you? What does that mean?
I mean, come on. It's like you're reading off of a prompt. Give me a logical reason why you think this
Wow.
guy is a bad guy.
Okay,
Give me a logical
okay. I'm going to
reason
close
why-
my eyes when I say this
Kamala
too, so I can't be
Harris-
reading off of a prompt. One logical reason why Trump is a bad guy is because I find it of the utmost importance for this country to respect the checks and balances of our federal government and the power co-equally shared amongst the three federal branches. Donald Trump serves as a threat to these checks and balances as he has wanted to assume power to the executive branch of our government. This has become abundantly clear through his attacks on our Constitution, his attacks on rule of law, and his attacks on states' rights. Good example of this would be Executive Order number 14160 that he signed into law on January 22nd of last year that attempted to infringe on the 14th Amendment of our Constitution. The 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868. The 14th Amendment ensures birthright citizenship for people who are born here and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. His executive order said, well, those who are born here to the parents that are undocumented immigrants, they don't have U.S. citizenship per the 14th Amendment. So he
I'm part of
directed
that,
the
and I'm
DHS to
still here.
reconsider the children born to undocumented immigrants as undocumented immigrants to
I'm
then be
part of
deported.
that, and guess
But
what?
if we were to
I'm
give an
still here.
argument that his executive order was unconstitutional, we'd explicitly be looking at that second clause under the 14th Amendment, which is being subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So how do we determine that the children born to undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof? Well, we don't need to look any further than previous SCOTUS rulings, such as U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark in 1898 or Plyer v. Doe in 1986. So Wong Kim Ark described that to be within the jurisdiction of the state, it is no more or less comprehensive than to be subject to the jurisdiction of the state. And then Plyer v. Doe in 1989 explicitly ruled that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the state. Therefore, they're subject to the state. Therefore, they do have protections under the 14th Amendment.
So
Now,
guess
does that all
what?
just sound like the
I'm a
TikTok brain
medically
rot argument
trained
that doesn't make any
professional.
logical sense?
I'm a medically trained professional. My parents were both illegal immigrants, became naturalized, and guess what? I'm not in a cage. I'm not deported.
Yeah. So when you were born, were they undocumented?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So for the 3
And
months.
I'm still here.
Yeah. For the
and
three.
I'm still here.
And
A
you
lot of
have
the
Democrats
things
to
that the
thank for that.
left-
You have Democrats to thank for that.
Really? You know what I also
Yeah.
have Democrats to thank for?
So you admit that you have Democrats to thank for that?
To thank for homelessness and the crisis. That
Wait,
is
1 second. Well, don't pivot.
unsurmountable.
Do you agree that you have Democrats to thank for the fact that you're still here?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I
then go
don't.
read Executive Order number 14160 and give me a single interpretation of it that would mean anything other than Trump wants you to be deported.
I want to see you in the Supreme Court, not behind a TikTok screen account.
Do you want
And
to
I
read
wanna
his
see
executive
you
order
pushing-
together? Do you want? Wait, listen. I'll show you his executive order. Do you want to read it together?
You don't need to show it to me, but give me a solution.
Wait, why don't I want to? I'm gonna show it to you because you said that they're undocumented at the time of your birth. So
Yeah,
once again,
that was in the 80s.
Yeah, 14160 explicitly calls for you to be deported because it says
Right.
that we are.
And I'm still
that-
here.
I know because Democratic judges shot it down.
Really?
Yes.
And you know what the Obama administration did?
Now, Obama, stop pivoting. Do you agree that the only reason why you're still here, okay,
Obama
and not
was a
up and,
Democrat.
for deportation, is because Democratic judges shot down Trump's executive order?
when a president comes into office,
Come on.
he's not responsible for the disaster of every single person in the past. And that
But he
means
is responsible
Democrats
for his
and
executive orders.
Republicans.
And this is
Okay,
Donald
so
Trump's
the-
executive
so
order,
was
14160. Come on.
Obama, so was Clinton.
Okay,
so
you're
was
pivoting.
Bush.
You're
All of them
pivoting
equally.
quite
I'm not
quickly.
pivoting. You want
Yes,
to put. You
are.
can't put a blanket statement over everything.
Honestly, I just
You
feel
gotta
like you're really
separate
not that
church from
intelligent
state.
because your prefrontal cortex is not finished developing yet.
No,
Because
it
you're
finished at
19 years
25.
old. Yeah, you're like
I'm
19. You get all of you. No, you're like 19 and you get all of your political information from TikTok.
Not
I
really. think
could tell that you
no.
get all your political information from TikTok because you don't know the nuances
Really?
of Trump's executive order that if it was not rejected by Democratic judges would line you up for deportation.
Right.
No joke.
Well, this country has gone to shit anyway, so being deported would not be such a bad idea. And I think there's a lot of people like you LARPing on
Wow.
this account.
That's actually
that-
really tone deaf.
No, it's not, because you know
Do
what?
you don't think that's
You
tone deaf
have-
to the
try
unaccompanied
doing this
minors and
in
asylum
China.
seekers that have been
Try
thrown in the
doing
backs
this
of
in
planes
China,
with no
where
due
you would
process
be
and sent to CCOT where
incarcerated.
they've been literally beaten and tortured?
Try LARPing nonsensically in North Korea, China,
Like,
Venezuela.
you said in China you'll be
Cuba.
incarcerated. Are you familiar with the deal that Donald Trump has with El Salvador's Nayib Bukele to send detainees that have been deported to CCOT in El Salvador to be incarcerated? And are you familiar with all the human rights watches from around the world that have
And you know, a lot of
comprehensively
the people
concluded
had a
unanimously
criminal
that like
record.
they're literally beaten and tortured inside of CCOT?
When you go on Klets and you look at people's records, criminal records, you cannot just deport free-handedly left and right. People have to have a criminal record in order to be subject to deportation.
I know that you don't know this. I know that you don't know this because you have TikTok brain. But according,
Really? I'm a
yeah,
physician. I see this firsthand in
I
the
don't.
hospital.
Is
I've
that what?
seen
Is
this.
it- I don't
I've
know.
seen-
Are you like
I've
a
seen
physician on like a phone app or
adults-
something? But like
I've
I'll have
seen
so according to
adult
ice.gov
men
/statistics,
violate children
only
that are
around
foreign.
only around 5% of deportations so far under Trump's second term have been of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their record, and another 25% with any crime on the record whatsoever. What does this mean? That
Try
70%
visiting Los
of
Angeles, that's an
deportations
asylum city.
under Donald Trump's administration that have been deported have had no criminal record whatsoever.
Visit Los Angeles. It's a huge asylum city. If you look at every single neighborhood, you'll find a ton of undocumented migrants. If you think people were being deported left and right just
Slash,
because,
I appreciate you so much for the level up sparks.
you wouldn't see them there.
Yeah, Trump ran on
You would
deporting
see-
every undocumented immigrant from the country.
Really, that's why they're still selling fruits, roses, cleaning houses.
Well,
cooking
then
in
it seems like
kitchens.
Donald Trump has failed at achieving his goal, right?
So you just contradicted yourself because
What
you're
did I
saying that he's
contradict
free-handedly
myself?
deporting people left and right, yet
Yeah.
they're still working jobs.
Yeah, if I go
living
out and I
in-
kill people left and right, does that mean if you go to Los Angeles, you won't see people alive? Come on. You're smarter than that. Yeah, there's
Your
been a lot of
logic-
deportations, i.e. around 1.2 million in 2025 alone, according to ICE. But see, the thing is the estimates would put us at around 11 million undocumented immigrants living in America. This means that even though he deported 1.2 million undocumented immigrants last year, there's still like another 10 million hanging out with us. So of course, you'll still be able to find undocumented immigrants in some places in the country.
So now the left has changed its reasoning. Now it's not mass deportation. Now it's, there's still some in the country.
I'm sorry,
the rhetoric-
that's not a
the rhetoric
that's not a
always changes
that's
with
not
the
a true
left.
dichotomy. It's not either that we have a
Really?
mass deportation or there are still some undocumented immigrants in the country.
don't- I
Because
don't
what I'd
even
say
wanna know
is
what
that
your
Donald Trump is
stance is on
absolutely doing a mass
abortion.
deportation, but it is the case that he just hasn't got around to everybody yet. He still has another 2.5 years. You said you don't
I
even
don't
want to know
even
what my
want to
stance
know
is on
what your
abortion.
stance and your generation stance is on abortion, on
Love
birth control,
abortion.
on
I
healthcare.
love abortion. Do you love
Really?
abortion?
I think people need to be responsible for their body. If it's
Okay.
my body, my choice. As a physician, we are taught to preserve life. So we are taught to prevent disease as much as we can and help treat it. We cannot miraculously cure things, but we can also educate people to have safe, protected sex so that they don't affect themselves and others, and also produce unwanted pregnancies, because it is a subject of mental illness to continue to be having children, aborting them just because you don't want to be responsible for your body, yet you want to say my body, my choice. Those things are rational. They're scientific. They
Yeah,
don't
why is
involve
it irrational to get an abortion?
Come on. Why would you need to get to the point of an abortion? Aside from
Because
assault,
you got
aside from
pregnant
assault,
unwantedly?
right?
Hello?
Aside from assault,
Like-
exclude assault, exclude sexual assault, because people try to corner things into that area. Now,
Okay.
involve people that are consensual, that
Yeah.
are having sex, protected or unprotected, whatever you want, with a consensual basis, that are being irresponsible, and that want to have 27 abortions. You know what the risk of abortion is? Every time you have an abortion, there is atrophy. So, do you know what atrophy is?
No, but I'd assume it's better than like the 3 to 5% mortality rate from pregnancy and childbirth, or the fissure from the
Atrophy
anus to the
can
vagina.
cause that. Atrophy can cause that. There are multiple complications that come from
So
having
as a physician, can you in good faith admit that the mortality rate onset by abortions is extremely lower than the mortality rate onset by pregnancy and childbirth?
Well, you're not. What do you mean pregnancy and childbirth? Like a 9-year-old having a
Wow.
child? Is that
No,
what you're trying to say?
we're just saying, like, when we look at adult women, okay, getting pregnant and giving birth to children, the mortality rate is significantly higher than adult women getting pregnant and getting abortions.
No, it's not. You need to look at the
And what's your?
research.
Please show me
You
the
need
research.
to look at longitudinal studies.
Please give
Before
me
you
the
go on here
longitudinal
and
study.
say
Do you know?
things,
Do you know what a
especially about-
PMID is?
Before you go on here,
Do you know what a PMID is?
yes, but
Then can you
why
give me
are
the
you-
PMID of the longitudinal study, in which would suggest that the mortality rate for childbirth and abortion are comparable?
Because look, when you have an abortion, it's not like a simple procedure where there can't be hemorrhage.
Okay, this
where
is
the
not a
person-
PMID.
I'm giving you medical clinical facts.
Okay.
You want-
Could you
you
accompany the
want-
facts with a PMID?
See, the problem is that with children like you, without the
Yeah.
education, without the training, you're going to try and challenge every single educated person and try to
No,
memorize.
I'm just asking the
everything you
educated
can.
person for the resources to prove that what you're telling us
There
is
are
accurate.
many. There
Then
are
give me
many.
one.
And first and foremost, women that are having abortions unsupervised in outside of a hospital setting just because they want to terminate the pregnancy also causes harm to themselves.
Which is why we need pro-choice regulation to ensure that they have a safe
We
practitioner
need,
who could
we
perform
need
it for
birth
them
control.
in a medical
We
setting.
need sexual education.
Yes,
And
yes,
we need
yes,
to
we do.
teach teenagers that it's not just an act of irresponsibility and that there are consequences, because life is life. The child that you were aborting didn't choose to be there. That's a fact.
And I don't think you
None of
chose to
us-
be pregnant.
None of us chose to be here, but we're here. So why are we going to irresponsibly produce children if we're not going to be safe in the act that we're doing that? And remember, sex isn't just pregnancy, it's also disease transmission. So there's a lot more that you need to educate yourself on. If you
Okay.
want to choose the whole Trump thing, go ahead. But then again, come on here.
So do you
argue
endorse
with
pro-choice
educated-
legislation?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
think with caveats.
So what happened? So since you're really educated, what happened to the pregnant woman mortality rate in Texas from 2022, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, until today in 2026? Do you know what happened to it?
You know how much data is skewed by the left?
Oh, now the
the
data is
purpose-
skewed.
For the
Now
purpose
you
of-
told me just moments ago that I'm an uneducated child because I challenge what the professionals say. But when the professionals say that pro-life policy kills women, all of a sudden you challenge it and call it skewed to the left. You are self-identifying as an uneducated child.
No, I'm not. Because there's a lot
Yes,
of
you
things.
are.
If I sat here and scrolled
An
all day and
uneducated
used
child.
Instagram and social media as a basis of education, where would I be?
Now
I would
let's
be
see.
just doing what you're doing.
Do you?
would
I
be
have a question. Since you're a
chanting-
physician, do you know what the thymocortical connections are?
Sure, tell me. Because
are
you're
they?
the physician, you're asking me.
Well,
I want you to
I'm-
explain them to me.
Sure, I'm
I want you
asking.
to explain.
I'm asking you if you know what they are.
Sure, I wanna hear you tell me.
Well, it seems like you are shifting the burden of the question which I asked you.
Yeah,
to
because
myself.
you're trying to. I mean, give me the 12 cranial nerves. Tell me what renal complications lead to. Tell me what.
Seems like you want me to tell you a bunch of things. Can you tell me what the thymocortical connections are?
Sure. When you tell me about medicine as well, we can educate each other because
Okay.
clearly you want to
So
you
it
want to
looks
sit
like
here
I'll
and
educate you after you educate me. What are the thymocortical
you want to
connections?
sit here and rage bait everyone, but at the end of the day, what is that leading to? If it's leading to views, great. But I think you could be doing
I think the
so
only
much
person
more
who's getting
with your
rage baited
time.
here is you.
No, because I see a
Because
lot of people
I'll
on
admit
here.
I am rage baiting you because you came up here really disrespectful. So therefore, I'm rage baiting the shit out of you.
Was cussing. There's a guy that was cussing at you right now. I haven't cussed at you at all.
Yeah. So cussing would be like in some senses a form of disrespect. But you know what is
Exactly.
another form of disrespect? Calling me an uneducated child who just has TikTok brain, saying I have no reason
Well, where are
whatsoever
you
to
on?
dispute
Are you
the
at
current
Princeton,
president. And then when I try to give you
Yale?
an argument insofar as why that president is a bad one, you cut me off 2 words in, you say it's like a memorized script, and then you ask me a new question. It's
You do this
embarrassing.
every day. It's
And by the way,
rotten
I want to
conversation.
clarify. It's not just TikTok brain or Harvard and Yale. I think that there's quite a few options in between. Now, as a physician, you should value the meaning of independent research, and I do quite a bit of that. And it seems
Right.
like I've been able to show you that independent research pretty consistently throughout this conversation.
Is it ChatGPT,
told you things
Gemini,
that
Claude, Grok?
no, it's called reading case law and
Right.
learning about American history. Like, for instance, I taught you a lot about the 14th Amendment, Donald Trump's executive order number 14160, and
Good.
how if it wasn't for Democratic judges, your name would actually be on a list for deportation.
That's great. And you know what? I commend you for all the research you say you're doing. Put all this energy into an LSAT, get into a university, fix the problem that we have in this country with sexual assault against women, because it's a huge problem, and go into that. I think that would be a very good avenue for you. I think
Okay.
TikTok is a waste of time.
Okay.
Put your energy into good cause, because if you believe in good cause and this guy is such a bad president, I'm not saying he is or isn't.
You should say
Then-
he is because the court found him guilty for rape, and you were just saying that sexual assault against women is a big
Well,
issue.
I
but
mean,
I
look
digress.
at what happened to Bill Clinton with Lewinsky,
Yeah.
right? And that was just the gist of it.
Yeah, Bill Clinton
What
could
about the
literally be
Epstein
Hitler.
files?
That wouldn't change the fact that Trump is a rapist. Why pivot?
Because it's not just about one person. You're
It's about more
putting
than one person, right?
multiple people.
So then don't make
that are flawed
excuses
in
for
character.
one. Then don't
I'm
make
not making
excuses for one.
I didn't
Well,
make
it seems
any
like you
excuse.
are.
No, I'm saying everyone across the board.
Well, then
is
condemn
bad.
Trump because he's a rapist.
But how do I know he's a rapist?
Because of the civil verdict that I'm going to put on your phone screen in 3, 2, 1.
You mean the woman, the one that supposedly was alone with him, that claimed that she was assaulted, that published the book? Is this the one?
Yes.
And then that backpedaled and said it wasn't true? Is that
No.
the one?
Not that one. I don't know who you're talking about. E. Jean Carroll never did that.
Oh. Well, there's one that ended up backpedaling and saying that that was not true.
Who?
I don't know if she settled somewhere.
Who
if
are
she
you
was
talking
paid
about?
To do that.
What's her name?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, then how do you know this happened?
Because I've seen it time and time
Really?
again, and people are pushing it out there. The New York Times published it.
Okay. Show me the publishing from the New York Times
How do I show it to you?
by giving me a link or giving me the title of the article.
I have no idea.
Okay.
So
All right.
maybe
Seems like that
since you do
TikTok
so
brain
much
has rotted you.
research-
You just believe random things that
Yeah.
you see on the internet without research.
Likewise.
Spaghetti, thank you so much for the
But
galaxy.
at least-
Well, no,
at
I was
least
actually.
find-
You can't say that to me because I was able to pull up I was able to pull up a verdict form from a courtroom to prove that Donald Trump has
I
raped or
feel
sexually
like you
abused a
have a
woman.
little folder on your screen that's prepped for every single person. that
A
comes
folder
in.
full of evidence.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Screenshots, whatever it is, that is your
Well, that's pretty cool. Folder full of evidence. That's a good thing.
right. Full of evidence, full of screenshots, full of whatever. I mean, it could all be AI for all I care. I
Monica,
don't
thank you
know.
for the galaxy. Well, what we see on this verdict form is a case number. Do you see that case number right there? That is 22-CV-10016 LAK. Now, if you go to nycourts.gov and you look up that case number, you'll actually just find all of the court documents for, once again, the E. Jean Carroll versus Donald Trump rape case that was held in the Southern District Court of New York. So we know it's not AI.
Well, who knows? I guess we're gonna have to do some research and see how much we can find on him.
Oh, don't worry, I already
That-
have.
that-
He also
that
boasted.
coincidentally
He also
came
boasted
out.
about sexual exploitation in 2005. He said he just barged into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants. 2003, he sent a letter to Epstein that included the naked depiction of a girl with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." In 2019, Epstein sent a letter to Larry Nassar, and which included the statement. President Trump shares our affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. Keep in mind, Larry Nassar was another child rapist. You also have the 40-plus credible accusation from other women and girls, including the credible accusation from a minor in the Epstein files, who said she was trafficked to him by Epstein. And we know that she was a victim of Epstein's because she had won millions of dollars in a settlement from the Epstein estate. She's referred to as Jane Doe number 4 in the FBI 302 interviews from 2019.
So let me guess, you voted for Harris.
Yeah, I voted for the better candidate.
The better candidate because she looks drunk in every single interview, because she has great articulation of the policies that she has for the country.
Yes.
Because she has such
Yeah,
great
the great
ideas.
articulation of the policies part, not the looks drunk part.
Yeah. Because I've never seen one cohesive argument from this woman whatsoever to this
Oh,
day.
then you obviously didn't watch her debate with Trump.
Really? Where she looked kind of incoherent.
Well, if she looked incoherent, then maybe Trump wouldn't have accused her of wearing an earpiece to get answers to questions, working behind the scenes with ABC, meeting with the moderators ahead of time and getting the questions. I think that she looked so coherent and destroyed him so bad it sent him into a craze. How coherent did Trump look when he threatened to genocide 90 million people, or claimed to be Christian, then attacked the Pope and praised Allah on Easter? Or when he claimed to be God himself? That's pretty
Genocide,
incoherent, right?
90 million people? What 90 million people?
Yeah, he said a whole civilization will die tonight.
Where? In Iran?
Yes.
Do you know what the IRGC is?
Yeah, the IRGC is terrible.
Yeah, as an Iranian American, I can tell you that.
Yeah. What does the IRGC being bad have to do with Donald Trump's threat of genocide?
I mean, what is your solution to getting rid of the IRGC in Iran?
What is
Who
your
else
answer
was
to the
gonna
question that I
intervene?
asked you?
Who is going to intervene?
Oh,
Do you think-
Donald Trump's not getting rid of the IRGC. That's a lie.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? And who do you think contributed to removing some of the prime leaders that were causing a lot of massacre?
Oh, like Trump and his little missile strikes on the Ayatollah? Well, that sucks because they were replaced the next day. But we know that he doesn't want to get rid of the IRGC because he's currently negotiating peace talks with them for a denuclearization agreement. Kind of like the one he pulled us out of in 2019, which is funny.
Right.
The
Why does
JCPOA.
Iran have so much plutonium and uranium? What,
mean
what does
uranium?
Iran... Well, they have plutonium as well. Why do they need that much?
Well, they're
And don't tell me
enriching
it's from-
uranium to build nuclear weapons.
Right. And they want to end who?
don't
Every
know.
single country around them, including the soil that you're sitting on.
I have a
Very
question.
freely
Were
larvating
they
them.
enriching uranium to build nuclear weapons before Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA?
They've been doing this for ages.
Okay, well, clearly you're uneducated and you're just operating off of your TikTok brain. So the
No.
JCPOA was a denuclearization agreement that Obama was able to achieve with Iran in his second term. And the
Obama didn't
JCPOA,
want to touch Iran.
well, he did.
He was afraid. You know what Obama did, though?
He got us
He
the JCPOA.
provided-
It denuclearized Iran.
But he also provided a lot of weapons to the Middle East through Iraq, Afghanistan.
So can we,
Kuwait.
without pivoting, I'd like to stick on the JCPOA. So Obama was able to achieve a denuclearization agreement with Iran, which forced them to sell all of their enriched uranium, deconstruct all of the machinery required to enrich uranium beyond a 3.5% threshold. Keep in mind,
They sold
80%
all of
threshold
it?
is
You
required
don't
for
think-
weapons grade.
You don't
Yeah,
think
to-
they
to
stashed
Russia.
some?
No, we
You
know
don't
they
think
didn't.
stashed some?
We know they didn't
How?
because
Did you go in there and see?
yes, actually, the IAEA did. The IAEA is an international nuclear watchdog, and as a part of the JCPOA, it gave the IAEA 24/7 access to surveillance footage and feeds from all of their enrichment sites that are also tamper-proof, on top of 300 in-person visits per year per facility, and satellite imagery of the entirety of the country.
I would love to hear your stance on Israel too, because that would be like chef's
So you
kiss.
wanna pivot?
It would be- No, I'm just curious to see what your
Sure.
your-
After you could concede that Obama got Iran to stop making nukes before Trump killed the deal.
Iran never stopped making anything. And if you were an Iranian, you would know that that would be true.
So then give the evidence that the IAEA was wrong. Give it.
Do you think that everything that is foreign policy that is reported is actually factual? That 24/7?
I do think that the reporting about the enrichment of uranium in Iran while the JCPOA was in place was factual. The reason why I say that is because the U.S. intelligence communities had a vested interest in them producing uranium to weapons grade, so then they could pull out of the agreement and then re-place the sanctions on the country to maybe justify further involvement in the Middle East like Trump is today. So even though they had this vested interest in them producing uranium, enriching uranium to start another war like Trump is today, they still yet reported that they weren't, because that's just simply what the facts said. Not to mention, if you want to posit that this intel was wrong, this doesn't just incriminate like the U.S. intelligence community to be a part of this scandal, but it would also incriminate the intelligence community of the EU, the UN, Russia, and the IAEA. So essentially, there's this global cabal in which was all covering
It's ironic
for
to be a
Iran
lefty
enriching
and be
uranium.
pro-government, because a lot of leftists have this Marxist idea that the government is trash, blah, 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 that it's unreliable. So you can't, under the same breath, say that Trump, that is very strong on government and surveillance, is also saying under the same breath that the left agrees that all these reports that we're getting on intel versus blah, 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 that these are accurate and truthful. That's contradictory, because the left hates government.
Yeah, so
the
what
left
you just
hates
said is
surveillance.
false. So there's not a single person on the left that thinks everything the government says is a lie.
Really?
That's not true.
Look at every single video you land on here from lefties that are always saying the
Yeah,
government is trash.
you wouldn't be able to point me towards a single video from anybody on the internet on the left that's
A
like
lot of them
rational,
can't even.
that says
especially go look at-
everything the government says is a lie. I agree.
Go to
Listen,
campus
they shit on
universities.
the
Charlie
governments. Call out a lot of lies
conversation.
that the government does say, but nobody believes, and I quote, everything the government says is a lie.
Really?
Because sometimes the government
when it
says things that are true, and we could demonstrate them to be true through cohesion with international intelligence communities and demonstrating a vested interest in reporting the opposite, basically concluding that they'd have no reason to lie about the conclusion
People
formed
agree
because there's
with
no
what
vested
benefits
interest
them.
in yielding the conclusion formed.
Because a lot of these people doing, I mean, look at the interviews or debates that Charlie Kirk had in campus universities, and
Oh,
how many kids
you
would
mean
come-
the idiot that supported child torture?
Really? You're gonna say that about someone who has assassinated?
Yeah, I don't think that death makes a bad man a good man. I don't think he
Right.
deserved to get executed, though.
Right. I wish you would have debated that guy. Maybe you would have been somehow a little bit silenced on your political rhetoric.
I would have been silenced by Charlie Kirk.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
You want to hear what Charlie Kirk had to say about me?
What did he have to say?
I'll show you. It's a lot.
Very smart kid. I actually think Dean is more likely to one day become more conservative because he's intellectually honest.
Would you ever be open to sitting down with him again and speaking to him?
Parker, I mean, that's maybe, yeah, I mean, he'd have to clean up his act. Dean, for sure. And I actually have a heart for Dean in a way, not in a romantic way, obviously, but like, I have a heart for that kid. Like, I actually think
So funny that you said that.
well, I mean, because society is so
So
sick,
funny.
right? But
Parents
no,
have
I think he's on a journey of intellectual discovery, and I feel bad for him that he's getting rolled all over the internet because of some.
Okay, so there's a first thing he had to say about me. How about we listen to the second thing he had to say about me? This was at the end of the 3-minute debate I did have with him on abortion.
That got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table. That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
So if you want to listen to the best point that somebody made, quote unquote, feel free to go listen to the rest of the debate on Jubilee's YouTube channel. But the reason why I highlighted that is because Charlie Kirk inevitably conceded, and I quote, I gave him the best pro-choice argument he's ever heard. So seems like you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch that. I'm definitely gonna go watch that. And you said I could find that on YouTube?
Yeah. So, I mean, you said that Charlie Kirk would have silenced me. Well, you're just calling me smart and giving him the best pro-choice arguments he's
So
ever
what is
heard.
it
That's
that
pretty
that
impressive.
he said you made a fool out of yourself?
He was
I'm not
talking about
clear.
somebody else. He was talking about this guy named Parker.
Okay. All right. Well, it seems like we're gonna agree to disagree, and I mean, you can't tell me.
I just
anything
don't think you knew who I was prior to coming up here and being such a
No, that's how you know I don't spend
such
time
a
on
rude
social
ass.
media.
Like I guess
Rude?
I guess maybe you should be more careful in the future who you call an uneducated child. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, you do look kind of young.
Okay. Yeah. And this uneducated child was able to what? Get you to pivot from Trump to Harris, from Harris to Obama, back to Trump.
I mean,
then to
it's an
Clinton,
entire.
then
I'm
to the
pivoting between
IRGC, then to the
parties.
peace deal, then to denuclearization, then back
Yeah,
to
because you're
Obama,
talking
then
about
to Iran, then to
geopolitics.
Iraq, to Afghanistan, then to Charlie Kirk. So, I don't know. This uneducated child kept you running. Appreciate you for coming up. Hey, thank you so much, Casper, for the 10 cents on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that kindness. Alexandria, thank you for the $10. She says PhD in pivoting. That's funny as hell. Thank you so much, Alexandria, for the $10. Andrew, thank you for the $10. She says you probably won't get this in time, but ask her to define Marxism. Fuck, Andrew. You were right. Rebecca, thank you for the $25. Who says if you recognize this doctor, run the other way. Thank you so much for the $25, Rebecca. Let's get 250 Rebecca W's down below in that chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love. And then Michael, thank you for the $15. Who says this so-called quote-unquote doctor tells you to do something about women being sexually assaulted and then proceeds to deny a victim of sexual assault. Unbelievable, right? Unfucking believable. And Stevie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Stevie, you are awesome. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Fuck yes, Stevie. Show some love to Stevie down below in that chat for the $50. Who says, damn it, Dean, you're just too knowledgeable and have evidence backing you up. Clearly an uneducated child. So true. Clearly an uneducated child. So very, very true. Then Marie, thank you for the $13. She says, I know you won't say this, but I will. What an unmitigated CUNT this woman is. Well, Marie, I appreciate you for sharing how you feel, and thank you for the $13. Holly, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you so much. And Andrew, thank you for the $10 as well. I thank you so much, you guys. On PayPal, thank you so much for the love, Alice. That is ALYSE for the $25 donation. Alice sent a donation right on through, but they did not attach any message to the love. Thank you so very much for that love and support. You are awesome. Thank you, Alice. JJ, thank you for the $10. Love to debate your parents. Kelly, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. And Harold, thank you for the $10 as well. Clint, thank you for the $25. Who says, if that person is a physician, then I'm the Queen of England, signed master's level mental health therapist. I appreciate you so much for the $25, Clint. And then Courtney with the $10. She says, every med class has a last place graduate. Damn, you guys are shitting on her. And then to Reagan, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, this lady is making me incredibly sick. I can't believe they let anybody practice medicine with this sort of ideology. Lisa, thank you for the $5 on YouTube, who says, I voted for Trump. I'm a Republican, but I watch you every day and you're slowly changing my mind. Lisa, you sent that $5 donation to say that. And I think that speaks towards something deeper that you may not have consciously recognized yet. And that is on a subconscious level, I've already changed your mind. I appreciate you for tuning in. You're the reason why I do what I do, and I thank you for hearing me out. So very much, Lisa. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 donation, who says, I got pregnant 13 years ago. It was tubal, and I was also not mother material. If I hadn't miscarried, it would have killed me, according to my doctor, and the baby would have had a bad mother. Shut the fuck up. Abortion should stay. Yeah, not only is access to abortion imperative because it's just simply the exercising of a human right of bodily autonomy, but you also have the empirical outcomes that when we restrict it, women die. Come on. Folks, you're all caught up on the donors. Guys, that's going to be it from me for the day. I appreciate you guys so much for pulling through. What a crazy 4.5 hours it's been. I am tired. I will see you all tomorrow. On your way out, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. It is totally free. We do this every day. And I don't know. That last convo was pretty fun. Shitting on some cocky physician. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun shitting on some cocky physician. Okay. That was a good one. All right, folks. We're going to go and hop off. I'll see you all tomorrow. You already know it. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.